Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester, the court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
What's up, everybody?
What is up, y'all? So I clearly have two things running at the same time.
Why?
All right, Jay, you talk while I try to figure out what the additional.
All right, Bob has 6,000 tabs open, so he's going to figure that out. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here. While he figures that out, I did give a gift for Bob that I'm going to share for you all right as he did. Let me make sure I did this right. Welcome, guys. Welcome. So glad you are here. Word on the street, who will be testifying today. Let me just make sure I did this right.
Oh my God, did I fix it?
Did you fix it?
Oh my God, I think I fixed it. All right, good. You guys couldn't hear that row. Like, that was just me. You guys couldn't hear the double thing going.
I didn't hear a double thing.
Oh, thank God. Well, it sounded like I was in an insane asylum. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're speaking, we say our words, and then it comes again like 13 seconds later. It was all right. Sorry. Word on the street. Let's go.
Word on the street. You know who's testifying? The word on the street.
Bukaki. Bukaki.
Got that for you, Bob. A little gift from me to you. I got another one. Let me make sure this one works here. This will update. How was CrimeCon, Bob?
Dude. So I had like the most relaxing weekend you could ever imagine. Just sitting back, not doing much. It was exhausting, dude. It was exhausting, and it was awesome. It was so great, dude. We had so many fam members out there.
That's
you would
awesome.
not believe it, dude. You like, people were super disappointed you weren't there. I'm just telling you that flat out. Like, people wanted to see you and I walking the hallways of CrimeCon, arms around our shoulders. People, let me tell you about my bad. Dude, it was amazing. Like, I'm dead serious,
awesome.
Dude. We had so many fam members out there that were like, "Oh, I really wanted to see Jay." I'm like, "I know, next year." So it was great, man. It was so many fam hugs were given out.
Awesome.
So many great conversations with so many of our listeners, man. Like that's what you go there for.
Right.
You know? Like, people are like, "Oh man, we love your coverage and you guys are so great." And just the things that we read in our fan mails that don't suck, you know, that are telling us that they, you know, that we add a little value to their life. Like, to hear it in person is even better. So it was
that's awesome.
Exhausting, but well worth it. So I'm glad that we're back to trial. That way I don't have to talk that much, because I did, as you can imagine, Jay, I did a lot of talking.
A lot of people, a lot of talking. I can imagine it.
A lot of talking, but it's a good time, man. And we got to get you. It's in Denver next year. While you're getting your opportunity to, or you lost your opportunity to be able to go to Denver for a True Crime Podcast Festival this year, we got to get you out to Denver, and it's all the way in September of 2025. So we've got time to get everything prepared, get you prepared mentally for the onslaught of adoration. I'm going to have to put you through some intense psychotherapy to get you ready for all the touching.
I need like exposure therapy. Like I have, like baby's gonna have to have me
Exactly.
go oratorium. Like one day it'll be like 2 people, and then it'll be like 3 people. And, like,
Baby steps, man. Baby steps. We'll get you there. We'll get you there. So yeah, man, it was great. Obviously a ton of people talking about this trial. And it was speaking of which, a couple of our beautiful subs, like many stopped by, but and it was great because people will come by and they're like, hey Bob, you know, and it's like, you do know them, they know me,
right,
I know them, but by a screen name, you know what I'm saying?
right, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, it's great to be able to put faces to names, especially to screen names. And it's like, I'm like, well, so who are you on the interwebs?
Right.
You know, and then they give you their name. So hold on, I want to be correct on who gave me my favorite little trinket for the entire weekend. All right, so Jay, I want you to prepare yourself for this. I'm going to try to get it on camera because it's been an absolutely critical portion of this case. And I got my hands on one, and here it is. Oh,
Solo cup.
carefully.
Look at that thing.
Careful. Wait. There's John O'Keefe's blood. Oh my God. Oh God. So,
oh my Lanta.
So Yoda Knows 3 and Hollis YT stopped by the table, gave us the evidence cups. I now am in possession of a miniaturized Toyo Toys version.
Oh, it's from Toyo Toys. Nice.
No, but it's like what Toy.
Oh.
So this is so I just thought it was the cutest thing ever, and of course it has vital evidence. So that was
Straight
cool.
from Ken.
That was cool. All right, so you talk while I pull up the stream over here.
All right, while Bob pulls it up, and I have an eye on it too. I also got this one again, folks. If you're coming in late, apparently at 9 a.m., the person who testifying is gonna be
Bukaki.
So now I got both of these on here.
Bukaki.
So thank you all so much for being here. And by the way, Bob, when you were there also, is this it's gotta be, I would assume, the first CrimeCon where a death penalty verdict comes live while you're there. I saw like they just had screens up and
it was
people were all watching it there.
It was so surreal, man. It was like, yeah, everyone was huddled around various monitors, like all over the place. And like Joel pulled me over. He was going live stream. I'm like, how are you going live stream? Dude, I can't get more than like a bar in this entire like cavernous like hellhole. And he's like, he paid like it was like $250 to get like some kind of like whatever the staff uses. So that's why I wasn't able to stream. I tried a couple times. I couldn't get any kind of signal.
It's insane at like places that like host these things that it's 2024 and they don't have like a decent Wi-Fi that people can connect to. I mean, what are they doing?
Truth. I was like, you know, because I really wanted to. I wanted to go around, do the man on the street shit, man. And it was like, I tried to log on a couple times just to test it, and I couldn't even get out. It was like I was fluttering between, you know, like 1 and 2 of the Wi-Fi thing because there was definitely no hard connecting anywhere. So yeah, that was a little frustrating, but you know, for the most part, it was a phenomenal time. But it is, dude, it is exhausting, you know, because you're like out at the table. You know, you want to meet everybody, you want to talk to everybody, and it's you know, and you're out there from like 9 until 7 with an hour break.
Wow, 9 until 7. Holy shit! Yeah. I didn't know it was that long.
Yeah, man, you're out there, and you know, you just like people want to talk. You're trying to recruit new listeners and viewers. So it's definitely work, but it's great, man. It's you'll enjoy it. You'll hate it and love it all at the same time. That's what I predict for you. So it'll be, but it's worth it. It's worth it to get out there. It's worth it most of all to meet our people. You know,
right.
Like that's the best part of it by far. And we did a meetup on Saturday night. It was packed. We had tons of people out there, and it was just great, man.
That's awesome.
Really, really great. All right, so you're seeing the picture of Karen, right? Boyfriend cop.
Yeah, and there's a little timer, so it shows you this 3:30 until they start.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Yep, you got it.
All right, awesome. Okay. All right.
And I guess we should tell people, if you don't know, we have another like weird scheduled week where tomorrow they're off, Wednesday they're there, Thursday half day, no day Friday, but we got you covered. And I see Jack is in here now. I already set it up, dual stream. Jack tomorrow continue and finishes part 2 of his analysis of Jen McCabe. So we hope you guys will join us tomorrow at 1 Eastern.
I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to that. That'll be great. And we're gonna be getting to the good stuff. You know what I mean?
House long, man. House long.
That's it. Oh, to jump back to the thumb, to the dumbbell, to bucket head, pumpkin head, planet Earth head, all those heads. So like when it went down, man, I was like, it was weird. It's like we were all obviously thrilled that he was convicted, but to like hear it like cheer like a stadium, like when like they announced that he was getting death was surreal, man. It was like a really weird moment. It's like, I don't know, it's hard to describe it. It's weird to cheer for death.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No matter like how big of a shit bag it is, it's just a weird thing to do. So but you know, and like I'm like, it should have been Lori. but you know, but it's like you'll take it when you get it, you know. And I was surprised because when you were you were texting me like when we were traveling on Friday, you're like, he didn't put any mitigation on, man. I was like, what?
Yeah, and like the judge Boyce made sure to put it on the record, and he made sure to say the defense has prepared a mitigation for you, and it's not like Pryor didn't was like, no, I'm not doing it. He prepared it, and Chad's like, fuck it, which leads to a lot of people like saying like he wanted the death, but like he didn't. He wants, to your point, which is like he'd rather be than sit in a cell for the rest of his life, you know. Or does he believe his bullshit and thinks he's going to become the fucking messiah? Like, you know,
or both.
Yeah.
Or both. You know what I mean? What I feel pretty confident about is that it's not because he feels deep regret. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
Absolutely
that,
not. Yeah.
That ain't it. So, you know, but I think the effect of, because like I can't remember if I was texting you. I was trying to find out if Daybell went on the record saying that and the judge asked him, like, I don't want to have any mitigation put on my behalf. Like if
he specific. Boyce was like, I want to make sure you, and he asked him like both questions, and he's like, are you a solid mind? You know, he did the whole thing. Yeah. And it's interesting. People pointed this out, and I noticed it too when I was making the video. Pryor's body language, like he was turned and looking the other way. It's almost like they got into a fight or like Pryor, like during that whole like last couple of days, the body language between the two of them were like, it was very interesting to see.
Yeah, well, I'm sure like from the lawyer's perspective and remember, he was paid counsel up until a certain point. He tried to get out of that case way too close to the trial. There was no way the judge was going to let him off, because that would have meant a year plus delay for new counsel to come in. You know, so he went in there having long exhausted whatever he was paid. And it is a ton of work. Like he's not a public defender, you know, so at least from what we were seeing, he put an effort into it. You know, I mean, everybody hated him, but you could tell he did the work. You know what I mean? He knew the case. You know, he played the hand that he was dealt. So by the end of it, where, you know, the verdicts come down and he's done more work without getting paid in the mitigation shit. And then Daybell turns around after this guy probably spent God knows how many hours preparing mitigation. And then Daybell's like, I don't want to put it on. He's probably like, fuck this guy, man.
Yeah.
You know, like, fuck this guy. Like, see ya. They can't put you. So for the purposes of appeals, though, I think, because you can appeal both things. You can appeal the trial and the verdict, and you can also appeal the death penalty phase. I think by him going on the record, that's why I was asking that, as long as the judge had him on the record, say that he thoroughly discussed this with his attorney, and that, you know, he's voluntarily deciding to do this, and that no one's, you know, made any threats or promises of any kind. And, you know, he waived it, man. Like, so that's not going to be something that he's going to be able to appeal which really should expedite it. Now, the one thing I didn't see, did they set an execution date?
No, and I'm not sure if this is true, but someone said in the chat, and I don't know if this is true, that like, that a death like sentence is an automatic appeal. Like there's like some sort of automatic like.
That's true. That's true.
Process.
But it is. Well, there's going to be an automatic. There has to be in every, like at least as far as I know, in every state, it's an automatic appeal. So, in terms of what he's going to do moving forward, as far as how hard he's going to fight, is going to be the question. Seems like he's not going to fight very diligently. So, you know, and he's definitely waived the death penalty issue as far as I can see, unless somebody can make an argument that, you know, the judge shouldn't have allowed him to waive it or something of that nature, you know, that it should have been put on, like, because his lawyer was prepared to do it, that it shouldn't have been left to you know, Chad Daybell's discretion to decide whether or not it was put on, you know. So I mean, maybe they could bring that up down the road, and who knows how Dumbbell's going to feel like in 2 weeks. You know what I mean? It's like, so we'll see. All right, we got an eye on it over here. Still looks like I'm gonna throw it up though and see if we can start getting the screen ready. Oh, Jay's hidden behind our two fantastic AI images, Corleone and his consigliere. Jay, we gotta make a deal with Bozzini.
By the way, if this is really Bukkake, this is gonna be some morning. If this is,
I mean, look, dude, it's got, like, we know it's coming. It's like I keep tweeting it and I keep telling people, I'm like, we all know that he didn't show any evidence. I keep telling people that was his pre-Buttle case. We're into it now, man. Started with the ER doctors and poor Dr. Feelgood, who just got flame thrown by old Bev. You know, now we're gonna start getting the troopers. If we're lucky. I mean, what do we have? Only 2 days of court this week.
2.5, yeah.
Yeah, so if we're lucky, we'll get some state troopers. I think we're all dying to see the medical examiner. I want to hear, you know, what they're saying. And I think he's got a couple of them he's going to put up. I want to hear how these things line up.
So I think, Bob, I saw a few tweets. I saw some recreations. I think I finally, and I'm sure chat will correct me if I'm wrong, but because I couldn't get it from his opening, but I think I got the theory from the state of what the state is trying to prove here. And you guys correct me if I'm wrong. So this is what I think they're trying to say. So John O'Keefe gets out of the car. She starts driving down. He is like sitting down or like bent over. She reverses, hits him the tail light. By the way, I'm just saying what I think this before you come at me.
Jay, so you're saying this is exactly what happened. This is your theory, Jay. We're all holding you to it.
What I think the theory is, all right. So he's bent over, sitting or whatever. He gets hit in the head initially, like, because you know how like the witnesses like his one side was like really black, like a golf ball, whatever. Yeah, that hits him in the head, right? Yeah, and then he's on the street, so that causes his head when he gets hit to boom, and that's the back laceration, right? And then I don't know if this is what I'm just seeing. After that happens, snowplow comes, hits him, moves him over. That's what causes the the scratches on the lacerations. Guys, I'm just telling you, this is what I've gleaned. I could be completely wrong. I think this might be what they're going with, but you guys tell me.
It's got to be
able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here.
Where's the picture?
It'll come up. It usually takes a second.
Since we left here last week. Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
Long crime's fucking sleeping, bro.
Everyone said
it's
yes.
Coming. There
we go. Oh, look who decided to come back.
Anything about this case?
Welcome back, Ajax.
Now, jurors, before we start, I do want to give you that instruction again on what is evidence. So in considering the testimony of any witness, remember that the questions that are asked are not evidence. Only the answers, which are really the only part of the exchange between the lawyers and the witnesses that are under oath, our evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no, then based solely on that question and answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that the uncle left the witness money, or that the witness poisoned him. So keep that in mind for reference when you're listening to testimony. All right, Mr. Lally, who's your first witness?
The Commonwealth would call Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara to the stand.
Oh,
Damn it.
God, Jay was ready with the Bukkake sound bites, man. The little Jesus.
Let me just reiterate, folks. I'm just saying things I saw on the internet. That is not my theory.
Listen, Jay,
I could be wrong.
Theory.
By the way, Bob, is your thing full screen right now? Because it looks a little weird.
Let me hold on. Let me see. Probably not, Jay. If I had to guess, I'd say no.
There we go.
There we go.
You tell us what the evidence should be to the court and jury in the case and everything, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Oh, Amy Albers. Bob J, give a shout out to my sister Melody.
Welcome, Melody.
First time. Welcome.
Welcome.
We love new fam. We love
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah, we're so glad to have you, Melody. Thanks for hanging with us. Hopefully you like us.
Anytime you're ready.
Good morning, sir. Morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name? So Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A. And how many employees, sir? I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police. And how long in total have you been a member of the state police? Just over 22 years. And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant? 4.5 years. And what is your current assignment within the Massachusetts State Police? I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as CERT. And the CERT team within the state police, approximately how many members of that unit are? We have 61 team members, 4 of which are full-time, including myself. The other 57 have other primary duty assignments, and CERT is an additional duty for them. Generally speaking, what are sort of the duties and responsibilities, or what is the CERT unit within the state police does? CERT is the primary search and rescue team for the state police. We conduct lost missing person searches, evidence searches. We do security or crowd control at large scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium, dignitary security.
Get right to the shit, dude.
And how long has it been?
Everybody hears about his 4th of July parade duty. Come on, man.
Since 2014. Now, were you working with that unit on January 29th, 2020? Yes, I was, sir. And at some point in the afternoon on that day, we contacted Lieutenant Brian.
So good.
Yes, at 2:32 p.m.
There we
Lieutenant
go. I did it,
Lally gave me
Jay.
a
I
phone
made a
call.
ticker.
Nice work. Wow.
Were you familiar with him? Familiar with what units he supervises? Yes, I know he's the supervisor for the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit. If you could describe to the jury sort of process by which your particular unit is activated. Is that instantaneous?
Sorry to hear that, man. It's awful. Normally, we'll receive a courtesy phone call, which is what I received from Lieutenant Tully, seeing if we were available. If we had members that could respond today for an incident he had ongoing. I told him we would be available. He then has to submit a request through his chain of command, which is the Division of Investigative Services. I also have to submit a request up my chain of command, which is through Field Services. To get approval on my end, has to be approved by the Special Operations Commander, which is a major. And depending on the request, it may even go above his level to the Lieutenant Colonel who is in charge of the Division of Field Services. So that initial call that you received about 2:30 in the afternoon, how would you characterize that first? Dude. Again, I'd say it was more of a courtesy notification, just to make sure we weren't on another assignment, that we had members who could respond that day. Obviously, there was
the weather issue that day, making sure members could respond to the scene.
And the weather issue that day, what kind of weather issue?
It was a blizzard. I think most areas had received between 18 to 20 inches of snow.
And as far as that initial phone call with Lieutenant Tully, as far as what was described to you as far as the situation that you're responding to, or what, if anything, did you say about that?
He said they were conducting a death investigation on the town of Canton. He was looking for CERT assistance with an evidence search.
And how did you respond to that request on that?
He's Italian, boy.
I told him we would have members that would be able to respond and that I would start working on the approval process. Looking out my own window, I had been outside my house that day. I had large snow drifts at the end of my driveway. I told him building a roster and having members clear their driveway at least an hour plus on a response time.
And following that initial conversation, did Lieutenant Tully reach back out to you at some point?
Yeah, I'm not positive if he called me or if I called him. I think after I'd cleared my driveway, I spoke to my captain just to make sure.
There you go. There's your guy. There's your
process on our end. He said we were cleared on our end. So either Lieutenant Tully called me or I may have called him because I was getting nervous that now that my driveway was clear, that the town plow was going to come back and bury the end of my driveway again. So I'm not sure who called who, but I called him and told him we were cleared through the Division of Field Services. He also told me that we were cleared on his end. The approval requests have been approved.
And do you know approximately what time of day it was when you had that second conversation with Lieutenant Tully?
It's probably about 3:45 because we sent out an alert to our team at 3:48 telling them that we were authorized to respond to Canton.
And as far as your team was concerned, can you speak a bit about sort of that process as far
Jay,
as
you're making us lose Cabo.
Another one down. I've done it again. I'm sorry, Bob. You can fire me.
So CERT is broken up.
Come on,
we're geographically dispersed across the state. So we have an East team, West team. I had reached out to a supervisor from the West team, someone I knew who I wouldn't request to drive that far in the snowy conditions to set up a roster for us. So he sent out an alert to the team at 2:53. Requesting an availability list. I told him to just confirm that the people responding either had a truck or some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle to respond.
And where was it that you were told, or where did you eventually respond?
Lieutenant Tully told us that we were going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
And from the time that you cleared your driveway, secured response from your higher-ups, what time was it that you left, or how long did it take you to get from your home to 34 Fairview?
Well, like I stated, the alert went out authorizing the team to start responding at 3:48. I got the exact address via text from Lieutenant Tully at 4:10. We sent out another alert message at 4:17, just reminding people to bring shovels, brooms, rakes, etc. I left my house at 4:13 in the afternoon, and I got on scene at 4:56. So it took me 43 minutes to drive there.
And from your house to that location in Canton, about how absent sort of the weather, how long a drive was that going?
Probably 20 minutes, sir.
And when you respond, how many other members of your unit were able to respond to the scene?
Initially, we dispatched 8 members, including myself. Only 7 of us made it to the scene. One of the members could not get off his street. The end of his street had been plowed in by his town, and he had called his town DPW to try to get some assistance, but he was not able to make it to the scene. So we only had 7, again, after we initially started 8, which should kind of shift some of the dynamics of how we ran the search on scene.
And getting to that in a moment, when you first arrived on scene, if anyone else preceded your arrival, who was on scene with that?
Just one other trooper from CERT, Trooper J. Bousselet, was on scene. I believe he arrived 2 minutes prior to my arrival.
Could you say that name again and spell it for us,
Yes,
please?
sir. It's Trooper Jason Bousselet. It's
So close to
B-A-U-S-O-L-E-I-L.
Thank you.
Well,
And Lieutenant Rao, when you arrived on scene, where did you park in relation to the house, or where was Trooper Bousselet in relation?
Trooper Bousselet was just past the driveway of the house, so just north of the driveway. I parked almost at the end of the driveway of 34 Fairview.
And you recall at some point your attention was directed to an area with a flagpole and fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which direction either or both of your vehicle and Red's vehicle were facing when you parked in that area of the driveway?
We were facing away from the flagpole originally. Eventually, we moved to Robusale's vehicle back towards the flagpole. Just we wanted some extra headlights to light up the scene, the area we would be working in.
Now, Lieutenant Lally, was he on scene when you arrived?
He was not.
And at some point, did you reach out to him?
Yes, I gave him a call. He stated he was just leaving. Canton PD would be on scene in about 5 minutes. That was probably around 5 o'clock.
Now, as far as the house that you were parked in front of and as far as the residences on that street, who, if anyone else, as far as neighbors or anything like that, or people from the house that you see outside the house at any point in time?
Hey, Dixie.
We didn't see anyone outside the houses. A resident of 34 Fairview exited briefly after we were first on scene. That was the only person we saw.
And exited and came down to where you were, or where did that person?
No, he was, if you look at the house, you could consider 2 front doors, one closer to the garage, which would maybe be a mudroom or a den. Adult male exited from that door and a hooded sweatshirt on. He asked us if we were here for what had happened earlier. We said yes, and he walked back inside the house.
Now, as far as mentioned a bit about the snow, as far as the roadway conditions of the area where you were in, what if anything did you know or observe in regards to the roadway and how it had been treated with plow prior to plow?
The plow had really only cleared the center of the road. There was a good 3 to 4 foot snow drift coming off each side of the road. So maybe enough for 2 vehicles to pass, but not cleared, cleared curb to curb.
And as far as Lieutenant Tony arriving on scene around
Viv had some fans at CrimeCon.
What if anything, where
Fans all over the world.
Yep.
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area south towards the flagpole fire hydrant.
Now, as far as this type of search was concerned, had you, what if any experience did you have doing this type of searching?
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to.
Now, as far as the
There's Joanne always getting
search that your team does, and you could.
She's the best.
But the typical or non-typical as far as conducting a search of an area that had already been gone over by another agency or by someone else from the state?
Yeah, we're a stage 2 response, so pretty much every search we've ever done has been previously searched. We're never really the first persons to search an area.
And can you describe sort of the difference between what you do as far as searching is concerned and sort of looking or making observations or things of that?
I think our training is a lot different than maybe the regular patrolman or trooper responding. There's not much training provided anymore in the academies. So we do extensive training through a lot of the search and rescue groups that we're a part of, which would be the National Association for Search and Rescue, which is NASAR. We do search and rescue initial actions. We do line searching, managing lost person incidents. We do multiple trainings a month with a team, which is different than what other personnel would get. I think traditionally, looking back to even my time before I was a member of CERT, a search would be, you go this way, I'll go that way. There was really no methodical approach to the search.
And as far as your training is concerned as it relates to this particular search, what if any sort of methodical approach did you develop, or what did you employ in this?
We gridded off or marked off the area Lieutenant Tully thought would be the best area for us to search. So we had a starting point and an end point. Once all the members got on scene, we set up a line search, or what we would call a grid search, which again would just be a slow, methodical search with all of us working in unison, moving through the area.
And about how big the area is.
What is he searching for? What
It's just over 50 feet, I
What is he
believe,
searching for at this point?
from the front
Can you ask
door,
that
which is the
question?
left door, looking at the house from the
I don't know.
street to the fire hydrant. I believe it was 59 feet.
Was that length or width?
That is length.
And as far as the width of the area that you were searching, about what kind of area were you searching?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snow drift coming off the curb.
Now,
Oh, thanks, Dizzy.
as far as the information that you received prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what, if anything, was given you in relation to that?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim in this case was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
And sir, at some point, did you ask Lieutenant Tully any questions about the vehicle in question or anything in relation to that?
After we had found one or two of the pieces of the taillight, I asked him if he knew how much damage was to the taillight, or if he had a photo that we could get of the taillight.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told us at that time the vehicle was being towed back to Canton PD, so he did not have a photo to show us.
And at any point, did he make any reference to who was coming along with the tow at Canton PD?
He said Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor were following the vehicle back to Canton PD.
You mentioned an alert that was sent out to troopers as far as to rank certain items. Can you describe for the jury sort of the process and what, if any, tools or implements you use and sort of how that sort of.
So like I said, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle to face the scene to give us some extra, use his headlights for extra lighting for the scene. All the team members also put on a headlamp, which would basically just be like a hiking headlamp. We all had shovels. We had a couple of rakes, the smaller garden rakes, just to kind of help us sift through the snow. And I also had a small push broom to move the snow around as well.
As you mentioned, sort of the headlamps and moving the vehicle as far as the headlights on the area that you were searching. What was the visibility and what was the lighting conditions around that area at that time?
It was poor lighting. There really wasn't much as far as what we felt enough for street lighting, but with the headlamps, we had decent visibility.
So when you first arrived on scene about 4:53 p.m. or so, was it dark out there?
Yes, it was, sir.
It remained dark while you were still on scene.
Yes, sir.
And in the area that you were looking, your testimony, there wasn't much overhead sort of ambient lighting or street lighting in that area, as far as you recall?
Nothing that really helped the search.
So the area that you were searching was in the area of the fire, is that correct?
We started almost directly across from the front door and moved south towards Chapman Street, towards the fire hydrant.
And to be clear, as far as the area that you were searching with shovels and the other different implements to sift through the snow, where was your focus as far as the street versus the front lawn?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there. So we were lined almost shoulder to shoulder as we moved south through the area we were searching.
You're primarily searching or entirely searching along the roadway, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And as far as some point that you, through the course of sort of shoveling and the removal of snow from that area, did you approach or come in contact with the area of grass in front lawn?
We did, as one of the members who was working along the curb, he started to clear some of the grass on the front lawn. Yes, sir.
What, if any, issues did you encounter when you got to the grass?
It was very difficult to clear the snow. I don't think we had very good visibility on what we were moving, even with the push broom and the rake. It was very difficult to definitively say we'd cleared the lawn properly. So we didn't focus too much of our efforts on that area.
Now, we referenced that only 7 members of your unit were able to respond because one got stuck in the snow at the end of the street. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
and that had some impact as far as documentation of the scene. Is that correct?
Correct. Normally on a search, if I'm the overall, as a team leader, I would run what you consider a command post or be the incident commander for CERT. I would stay behind the line and kind of document our efforts, but because this was such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line, and we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
And so to that point, as far as the 7 members from your unit, in addition to the 7 members from your unit, with anyone else present for the course of that?
I believe there was 5 other members. I believe there were only 2 that I recognized from the state police. So I'm not sure who the other 3 were. They were Canton detectives or Canton patrolmen, but they were all dressed in civilian, plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what, if anything, was done with reference to violence?
As we began to find evidence, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully and just confirmed that he was going to document everything we were recovering via photograph and evidence log.
As far as documented photos taken by Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, they were, sir.
And the items that were photographed, were they photographs prior to anyone touching them or moving them or placing them, other than those sort of related to the search effort?
Correct. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully.
Like Andy Dufresne on the yard,
what, if anything, of evidentiary value,
right out of his pant legs.
I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight.
And where were they in relation to sort of the grid or the area that you assessed?
They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And sir, in addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that you recovered, you know approximately how many pieces of that you were able to locate on that day?
I believe maybe 6 or 7 pieces.
And how big or how small did they range in size as far as the pieces that you located?
There was 3 larger pieces, 2 red, 1 clear, and then a couple of smaller pieces.
In addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that were uncovered during the search process, what, if any, other items of interest were located?
We found a sneaker.
And where was that sneaker located?
Sneaker.
In reference to the scene, your search efforts, and in reference to the pieces of clear and red plastic.
It was same location. Generally, it was in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was upside down. I think we had found 1 piece of taillight prior to the sneaker, and then after we found the sneaker, we found a few more additional pieces of taillight.
Now, with reference to the sneaker and each of those pieces of red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that was being dug through? And by that, where were they in relation to the ground?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
Sure. With reference to each of the items of evidence that you've been talking about, whether it be sneaker or the red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to snow that you were digging into? Where were they in relation to the asphalt surface?
Close to the curb. As we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching beyond snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area where you were digging through and finding these items?
No, we did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
Now, as far as this search being conducted sort of physically, is this You mentioned there's some sort of line that's set up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of how that line was set up? What were the different functions in different parts of the line, and where were you in relation?
So like I stated, we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in the shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging through, how did that change, or how was that any different from sort of one portion of the section to another?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, I would say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, I was in level with the rest of the area, what was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn. So probably 8, maybe 18 inches of snow.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, about how long a period of time was it that you were on scene as far as searching, and how long the process was done?
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search, we moved Trooper Boussalet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene.
Winner right
and
here.
We were complete.
It does fucking look like Toby. Thank you, editor Daniel
to
Marie.
wrap up and clear the
Nailed
area.
it.
Well done.
As far as the wrapping up, how was that decision arrived at, and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple of additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate at that time, and we decided to suspend the search.
And what was, as far as you were concerned, with weather conditions and everything that had gone on, or was located that one, what was sort of your thought process in relation to any sort of continuation of the search that's later?
I told Lieutenant Tully, we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said if he wanted us to come back in the daylight, which give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up. If you wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me, and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that was your decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
You mentioned Troopers Buchanan and Proctor, or you received information that they were following a vehicle to the station, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point in time that you were on scene, did you know either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
And at any point in time that you were on scene, did you see either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor in the area of critical care during the entire time? Okay.
No, they were not on scene.
So the other sort of troopers that you had mentioned around, they were not, right?
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as the securing of evidence, how was that done? Generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how was it done in this specific?
So we don't recover evidence. We'll stop and halt our search. Sometimes we've been waiting for crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we've continued to search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continued the search.
As So once you get sort of that initial parameters as far as where and what you may be looking for from Lieutenant Tully, is Lieutenant Tully directing your search efforts in any way, shape, or form?
He is not, no.
And is that typical as far as how searches will be conducted?
Correct, yes. Yeah, they let me run the search the way I deem best.
So in addition to photographs, what if anything else was done to document the scene?
We had one of our members use a handheld GPS, which we use a Garmin 64ST, and he marked each item we found, which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe during that process as far as mapping is concerned, as to how mobile positioning system or GPS is utilized in creating that.
Correct. So the Garmin GPS we use, it connects to 4 different satellites to get you a best range of your location. There obviously is some range error involved with GPSs, but he was able to stamp 3 of the items, so 3 pieces of the tail light. But as he was marking those items on his GPS, they kept, because they were in such close proximity, they were almost marking directly on top of each other. So he only marked 3 of them because it was just going to clutter the map as we continued if you were to mark all the pieces we located.
So with respect to the 3 pieces of tail light that were marked on the item, excuse me, were those the larger pieces, smaller pieces, or something?
They were the larger pieces, sir.
Big drink, Jay.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
No, you may not. Sit down, Lally. You may not. Boy, that was a huge sigh by Lally.
Huge.
Objection.
There we go. See, that was Lally, not me.
While he's doing this, I just saw our good friend Raul just posted that multiple sources are saying Rex Sherman back in court this week with a new indictment for an additional killing. So,
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. So I guess we know what they were looking for.
Yeah.
Big news. Thank you, Raul.
Catch Lisk, you guys. If you're not following him, you should be catch_LISK on Twitter.
Dang.
Sir, I'm showing you a series of 24 photographs.
Family hug.
Briefly, just,
Hey,
I'm going to
Laura,
ask you in a moment if you recognize. Do you recognize what's in those photographs, sir?
Yes, sir. It's the area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibits.
Any objection, Ms. Gianetti?
There is no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So right now what they're doing, they're actually putting things into evidence. So I'm hoping we'll get to see the photos. These are theoretically the crime scene photos of evidence that they located and where they located it. So.
Mark, may we approach briefly?
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. She needs to have her attention on the mic. I'm sorry.
Sounds like Yanetti's doing crossfire, I guess, if he's going up to look at it and talking about asking to approach.
Good guess, Jay. Good guess. Big one, Jay.
I'm trying to.
Jackson.
Bob, your impression is so good that really, like, if it's cross and Lally's saying, people don't know. They like, I need something to inform them.
Boop, boop. What's up, Angela D? Oh, Angel.
Hey, Angel.
What's up? Where you been, girl?
Thanks for joining us. I feel like maybe we have some folks who are watching Daybell who came over. So if you did,
I love it.
welcome.
I know Spitfire was heavy duty into Daybell, so she's feeling a little rudderless today. Hopefully we can get her back on course, get her onto the Karen Reed trial.
Welcome to the best chat in the land.
Indeed.
Jimmy.
Lally needs a little trim up top. His little thingy there, or whatever that thingy is he's got going on, is getting a little high. He needs to get in there. He's tuft. Call it a tuft, Jay. A tuft. A tuft of hair. A tuft of hair. Oh, Drew Gambino comes in. Nice. Dizzy, Pamela. Yes, tuft. For the record, I thought of it before I read the chat. For the record, I want it noted.
I could be wrong, but did Karen get a little butter whip there? It looks like to me, or she have straight looks. Hair looks a little different, but I'm no.
I think she got up a little extra earlier and really
would have to
straighten her. She used the straightener hardcore this morning.
And I feel like maybe some highlights. Tell me if I'm wrong, chat. I don't know. Babe would be able to say, but I feel like, maybe it's just that in straight. Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, JC Boo. Guys, they're just the break is because they're like getting evidence ready that I think they're going to put on the screen, and she is just the court reporter with the trunk is just marking everything.
Objection.
Headache man, I've learned since I posted my video over there. His name is Jimmy. That's Jimmy.
Jimmy
likes Elaine.
Jimmy.
Oh shit, Bob! I should ask you. I know you probably didn't have a chance to, but did you see there is a new cult doc on the old Netflix?
Yeah, I watched it on the plane.
Did you? That was something, huh?
Yeah. I don't want to give any spoilers.
Jurors, it's very important that we keep our record straight. It will be important for you during the deliberations that we do this. Sometimes it takes a while. We're fortunate we've got such a great court reporter here to take care of this for us. But sometimes it takes a while. I caution counsel that maybe you can all work together so that we don't do this. Take up any extra time.
Boring.
Not drunk lady.
All right. Do you need those photos back, Mr. Lally?
Maybe your thoughts on that, Laura?
Yeah, the ending was a little disappointing on that.
All right.
Well, it's interesting to me to see these cult docs that are coming out where the people are still in the cult. Like I usually like you see it and then it's like, all right, this person was arrested and this like at least for me that I've seen docs, and now it's like, nope, this person is still in there, and like I don't want to give away what
Right.
It's very interesting. It's about this.
Take it easy. I didn't find it nearly as interesting as the one that you were tweeting, and they came in. The
Twin Flames. Yeah, it wasn't. But
the
still,
love
it's
boat.
Twin Flames.
It's exciting at Twin Flames.
Yeah, it's Twin Flames.
Second episode, I was like a little like Snorefest, to be honest with you. I was like, I mean, point taken. Yeah, it's bizarre that, they have people on that are still like, and what was interesting about that is like when the video dropped from the family.
Yes.
And like the people that are in the cult are aware of it. And then he pivots.
Yes.
He pivots, he changes his approach. I'm not going to keep you away from your families. I'm going to have you communicate with them so that they're not throwing pebbles at the windows of the house and shit. I mean, there's definitely some wild shit.
Well, so I go to, of course, I'm like, let me check out her Instagram, the one who's in there. And like, she turned off comments on most of her videos, but on the newest one that she didn't, everyone's like, call your dad. That's like a top comment.
Yes. Yes.
Kimmy's blessed wants a Becky Hill. Like, you'll have to give me the straight dope.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't watch one. Sure.
Lieutenant O'Hara.
All right, some new pictures.
So, Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have up on the screen before you, is that what you have as Exhibit 134? I'm sorry, 111.
Oh, hold on. Might be backwards here. Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe to the jury, and if you using that laser pointer, what if anything is significant to be observed?
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
And sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom back out a little. Now, as far as when you're conducting a search and when the actual searching process is ongoing, what was the weather doing while you were doing it? That visible in this photograph?
Yes, because of the air conditioning. So you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a microphone in front of you.
Ooh, they got some air conditioning in there.
And so, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing, and is that something that you can observe in this photo?
It was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
As far as the wind was concerned, what, if any, impact did the wind have on the course of the search that you conducted?
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on the top.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
It's sort of a different perspective of the same area that you were talking about in the last photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph, 113. Again, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of closer perspective to the piece of taillight that you were referring to. Is that correct?
Correct.
I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Speak up, Lally. Get your shit together.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen? Is that what
Objection. Yes, it is.
Again, a closer up image of that same piece of taillight as it was observed when you covered it.
Correct. And you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up by one of the team members' shovels. And as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next photograph.
Yeah. So we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this.
Uh-oh.
We can't hear you at all.
The issue is I'm trying to move away from the podium.
I understand. So we need to turn the air conditioning
Get
off.
them a mobile mic.
Objection.
Yes, please.
I have to move away from the mic.
And again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next?
Yes, it is.
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered. And again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel. And again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
Jay, is that a Twizzler nib? Remember
The
nib?
next photograph is going.
Nice little movie theater treat.
This particular piece, is this one of the larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length, size of it, if you know how much would you estimate it, how big it was?
It gets a couple of inches, but I didn't measure it, sir.
I don't know. Yeah, where's the scale? Where's
like
the
next
little
photo.
ruler thing we all love, so we can.
Oh, look at that! Look at the people out there. Look at this
And
shot.
Lieutenant,
Action
if you
shot.
could describe to the jury sort of what is depicted or what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far apart, you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar size item that we're looking for, and we'll space out. Because this was such a condensed search area, we just had the team members stand almost shoulder to shoulder as they search through the area.
And the next photograph is coming. And again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at or what, if anything, significant to observe in this.
Maybe a little difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
Where?
Objection. There's no sneaker there.
Where's the
sneaker? In relation to where
Oh, I see it.
Where? It's flush up against the curb.
See, is it? Oh, maybe I don't. Never mind.
I apologize, sir. Right here.
There it is. Yeah. See, that's the bottom. Like that's the tread, right? Where he's that black.
Objection.
So similar as far as this photograph is concerned, what, if anything, you observe in that photograph? What do we?
That's a closer photo of the sneaker. Sneakers in the bottom, right down here.
The next photograph.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Now I see it.
Okay, now I see a sneaker. Jay. Now I see a sneaker. So much for your tread theory.
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer.
That's the side view,
zoomed-in
Bob.
photo.
That was the top view.
And
I
this
saw
would be the curbing right here.
Maybe I don't know.
No.
The
tread is a budded curb.
As it was when it was recovered.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is going.
See, I did see the tread.
You didn't see shit.
I saw the tread, sir. How dare you?
Correct, sir.
Is that sort of installation?
All right, maybe you saw the tread.
Earlier in the testimony.
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. As far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
The next photograph. And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
How it appeared when it was discovered?
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is coming. Next photograph is coming. And sir, in this photograph, if we could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
This is a good 125. It's a photo I have in front of me. This would be, might be difficult for them to see, but this is a clear piece of the taillight right here.
Oh. Real eagle-eyed trooper found that one.
And again, sir, what is depicted in this? Exhibit 1.6.
See a little closer zoomed in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
As far as what the area of snow surrounding, did that sort of the depth at which that piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered?
Correct, sir.
The next photograph, 127. What, anything we're looking at in this one?
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
The next photograph is exhibit 128. So if you could describe to the jury what is depicted in exhibit 128.
It's difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
Next photograph, 129. Again, if you could demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, is significant to your jury.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of taillight than the one you were referring to previously in the prior exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph, 130. What, if anything, what are we looking at in this?
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight. Again, might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
Next photograph, 131. What, if anything, is depicted in exhibit 130?
There's a larger piece of red taillight located on the ground in this location.
And the next exhibit, 132. What, if anything, are we looking at in 130?
It's a closer photo of the same piece of taillight right here located on the ground.
The next exhibit, 133.
I was doing that,
What,
the
if anything,
witness.
is depicted in 130?
There's a small piece of taillight, I believe, in this location right here.
And lastly, exhibit 134.
It's a small piece of taillight right on the ground right here in this location.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Set those away. Just take a look at those and look up when you're finished.
What's that, sir?
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize those?
This is the mapping system we use to map evidence we recover.
Are those diagrams created pursuant to that mapping system?
Yes, they are.
What's contained in those diagrams, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of where items were recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon?
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the range of error with the handheld GPSs.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce. No objection to the maps.
All right. Thank you.
So it's 135.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those to one in each succession to the jury?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have before you is the first diagram, 135, is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
And you mentioned something earlier in your testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay with the GPS system, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And you mentioned range of error, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Describe what the range of error is and how that impacts sort of how it's depicted in this particular diagram.
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range accuracy by a few different things. One is the satellite geometry. As I said before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver end, any issues with your receiver end, which is actually the handheld GPS. Those would be the four main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions would be up to 16 feet.
And so using the laser pointer, if we could direct the jury's attention to what is any sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular map.
I've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked. We have the address, which is the house, 34 Fairview. Then as you move further south, you'll see the first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the sneaker, you'll see a second red piece of plastic, and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next diagram, please.
This is supposed to show. Are you kidding me right now?
I don't know. This is some scorching
yes,
evidence right now, Jay. Scorching.
And, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this diagram or what, if anything, is different between 136 and 135.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little easier to read. So we removed the taillight pieces. And
all joking aside, Yannetti is going to flamethrow this entire evidence collection scenario that we've been hearing about for the last, I don't know, hour. It's been ridiculous. They've done nothing that you're supposed to do in terms of creating a chain of custody. I mean, like, they're not even putting, like, typically you'll see that L-shaped kind of ruler that they'll put in order to give us scale so that we know the size. You know, we don't know what time any of this stuff is collected. They're not giving time. Like, I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't made any objections as to lack of foundation in terms of when things are found time-wise. So it's going to be a good cross, I predict. It's going to be a good cross.
Now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And that area, as far as you were talking, sort of the concentration of the search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant, is that correct?
Correct, sir. We started closer to almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And if you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search began and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area. And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 to 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value? Is that correct?
Correct. We had gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for, it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
And so just using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was it from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street. So down in this location would be where we stopped.
Thanks. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, sir, at any point in time that you were on scene, were you able to look at or see any sort of photographs or any images of the damage to the taillight?
No, I was not.
So fair to say that at the time that you're conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct. We did not know how much damage there was.
Now, So you talked a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. As far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct. So that'll be probability of detection.
And I believe you've referenced earlier in your testimony some variables that go into that terminology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what some of those variables are and how it related to this particular search?
So probability of detection had wound up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline objective on how well we did search in the area. Covers 10 different categories. We'll rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline on what we think percentage-wise we would have found the objects we're looking for. Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which again is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last two I think is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just for the experience we have in searching.
So was it those variables that sort of led to the conclusion in conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Lally as far as to cease searching at that particular point after you were gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Oh boy.
Let's go. Thank you, sir. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
Objection.
Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
Okay. So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It was at my house.
I'm sorry?
It was at my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that
Correct,
time, right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search Is it important for you to know in general terms the working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation's concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you are seeking to find, you'd need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir. And I did not ask that.
All right. Is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure. No, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Well, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended prior to searching it?
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you
Dude,
would.
just answer the question.
just
You're
respond.
making it look
What my
bad.
preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
There
Okay.
we go.
That wasn't very difficult.
Apologize on the objection, Your Honor.
So, no comments, Ms. Giannetti.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there, there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit,
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil?
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
It's not unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of an area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right? So in this case, is it your testimony then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 2:53 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 2:32 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team. Because they were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second alert, or that alert?
West team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway. So I reached out to a West team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
Okay. And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct?
That was an availability of alert to see who would be available to respond.
And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct?
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
But your team was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
Sergeant Simpson at 2:53 p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct?
Correct. It's a voice generator response that will normally duplicate the instructions. So as they listen to it, if they miss it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay. And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct, sir. We weren't authorized to respond yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you from Canton?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
The daily journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That Daily Journal recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, I was entered into the daily journal.
I'm awake.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the daily journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it. Once you've had a chance to review that, Lieutenant, if you look up at me when you're done.
All set, sir.
So you'd agree with me that the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 p.m. alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
They do, sir.
What is the next entry on that journal?
It says, "Sir, activated en route to Canton."
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability?
Correct, sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you have a memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later?
It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is timestamped at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out. And that was timestamped at 3:48.
3:48, okay. Now, other than authorization that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert, did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command. And that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response.
But what
So
changed?
several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for Numerous reasons.
What
Staffing
changed?
reasons. They know I'm only pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through the weather to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
All right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit?
Thank you.
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab, which is our vehicle locator, to determine arrival times.
Is it your testimony? I'll skip back to the Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Do you deny that the personnel status report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just...
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yeah, it's whenever they would have been entered into the system. But that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet, sir.
Right, but again, that's not what the document says, right? It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your testimony is that other members didn't show up until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.?
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay, and so the last member of your team, which is, again, Carrier?
carrier, correct, sir, 541.
He showed up at 5:41 and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually?
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene, after getting the team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Cruiser is a command post on the map, sir.
Okay, all right. And a command post is a base of operations at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway. Yes, sir.
And you were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that,
Yes, sir.
which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Press because you were against 34 Fairview,
Correct, sir.
and then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Bousselet moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Tully
that's a huge thing
directed
right
you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right. So again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right. But in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a second, with regard to those 5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plainclothes at the scene?
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, You called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
And there is an entry, well, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission. And would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
It's been a recurring theme. Do you need
I do not.
glasses? You
I do
don't.
not,
Okay.
sir.
All right, I'm sorry.
So Jay, when you went to go take that dump,
Thank you, sir.
So 5 cops that were at the scene. He only knew 2 of them that were state troopers, meaning there were 3 other cops who we don't know where they're from.
That weren't part of his team?
That were not part of his team helping process the crime scene.
So there were 5 that came because I was here when he talked about the 5 that came. There were additional 3 that he had no idea who they were.
No clue who they were.
By the way, I wasn't taking a dump, so let's all relax.
All set, sir. Thank you.
I would never do that. I'm a professional, not during a stream.
Sure.
Lieutenant, having read that portion of the final mission report,
Objection.
is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. And did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not, no, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir. So I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing. Yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And you had mentioned during your testimony that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me just a moment. All right. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
All right. And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search.
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
Yeah, I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
So the answer is yes.
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We had never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
And do
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
include a lawn?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes, we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed down the area. Correct.
And best practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place. Yes, sir.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker and pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
The evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within a foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January 29th than today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area within a few inches, less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole, yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area, less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic, and then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area, less than a foot apart, correct?
The same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they were within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the two GPS points, which I have not done.
Sure, but if your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read, around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate?
Where you're saying 3 feet, I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS marking, sir. I'm not.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
I'm just asking questions. All right. So
that's kind of the entire point. Attorneys, whether it be the state or the defense, should not have to be asking questions like this. That's the entire point. The shit has to be documented. How could they possibly reconstruct a crime scene in any way when they haven't properly documented where things were found? This thing, he's lining it up to like just flamethrow. Like, I don't even know if they're going to be able to put on an action reconstruction guide because this was so sloppy.
And he said in his testimony that even in clear weather, the GPS has like a range of error, but it was like a fucking snowstorm. And he just said, he's like, well, you'd have to check the GPS, but that's like completely off. Like, how are you supposed to go by that if it's completely flawed? Like, that,
but in their testifying that they did a grid search. I mean, the entire purpose of a grid search is to be able to document where things are found. I mean, in a case that's entirely circumstantial, this is the biggest and most important evidence that they're going to have. And they just did an awful job in terms of collection. I get that it was a snowstorm, but I mean, they're going to have to answer for these questions. I mean, this guy, he's the head of the CERT team here. It was his investigation, and he's having, shit roll downhill, saying it was a detective that would have made the call as to how the scene was going to be documented. That's absurd. I'm surprised Lally didn't ask, or United didn't ask who exactly that detective was, because if it was Proctor, I want to know.
With regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic? Did that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, not without measuring it, but I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was in that prior proceeding, did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right.
It's a fair question. We need to answer.
And then,
Yeah, wow. Did you hear that, Lally? Brady?
moving
That was
along,
not
we have
me.
the red
My God,
plastic,
the size.
3 feet south, black
Objection.
sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic, and finally, several feet south of that clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found? Several feet south.
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay. All right. So we will agree that, one piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No. Okay.
So he should be asking right here. So you would agree, had you properly documented where the evidence was found, you would have a much easier time answering these questions today. Isn't that correct, sir? That's the question, because that's exactly what he's getting at.
Okay. Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir. They were under snow.
Can I have those exhibits, please? Okay, can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right, the jury needs to take a break. Why don't we
Sure.
why don't we have this on warning?
No, Kai, that was all Lally.
All rise for the court, please.
Biggest key for my Lally impression when I lean in.
Follow me, please.
You know what's happening. I'll start bringing the mic up.
Objection.
Over 880 folks here. Thanks for being Bob. What's the like situation at? What's the
Oh, let me peep that. Good ask, Jay. Good ask. Let me see what's up. Let me.
Hey there,
Uh-oh.
Karen Reed, trial
Uh-oh.
Oh
watchers.
my God.
This is
Did
a
you-
Oh my
law
God.
and crime
my
legal
God.
alert.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Sorry.
Did you talk to him at
Yeah, I
CrimeCon?
put him in my pocket. We walked around. Went to bed. he's such a small guy, man. It's like it's shocking. Like when I first met Jesse last year, and I had been on with him on Law and Crime. You know, he's got that big actor head. You know, so you always assume that they're like big dudes. This big. He's like literally pocket size. You know, carrying him around. He's just adorable. Put him on the table. Talks with people. It's cute. Kidding, Jesse. If you happen to watch this stream. Not that small. It's very small though. Yeah, man. So so I see some comments I want to talk about it. So I don't think Yannetti's off this morning. I think that he's trying to lay a foundation with this witness to be able to relate back to as future witnesses come on. So I mean, clearly, I think it's been established. And I think that it's going to be clear to the jury as well that this was a shit show in terms of processing of the crime scene. This is not what you want to happen if you're processing a crime scene. You need to have, like, especially if there's a contemplation that somebody was struck by a vehicle and you know that they're going to need to do some kind of accident reconstruction down the road. And how can you do that if you didn't document in conjunction to where certain things are found? It's important to know where a piece of tail light that is presumably cracked due to the accident itself is in relation to a victim's shoe that's found on the scene. You know, like, how can you reconstruct it if you're guessing? Is that, can you ever get to a point where you can say anything with certainty? You can't. It's impossible.
Yeah, because they'll just destroy. Like I've actually had accident recon experts. They're like nerds, and it's so important to them that data is going to be the argument is going to be garbage in, garbage out. So if this is way off, how could your extrapolation be correct? Whatever you've determined, if you're relying on data that's garbage, how could this be correct? I mean,
exactly. I can't see a world in which it can be. You know, it can never be anything more than rank speculation. You know, and that's going to be the problem with the state's case, the Commonwealth's case. They're gonna forever have this issue because it never got any better than this. You know, it never got any better than this. And like, to me, it really struck a chord to find out. So I think there were seven cops out there total, law enforcement. Like the 5 that showed up later, 2 of them were stadies, 3 unknown. So obviously immediately, and then he followed up, you were off screen. He followed up with the question, were you aware at that point that Canton PD had been conflicted out of the case? So I think he did a really nice job there. We don't know what he knows in terms of who shows up that evening, but it lays the groundwork, you know. But like, when you're processing a scene, like, you need to know who is doing what in terms of evidence collection, who's bagging it, who's tagging it. We see no markers whatsoever. We've all watched many trials. When you see evidence photographs, you always see the tags, like the little yellow number tents, where if they find casings or whatever the evidence is. You'll typically see the measuring device to give us scale, especially, you know, when you're talking about, I had no idea how big that first piece of taillight was that they showed us. That could have been 4 inches long. It could have been a half an inch. I have no clue, because there was nothing to give us scale. But beyond that, a good evidence collection process will include not only the photographs that are properly taken where an evidence item has been marked, but also by whom discovered it. I mean, it's going to become a real issue if they can't tell us who found what, because that's going to open the door for the defense to be throwing their theory out. All right, So, we have some stadies out here. We did a shit collection process in terms of documentation. I don't even know who 3 of these dudes were. And they're obviously going to be saying, they're going to be implying that it was Canton, that they were, doing the old Shawshank shit, Andy Dufresne. Just, I'm dropping the wall that I'm slowly carving away in my cell out in the yard. I mean, it's like, he's building up to that, like without even having to say it.
And that's not even factoring the fact that they left the scene unattended for how long? How many people? I'm not saying this did happen. I'm just saying, like, of course, the defense's inference is going to be there was no one here from when the police first got here, and then this guy comes. It was just left alone. Anyone could have been there. Anyone, like, how could that not, like, that is like,
it's insane. Like, not only unattended, but like no crime scene tape up.
Nothing.
Nothing. Just a yard. Just a dude's yard. It's dude's yard. That's not a crime scene. I mean, it like the whole scene was just destroyed in terms of being able to process it properly. Beyond that, we're going to have the timeline issues. We know from Yannetti's argument in his motion to dismiss, talking about the Sally port, talking about the 40 plus minutes of missing video from when Karen Reed's vehicle is in the Sally port. Lally's response to that as well. It's motion censored. Lally, saying, well, like it just, the camera wasn't on and Yannetti says, oh, well, I know that they drove the vehicle into the Sally port. He's like, I think that's the exact definition of motion. So like, why isn't the video there? So, I mean, they have these pieces that we know exist. Whether or not what happened as to what they're saying actually happened, we have no idea. But again, the defense doesn't have to prove jack shit. They just have to put enough in to create reasonable doubt. I mean, that's the thing that's going on here. And I forget who had asked the question. I don't know if it was Meg or Angela. One of the two had asked a question about the third party culprit. And remember, what Judge Bev wanted them doing was getting that in through cross. They've done a good job. They haven't gotten any smoking guns. If anybody expected any of the Alberts or the McCabe's to get on the stand and admit that John O'Keefe came into the house, they were smoking a crack pipe, that was never happening. I mean, if they withstood all the shit that they've withstood for the past year leading into this trial, there's no way they're getting on the stand and caving. That was never happening. So, they have to, like, the defense has to leave these trail of breadcrumbs for the jury to see this is what we're getting at. Why wasn't an investigation done in that house? Why was this investigation outside on the premises so sloppy? Like, why weren't they documenting things properly? Why wasn't there a search warrant ever issued to get into that house and just check it out? Because it's like the argument is, if I'm the McCabe's and Alberts who have gone through a ton of shit the past year, and I'm talking outside of court, like, I'd be furious with law enforcement. If John O'Keefe never came into my house, I'd be suing them for not doing their job properly, because their lack of investigation is the direct cause of everybody speculating that they may have had a hand in this. I'd be beyond myself. I'd be absolutely furious, and that's facts, so I don't know, man. We'll see. It's going to be like, like I've been saying for days leading up to this. Now we're getting into the case against Karen Reed. Everything that we've seen for the first 17 days, because 18 was the magic number when he finally started putting the ER doctor in, started seeing some people relating to the case against Reed. Now we're full blown into it. So now we're going to be getting Jay, your dream's going to come true. Bukaki's going to hit the stand. There's no question about that. We're going to get the Emmys, all this. Like, now we're here. So now we can critically analyze what we're hearing.
Bukaki.
So yeah, it's good. All right. You keep the kids company. I'm going to run down, make my morning coffee, because I've gone I don't know.
Go get your coffee, sir. It's like
2:15. Yeah, 2:15. I got to make some delicious iced coffee. I shall return.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for being here. If you haven't hit that like button, please hit that like button. Again, if you're coming in late, first of all, welcome and thank you for being here. If you're new to us, we think we have the best chat in the land. If you lurk, say hi. We got a bunch of friendly people in here, and we'll be happy to talk to you. As far as scheduling, if you're coming in late, today, full day. Tomorrow, day off, but not for me and Bob, because we have Jack, never a truer word, coming on tomorrow at 1. We're going to dual stream that bitch. So it's going to be on my channel, going to be on Bob's channel. Part 2 of Jen McCabe's analysis. Jack analyzes the words that people use to see, does this seem like they're telling the truth? Does this seem like they're not telling the truth? Tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, part 2. So we hope you can join us for that. Wednesday will be on my channel, full day. Thursday back on Bob's channel, half day. Friday off. This, I don't know what the deal with this court is and Judge Darth, but that's the schedule. So, but we hope you join us tomorrow at 1. If you missed part 1 of Jack's analysis of Jen, it's really good. Check out his page. Yeah, that's the schedule, guys. I don't know why. That is the schedule. So, today's a full day. Tomorrow, no court. Wednesday, full day. Thursday, tilt. And by the way, half day. They've been doing half days to like 1:30. But if I remember correctly, Bev was like Thursday, maybe to like 12. So like a real half day. So that's where we're at, folks. And what else? What else is going on? If you missed it, we are starting, like Bob said, with some troopers. We got Trooper O'Hara today, who was collecting the evidence. Apparently, there were some people there that he did not know, which is going to be a major problem, I think. It's just that part really blows my mind, because you would think in the closing they're going to be like, you want reasonable doubt? What about the fact that after the initial investigation, they just left that scene alone? That to me is just one of the biggest, like, anyone, if you are to believe there's some sort of conspiracy or something happened that was why people are deleting their phones. I'm not saying this is why. I'm just saying, if you were to believe that, why people are getting rid of their phones, deleting phone calls, etc., that time from when they did the initial search and then when the state trooper comes and they just leave it alone, they just leave the scene, that is mind-boggling. And then like this trooper kind of wouldn't answer it, and then finally he got him to answer, like, yeah, that's not ideal. Like, that screams reasonable doubt to me. But what do I know? I'm just a moron yelling at a screen. Speaking of a moron yelling at the screen, if you're new to Bob's channel today, if maybe you came here, me and Bob have been switching. So like I said, my channel is The Shaming of Jay. On Wednesday, we'll be on my channel all day. Again, Tuesday, we're dual streaming that Biatch, me, Bob, and Jack. And then Thursday, we'll be on Bob's channel, Defense Diaries. By the way, if you're new, say hi. Is there anyone here who today is their first day? Say hi in the chat. We'll welcome you. We love all our subs. We appreciate them. Our mods, best in the land. Keep this a nice place where you're not getting attacked, hopefully. So, hey, Life Love, good to see you. Good to see everybody. Thanks for being here. We missed you. Bob almost made me spit my water out on the keyboard when he said that he took Jesse Weber and put him in his pocket. Oh, my Lanta. Yes, and hit the like. Bob never checked back. Let me check on the like situation. Let me check. According to me, we got 829 people watching us right now and only 431 likes. That's a good number. Let's bump it up. When we get more likes, we get like our feed gets in the algorithm, more people come join us, and that's what we want to do. So if you haven't hit that like button. Hey, Afton Archer says, watched often but never chatted. I'm a mitigation specialist in Indiana. I love you both. We love you, Afton. Thanks for being here, Afton Archer. Welcome, welcome. Grandma Nancy. First time here. Hello. Welcome, Grandma Nancy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Do we have some other new folks? Say hi. We are friendly, I promise. Susan says, tell Babe because of her, I saw cheese balls and almost got them today. And then Hubby came up the aisle with them because Shan mentioned them. That's awesome. Yes. All right. Here, while Bob is, I'll tell you what really happened. Prui says, you guys want to know, I'm neurotic. So I'm going to tell you guys what really happened when I was off screen. So Bob told everyone I took a dump. I did not. This is what happened, guys. If you want to know how mental I am, I am neurotic. So yesterday afternoon and today, I've been like lifting stuff up and like my hands have been shaking, like both of them. And like I had been resting my hands and they had been shaking. And I'm like, oh my God, I have some sort of neurological condition. What is going on? Why is stuff shaking when I like hold it? Like it's better now. And I went to Babe and I'm like, Babe, what's going on with me? And she's like, smile. So I smiled and apparently the smile was good. It was at one side. And then she's like, do this. And if you're like, if you can feel the pain in your hands, that's so guys, you know what it is? I think probably I hedge clipped all day yesterday and then I cut the lawn all day and I have a push mower where you have to like hold the things down, you know, and like it shakes and I'm just a fucking puss and my forearms are weak and I'm a little baby. So no, I was not taking a dump and also no, I don't have a neurological condition. I'm just a man child but I did a good job. I hedged the clippers. I clipped the bushes. I mowed the lawn and I'm good. Lydia Bell, yo, first time catching alive. Welcome, Lydia. Thanks for being here. It's weak wrists. I'm a weak wristed man. I'm a weak wristed man. What could I tell you? I got to work on I got to do that exercise where you like take a. Anyway, thanks everyone for being here. I'm a man's man. Oh, and I got rid of that hornet's nest. Babe got stung by a bee. Well, I was a man's man. I went out there and I stood 20 feet away and I sprayed that shit that probably like has the worst shit for your probably gonna kill the tree. But I did it one time, I did it 2 times, and I went out there and I took I have one of those clippers, you know, those hand claws where you like get garbage, and I took down the nest and there was no hornets in there. Because for folks who are new to this who might not know, I'm a man's man. So I take care of things like that. So oh, by the way, me and Babe went to a nice dinner on Saturday. For folks who missed this story, I on accident took us to a restaurant the last time we had a date night, which was called Cans with a Z. I didn't know that it meant cans like cans, you know what I mean? So we went to another place. It was very nice. But what I noticed, and I tweeted this out, the water came out in these clear bottles, and they were in bullet bourbon, you know, bottles. And for folks who follow the Dan Markel case, Wendy Adelson, you'll know. I was like, holy shit. I didn't get the watermelon drink. I got I forgot what it was called. It was so good. It was maybe there was melon in it. I don't know. It was very fruity. Give me the fruitiest drinks. I'm not like that guy who's like, give me an IPA. Brr. No, that should taste like piss. I'm man enough to be like, give me the fruitiest, sugariest drink that you got. I'll take it. No, Mandy, good point. So you spent another day talking about the Adelsons? No, we got up to that point, and then Babe was like, wow, did we just spend the whole time not talking about them? So we didn't talk about them up to then. Break should be until probably 11:15. So I'm guessing about 5 more minutes.
All right. So I heard you went on a date. That sounds fantastic.
You heard the story about the restaurant. It was not a restaurant. It was a regular.
So
really
no
nice.
Twin Peaks for
no
Jay and
cans.
Ken?
No
All
cans. She picked it out. It was really, really nice. It was like we had a good time. So
that's awesome. You guys deserve a nice night out.
Yeah, I said to her the last time I took her out. The last time I took her out, I'm like, we need to, because I never, for folks who are new, maybe I'm an introvert, and I don't like to go out. So, but I like to go out with Babe. So, yeah, this is our first one in a few months, but it was.
I love that for y'all. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of the Adelsons, I met your boy, Dan's brother was there. Like the guy who I think that's his brother, right? Dan Markel's brother.
No, he has a sister, not a brother.
So who's like? He's the guy who started the thing that you tweeted about this morning. Justice for Dan. He's like
Jared Ross. No, I don't think he was there.
No, I don't think so.
Because Justice for Dan
is super nice guy. Loves you. You've spoken with him. He's like, oh yeah. I don't know. I'll figure it out because I gave him all
Bob, who the hell are you talking about?
Dude, you have no idea how many people I met. It was like
no, so he because Justice for Dan is by a lady named Karen, a woman named Karen. So I'm not sure who.
Let me see. He says they've got a YouTube channel. So I'll figure it out.
Society page, perhaps?
I don't know. He had the Justice for Dan. He had the little
Oh,
pin.
that's awesome.
He was walking around with Carl, the lawyer.
Oh yeah, Carl Steinbeck was there.
Yeah, so like those two were walking around, and they came up to the table, and they're like, "Oh, we watched you with Jay, and we love you, and Jay's awesome. Great." Yeah, dude, it was really cool. I'm sorry I can't remember his name, and if he's watching, I apologize. I'm like, I tell everybody, I'm like, I suck with names. I'm great with faces, though. I'm amazing with faces. I never forget a face. I will forget your name exactly 2.3 seconds after you tell it to me.
I'm the same way.
I can't do it. I don't know how to do. All right, we got some movement.
By the way, Sarah, thank you. Our Aspiring Court reporter said to remind you, Bob, it's June, so you get 10 memberships. Remember, like,
I'm gonna drop those today. Speaking of memberships, we got For Fox's Sake.
Welcome.
Family Hub. And look at this.
Life Love, she's awesome.
Thank you. Be seated.
Thank you for giving out that family hug. We appreciate that.
We had a bunch when you were away of a few new folks who were saying hi and that they love us. So thank you.
Thank you. We love you back.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Nettie, you can go back to the podium.
Thank you.
Lieutenant O'Hara, you testified on direct examination that you collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct?
I believe that's what we found. Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yes, why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to.
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right. In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
Hey, Melody. Oh,
Okay, redirect, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
So Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
You were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. I mean, more general than doesn't get too thorough.
You had made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed.
Notice how he always looks at the jurors when Lally's asking him questions, but never looks at the jurors when he's being crossed. Interesting.
Response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the Geotab GPS on the cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that equipped with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how you're able to tell the precise time of your arrival on scene,
Correct, sir.
as well as each member of your unit? Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that. Is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
All right.
Wow.
oh, I got
All
a
right, Lieutenant,
membership.
you are all set, sir.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
Hey.
my guy.
Thank
My
you.
guy.
Mr. Yannetti, this is your paperwork, I believe. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Maureen Hartnett to the stand.
Oh boy.
It wasn't by chance Carl Steinbeck's brother, John, right? It was someone different.
Taller guy, probably like 6'2", good dark head of wavy hair. I have no idea, dude.
I gotta find.
All I can tell you is the night that I had my meet up in the Falls Bar, he was feeling no pain. But like the last time I ran in, super nice guy.
Yes.
All right, gifted out 5, Jay. I'm going to hold off another 5 that I'll gift out during our amazing part 2 of Matt from Never a Truer Word tomorrow. So make sure you're there.
Good morning.
And if you're
Could you
lucky,
please state your name and spell your last name for the
who
jury?
doesn't love free, Jay?
Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you throughout this to keep your voice up, okay?
Oh,
I don't
don't
want to have
start
to turn
there.
off the air.
Don't
And
start.
Ms. Hartnett,
Pam.
what do you do for
She was
work?
fine.
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
And I'm going to ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate was concerned?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Bridgewater State University.
Where?
And following receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And after you received your master's, where did you go after that?
I was then hired by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And when you're initially hired, you mentioned that you're a forensic scientist 2 now, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're initially hired, or when you were initially hired at the State Crime Lab, what was your position and what did that entail?
Are you referring to back in 2004 or in my current hire?
You're back in 2000.
In 2004, I was originally hired as a temporary employee in the CODIS unit.
And what is it that you did there?
I collected blood samples for the DNA database.
And did you receive any sort of training in regard to that work?
Yes, I was trained on how to properly collect and seal those samples.
And what did training sort of consist of in reference to that?
I demonstrated being able to take those collections and then properly store them and seal them.
Oh boy, that just lined
Now,
itself up for you
Your
guys,
current
didn't it?
position, what is your position at the crime lab?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response units.
And what is sort of the difference between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is still in training at the crime lab.
And did you start as a forensic scientist 1 when you came into this particular unit?
Yes, I did.
And about how long a period or process is it from the time that you start as a forensic scientist 1 before you become a forensic scientist?
It took me approximately 9 to 10 months to be signed off to be a forensic scientist 2.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what goes on as far as that process is concerned, going from a forensic scientist 1 to a forensic scientist 2?
During that time period, we are being trained in the various types of analysis that we'll perform in the criminalistics unit.
And what exactly does that training sort of consist of?
The training is broken up into modules, which addresses each type of analysis. At the end of each module, we take a written exam, an oral exam, and a hand-on practical exam. Once each module is successfully completed, we'll move on to the next module.
Lurking.
And what are your duties as a forensic scientist in the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence submitted by law enforcement personnel or crime scene responders for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I also perform gunshot residue collection and damage analysis.
And with respect to the crime scene response unit?
For the crime scene response unit, I respond to crime scenes. I document crime scenes, analyze or test evidence, preserve the evidence, and then transport that evidence back to the crime lab.
Fascinating.
And now, with reference to your training experience, specifically in the crime scene response unit, what is, based on your training experience, what is sort of the definition of what is a crime scene?
A crime scene is any location that may contain evidence related to a crime.
Now,
nearly
with regard to those
Christopher
two positions, what, if any, training did you receive in regards to those
I see it.
2 units that you're currently in while you were at the lab?
For the, I'm sorry, are you speaking about the crime scene training specifically?
Crime scene training.
Ask a better question,
Let
Lally.
me ask you first to start with the criminalistics.
The criminalistics training, I completed modules on body fluid identification, such as blood and semen, trace analysis, identification of hairs and fibers, pattern evidence, such as blood stain pattern evidence, as well as damage analysis.
And as far as the training was concerned with regard to the crime scene response?
I received training in proper documentation using sketches and diagrams of the scene. I also received training in trace collection at crime scenes, as well as gunshot residue collection at crime scenes.
Now, the crime lab that you work for, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does that, as far as accreditation, what does that mean?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance process that the laboratory is a part of, or an outside body evaluates our crime lab to ensure that our personnel, procedures, and instruments are held to certain scientific standards.
And the outside sort of vendor or the outside accrediting agency, who is that in regard to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI is another acronym that stands for American National Standards Institute.
Double acronyms,
as far as that accreditation is concerned, how often is that something that that your lab undergoes, or audit process? How how is accreditation sort of achieved?
We are audited, I believe, I want to say every 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. They come out to the lab and they go through certain systems or have a certain scope in which they audit us. We also do internal audits as well.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, is that something that was up to date in the month of January of 2022?
Yes, it was.
And is it up to date currently as well?
Yes.
Now, your work, I believe you just alluded to this as far as your testimony, but does your work go through some sort of review process?
Yes, every assignment that I complete goes through both a technical review process and an administrative review process.
Can you explain a little bit about what each of those is and what it means?
A technical review process is done by an independent analyst, either a peer or a supervisor, who will look through my file and determine whether or not they can come to the same conclusions that I came to based on my notes.
Are you familiar, based on your training and experience within the lab, of something called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is your understanding? What is a proficiency test?
Proficiency tests are given in the different types of analysis that we do at the lab to ensure that we are maintaining our competency in that type of analysis.
And about how often are these administered, or how often do you take proficiency tests?
For biological fluid identification, I take 2 per year. For trace identification, I take 1 per year. And for crime scene response, I take 1 per year.
And these proficiency tests, are they required by the accrediting body ANAB that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And did you take a proficiency test in hair and fiber identification in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the outcome of that proficiency test?
That was successfully completed and required a remediation.
Can you explain to the jury what remediation is and why this specific proficiency test required remediation?
A remediation occurs when you have an inconsistent answer with that is expected by the laboratory or by the test provider. In this particular instance, I had an inconsistent answer with the expected laboratory result.
And how was the remediation completed in this instance?
After the inconsistent answer was identified by my technical leader, we had a verbal discussion about why I came to the conclusion I did. To be more specific, each item had 2 samples. One of the samples for item 4, I determined as being a human hair without a root, when in fact the root was present. We had a discussion on how I came to that conclusion, and then she mounted that hair back on the microscope, and we discussed different ways that I could have come to the correct conclusion.
And during that remediation process, were you permitted to continue to perform casework during that time?
Yes, I was. I was permitted to continue to perform casework in hair and fiber identification. However, I was temporarily asked to not perform technical reviews of my peers' work on hair and fiber identification.
And was prior casework that you had completed evaluated to verify that the previous reports were issued correctly?
Yes, they were.
And what was the determination in regard to that?
No previous casework was affected by this error.
And have you since completed additional proficiency tests in hair and fiber identification?
We'll see.
Yes, I did.
We'll see. Maybe.
And what were the outcomes of those subsequent proficiency tests?
Those were successfully completed without needing any additional remediation.
As far as the remediation was concerned, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what the issue was and what that remediation process looked like again.
Sure. So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that at the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics such as a loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damage. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
10 million.
Over 1,000.
Oh,
And how many scenes have you processed in regards to your work with the crime scene response?
100
I
million.
responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the lead investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Mm.
Now, if I could ask just
not
a
really
general
approximately.
question as
That's
far as
that's
blood
actually a
testing is
definitive number.
concerned, how is it
It's
that you
exactly
test for blood?
65.
Normally, I would test for
Precisely.
blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a two-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I apply sterile water to. I take that cotton swab and apply it to the area that I would like to test. And then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test, or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a COVID, if you've taken a COVID test or a pregnancy test, the liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
And through your training experience and work with the lab, are you familiar with a term called QLIM or QLIM?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to DNA, would not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, 1 to be tested in our DNA unit and 1 to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that that item, the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
Now, Ms. Hartman, if I could turn your attention to February 2nd, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it's approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
And was one of them a reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Now, where within the Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did you go?
I was directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
And when you got to the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
What was the date on this?
And did you then examine that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And you made certain observations of that, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to your observations that you made of the black Lexus SUV,
Jackson.
was that memorialized in any way?
What's up, Jack?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the Crime Scene Services section within the State Police Lab?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations or while you were conducting the work?
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other, I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
Thank you, Christy.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Well, I'll give Lally credit. He did try to get ahead of the fact that she fucked up prior and had to like take more tests to keep her job, but it's not gonna look good.
Yeah.
I'm showing you a 3-page document, just ask you to look down and help me finish.
Jay, do you need a toe? I can get you a toe. Get you, put a little green paint on it. You need a toe? I'll get you a toe.
Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks like diagrams that I had taken at the scene. However, it appears to be missing some information.
Yeah,
So as
she
far
had
as
a
the
real
notes that you
puzzled
took, they're
look
not
when
memorialized.
she first looked at it.
Ms. Harden, you were taking notes on those diagrams when you were at the Canton Police Station in the garage?
Yes, I did.
And that diagram that you have before you does not contain those notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the diagrams that you had before you and that you were taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Includes the make, the model, license plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded, as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make is a Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684. The VIN number is JTJFY7AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
Approach January.
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce in the minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
About 137.
Okay.
Ms. Harden, with reference to the diagram that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yes.
Oh,
And Ms.
picture,
Hartnett,
Jay.
Look at
before
that
you, I
thing.
believe on that
Wow.
desk in front of you, there should be a laser
Fancy.
pointer.
Yes.
Just click on the button there and point it at the screen if I or anyone asks you to do so with reference to the screen. So, Ms. Harding, with reference to what's up on the screen, the top of that first page of diagrams, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what you observed and what, if anything, you made note of in reference to your observations of the black Lexus on February 7th.
Wait, the examination says 2-1.
In my notes, I
Is
had
it?
the vehicle was in overall
What's
good
happening?
condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area.
They keep
So
saying
that's
the
not
second, but the
viewable in
examination
this
date said
particular
2-1.
diagram.
Mm.
And it's going to, if you can scroll down to the bottom.
Get their shit right, man. Can they get anything like accurate?
So in this area here.
And as far as the damage that you noted in the right rear passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
A dent.
Just go and back that the next page. Now, from the diagrams that are up on the screen right now, page 2 of what's been marked as 137, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to the fact.
The damage to the dent, the rear door was in this area. The broken taillight was here, and then there were some scratches on the rear bumper as well.
Now, in addition to scratches on the rear bumper on the area of that lift gate in the back, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of within that area?
I observed an apparent hair on the rear quarter panel about here, and I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word, when you say.
Amazing that hair is stuck
rear
on
bumper,
the car while it was transported all
Why
around
that
the
terminology,
blizzard.
why do you
Amazing.
call it that at that
Amazing.
stage when you're in the
Excellent
garage and
point.
you're making these observations?
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that, did you do that microscopic examination of the hair that you observed in the rear area of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself, taken back to the lab and examined microscopically?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
And when you say reserve it for the trace unit, if you could, just in general terms, describe to the jury what the trace unit is and what is it that they do as far as their analysis in relation to what you do.
Certain items will be examined in the trace unit for identification. So the criminalistics unit does not perform glass identification. That would be done in the trace unit. They would also, they also will look at other items such as plastic and hairs, but I'm not comfortable going into the analysis that they perform. I don't have the details on that.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the third diagram within that. And again, Ms. Harden, what's up on the screen is that before you as the third diagram,
Yes.
or the third page of the diagram. And what, if anything, of significance did you note in this area of that?
I noted the items that were located within the vehicle. There were some boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this. As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Ms. Gunn, you can, excuse me, you can take that down. Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you initially a set of 18 photographs. Just asking generally with those, and I'm just going to ask you, generally speaking, if you recognize what is contained there. And ma'am, do you, generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that date of February 2nd?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll excuse the minutes of that. Minutes. No objection.
Oh, Ajax on cross. You guys hear that?
Your Honor, if I may, I don't mean to.
So Madam Court Reporter needs to.
I understand. So all I'm asking, Your Honor, is if I may approach just to show a couple more photographs while the court reporter is reporting so that the witness may review them. Are we done?
If anyone speaks before I'm done, it won't be on the record.
No one speak. It won't be on the record. She's got the trunk down. She's not huffing anything, so just shut your faces. I don't care if you're going to pass out, lady who's hot in the jury. Don't you say a damn word.
You tell her, Jay.
Bev can't be happy with this. She likes this to be all done beforehand. If you're coming in late, they apparently now have air conditioners in the court. So now, even though this lady still
Is that why
got
they
yelled
didn't
at,
have court maybe for 3 days? That's me.
install
We're
them.
gonna install some AC because Judge Bev, she don't like the hot shit. Look at her leaning over there, peeking.
Oh yeah, she did turn it off for that witness. Luthi is right. I wonder if they've turned it. Hopefully they've turned it back on.
Oh,
It's gonna be like 80 here in New York. I wonder if it's the same in Boston.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Judge Boyce was awesome, Spitfire Dragon. He was
Oh my God, Danielle.
best judges we've had.
Pamela.
Oh, Pamela coming in.
Wow. Wow. What about Lally? He's just a public servant. Poor Lally.
So, Mr. Lally, you really need to keep your voice up.
Lally, pull your head out of your ass and speak into the mic, sir.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I
At this point, if I was Lally, I would be just straight out
photographs that have now been
screaming,
marked?
Your Honor!
Yes.
The next question.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with 2498.
In this exhibit, do you see the blood in the cup, madam? Sorry if I'm blowing out your eardrums right now. Sorry, everyone.
Wait, I can't hear you. You blew out my eardrums. What?
Sorry.
Oh.
Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of the license plate of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2499. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, next photograph, 2500. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen is this exhibit 140?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize within this photo?
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage of the Camden Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And if I could have the next photograph, it's going 2501. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
And which part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
Looks like the front passenger side of the Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph is Gilman 2502. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at this point?
The driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505. And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Harnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2506. Do you recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's up and around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
Oh, thank God. Thank God they used caution tape somewhere.
Now,
Near all the water bottles, those water bottles over there.
Unless they got them a Stop and Shop, Bob.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to the damage that you were talking about, or where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
Oh. Oh.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2508.
Hopefully this one, oh, there we go. There we
So
go.
looking now at what's been marked exhibit 147, Mr. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a little. Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
If you could, again, using a laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observe that damage.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, Ms. Hartman, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle and this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
And what, if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that vehicle?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
And did you perform any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper, as well as the apparent hair from the rear quarter panel. And I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
And turning away from that just for a moment, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 2512. And Ms. Hartman, direct your attention up on the screen. What's now been marked as exhibit 150? Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, of significance in relation to items collected or items to observe, do you observe in this particular photo?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2515. And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as exhibit 153, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that within this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear tail light? To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where damage is indicated or observed by you, is that later marked in some fashion?
I note the damage in my notes.
But as far as on the physical item itself, is that marked in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
Yeah, Todd.
So that
in
second set
Illinois,
of
it's
photographs
usually
that I
the
placed
clerk.
before you when the
Clerk
stenographer was marking those
Not the
exhibits, do you
clerk.
generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach them?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce an event. Just 4 photographs as an extra exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection to this.
How did the hair not blow off? Forget about the glass. How did the hair survive the blizzard?
Thank you very
Drives?
much.
That's
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury as well.
Okay.
I've seen those bumpers on SUVs where they've got like that plastic and they have like ridges in there. I mean, I could see broken glass surviving that, but a hair.
Again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 156?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that's the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have this gentleman photograph 2527.
Jay, that shit's clean in there. Is your car that clean on the interior, dude?
Fuck no.
Clean, bro.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with counsel?
Okay.
Oh, we needs a moment.
Look at that. Is that a Starbucks? Is that a Taco Bell? Like where do you think that comes from, Jay?
It's gotta be donkey. It's
Thank you,
gotta be
Ron.
donkey,
Appreciate it.
baby. It's gotta be right.
D's,
Got
donkeys.
the orange straw.
So it's
I
hard to
mean,
direct your attention to
like
the
where did they
screen,
put that
photograph
beverage glass? Were they just
2527,
holding in their
that's now
hand
marked
this
exhibit
alleged
157.
beverage glass that makes it
Recognize
trip all over the world?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Jamba
Yes.
Juice.
And lastly, from this packet, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Hardnett, 2535, which has now been marked as exhibit 159, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior of the trunk of the black Lexus SUV.
And is that fair and accurate portrayal of the interior of the trunk as you observed it in the Canton Police Department garage on February 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're getting real close to nothing further. I predict.
I'm showing another series of 90 photographs, and just ask you to look at those. Look up when you're finished, but really what I'm going to ask you is, do you recognize what's depicted in this? Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those 9, that set of 9 there?
These are pictures of the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm open to introduce and admit as the next 9 exhibits.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Well, you really have to keep your voice up.
I'm sorry?
You really have to keep your voice up.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Do
Just
you?
scream,
Lally?
Just scream.
Are you sure?
What if it's that just Bev needs a hearing aid? Because we hear him. I hear him. I heard
hear
the other
him
guy.
perfectly. I hear him perfectly.
That was wonderful. Bravo. I loved that. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad. Well, there were parts of it that weren't very good. It could have been a lot better. I didn't really like it. It was pretty terrible. It was bad. It was awful. It was terrible. Get him away. Hey, boo.
I love that clip.
It's the best.
160 to 166 one. I'm sorry, 26.
Jay and I are gonna have to make that shirt. The show. Oh, Cable's got some deets here. I had this exact license
Thank you very much.
and everything. It's on airbags and the suspension.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I
Raise and
publish,
lower.
portions
Oh,
of
it's
this,
by like
board
6
here as
inches
well?
either way. Interesting.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2539. Sergeant, what's up on the screen is photograph 2539. That's now been marked as exhibit 160. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
As far as the damage that you observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to that, or what's visible of that in this photograph.
This area here is the broken taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have next photograph 2540. Now exhibits 161. Again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe, if anywhere in this photograph, damage to the right rear passenger.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554. And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as photograph 2554 exhibit 165?
Yes, I do.
And talking before, earlier in your testimony, about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
Do you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And did you direct the jury's attention using laser pointer to where you observed that and what if any area of damage or what that's to note?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in. There's a letter on the sticker, I believe it's A, that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I noticed.
Where?
Gentlemen, if I could have photograph 2558.
Was that little thing supposed to be the hair?
My apologies, 2556. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked?
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that placard. Okay. And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what if anything is depicted that you denoted something sort of
Right here.
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
Huh?
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs. If you could just those up on your pen. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the tail light on the Lexus SUV.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Yes. Come up, see if you can briefly give us an excellent exhibit. Okay.
It's 169 to 172.
Your Honor, with court permission, may I publish these some of these photographs of the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2573. Sergeant, again, photograph 2573, what's now marked as exhibit 169. You recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle just below the taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I get past sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you place in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that a reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
If I could ask Ms. Gilman.
So, Mr. Lally, when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. We can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2576.
Objection.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the two areas up on that, if you could zoom in that area. Sorry, first on the one below. Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you had noted there?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this exhibit 172, there's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you note or observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Okay.
Where?
May I approach the witness stand, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you see a hair? I mean, is the hair still there?
I didn't see one.
There's another series of photographs of this asking the same question. If you could take a look at those and asking if you recognize generally what they are.
United was reading all of our tweets.
About what?
Just the tweets. All of them. All the tweets.
Oh, you mean that's what he's doing now?
Yeah, I just saw him scrolling through his phone on Twitter.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Sorry, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
She is all over him today. She's done with Lally. She has got her threshold with Lally. Now she's like, she's so mad. Judge Bev had a tough weekend or something.
Yeah.
So
Tough weekend of nightmares of Lally's direct examinations, just waking up, sweating profusely. So tell me about your lunch that you had on your first day of training at the police academy.
she just wakes up. What if any? What if any? Shut the fuck up.
Objection.
I love how mad she is at him.
She's so angry. She's looking at him. She's like, I said, next question, Lally.
Yeah, like, what are we waiting for?
Let's go, Lally. She's giving him the stink eye hard. Hard stink eyeing is happening right now. Yeah, why is the elephant trunk woman having to like put the exhibit stickers on the exhibits? Like, that's the clerk's job.
Yeah, what? Get someone else to get the lady next to her to do. Why?
Like, look, man, I'm busy with the elephant trunk, bro.
Thank you.
It's double duty bullshit. I'm not getting paid. That's not my job description. Give me the trunk.
Your Honor, with the court's permission,
Back on the trunk.
I'd ask to publish some of those photographs to the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2558.
Oh. Is that a picture of the Matrix? Are we seeing behind the curtain into the Matrix right now? Oh my God. I knew it was going to happen someday. We've finally seen it. This is the Matrix.
You took the blue pill? Oh, there we go.
And then, Ms. Harden, to recognize what's contained in photograph 2558, exhibit 173.
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle of the screen. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what is depicted in this photograph?
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
Shit looks like gray. Did John have gray hair?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2561.
How, to your point, how the hell did that stick on? I thought it was like inside the casing of like a broken.
Listen, man. Magic. That's how it stuck. Next question.
I thought it was inside.
Hartnett, do you
Magic.
recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the damage I noted on the rear door.
What? Can we zoom back out? I have no idea where this is.
This is in like the middle of the hatch door. So was John O'Keefe was bouncing all over the place, like on the back of the vehicle?
Yeah, how would there be damage to the hatch door and the light?
Everywhere.
The witness.
It's incredible. I still haven't seen the dent. Did you see the dent? Did they show the
Was
dent?
that supposed to be the dent?
A series of 3
I think that was supposed to be it.
She said, I thought she said the dent was in the area under the taillight. I thought. It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of the taillight housing back at the lab.
And what's contained in that, those 3 photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the taillight housing once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to introduce
As long as you ask a question, Mr. Lally. I mean, I see a bunch of like salt, you know, like when they salt the streets. That's what I see all over that car.
Thank you.
I mean, if you're Jackson, you're like, she has no idea if any of that shit pre-existed this. It's not like the thing just rolled off the lot.
And so, Ms. Hartnett, before we get to those photographs, I do have a few questions. So it makes no difference to me, but I think we can turn the lights back. Thank you, Mr. Officer.
Yeah,
now, as far as the collection of that evidence that you collected from the vehicle specifically, how was that evidence collected? And again, you've received training in regard to collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the collection of evidence that you did in this case, was that in conformity with that training and experience that you have?
Yes, it was.
And so how did you collect those pieces of evidence from the vehicle on that particular?
It depends on what the item was, the taillight specifically. Is that what you're asking about?
Well, first, let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I used disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I used reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
And so each of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's
in an effort to combat contamination.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or the paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those?
Those would have been collected with a disposable scalpel. I use it to scrape off pieces of paint from the vehicle, which are then put in a glassine envelope and a larger manila envelope.
And as far as the pieces of glass from the bumper area of the vehicle, how were those collected?
I collected those with gloves. I may have used tweezers. I don't recall at the time. But again, if I used tweezers, I would have used bleach tweezers or disposable tweezers.
Now, as far as that taillight assembly was concerned, how was that collected, or what, if any, issues did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle. So a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
And as far as what exactly was it that that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
I believe he just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't have to place it down anywhere.
So you had two hands on the taillight as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the taillight that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your two gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the taillight?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as once you removed that taillight from there, what, if anything, did you do with the taillight there?
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab, where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station, were you presented with any additional evidence by any officers from the Canton Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
Now, starting with the drinking glass, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
And then what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those solo cups, let me ask first with regard to the solo cups, what were done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the swabbings from the red cups, what, if anything, was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do with those?
I secured those in a glassine envelope and a larger envelope, and then transported those back to the lab.
Now, after your examination on scene, you returned back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the laboratory?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask, in general terms, when items are taken by you back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those, now when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Now, with regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into that?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examine any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
And then from that specific item, did you perform any testing on that item?
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
As far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use a polyester swab, which is a flat spatula-shaped swab. I apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
I'm tweeting. I'm not sleeping.
With the court's permission, publish for the jury what's now been marked as exhibits 187 through 189.
Yes.
Actually, I'm reading tweets.
And it's filmed if I can have first photograph 8970.
You guys can blame Lally and boring ass directs.
Now, Ms. Harden, directing your attention to what's up on the screen now is exhibit 187. Again, do you recognize what's in there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 8971, next photograph. What's now on the screen is exhibit 188. Again, do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted there, and what, if anything, is in addition to the taillight, what, if anything, are you?
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I am holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
And lastly, photograph 8972 to 189. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at, perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing in this book?
That is the back side of the taillight. And again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Okay.
What's with the tiny toilet? Anyone see the tiny toilet?
I don't know, but I saw the tiny solo cup, which sometimes serves as a tiny toilet for me, depending on the circumstances. If it's a long ride, there's nowhere to pull over. I have to bust this guy out. It's a lot of emptying as the process goes, though, like fill.
Now, Ms. Harden, from your initial response to the Canton Police Department, you secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to the hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM, what, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
And with regard to item 3-6, the apparent hair, can you explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that?
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material.
And as far as your examination is concerned in that microscopic analysis, what are some of the things, or what are some of the characteristics that you're trained to look for, that you observed in this specific instance, to give you that determination that it was a human?
On the exterior of the hair, there'll be scales, and depending on the shape, it can help you determine whether or not the hair is an animal hair or a human hair. Human hair have imbricate scales, which look like overlapping shingles with a wave-like edge. That is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item were looked at. Running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, whereas an animal medulla will have distinctive or can have distinctive patterns within them. Also, the size of that medulla or channel that runs through the center of a hair in a human hair is approximately 1/3 the entire width of the hair, or in animals, it may be much larger than that.
Now, as far as based on your examination of this particular item, this hair, what, if any, opinion or what, if any, determination did you come to in regard to that item that you examined microscopically here?
I determined the hair was consistent with the human hair with a root.
Now, as far as that item was concerned, was there any measurements that were done in reference to that?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall what the measurements were or what the length was?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's possible.
May the witness refer to her notes just in reference to that?
The hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
So where did the hair go from there?
At that point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Now, it may be pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean by those sort of descriptions?
The root end is the end that would have been attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
And how is it that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3-6, the hair, were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those samples?
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit, and if potential testing needed to be done on the shaft end, that would be sent out to an external lab.
And do you know why that is?
We don't perform that type of DNA testing at our lab.
And that's something, you're familiar with the term mitochondrial DNA testing?
I am familiar with it, but I don't really have a full understanding of it.
But as far as your understanding is the type of testing that would have had to been sort of sent out to an external vendor, that would be, the type was mitochondrial?
Yes, that was my knowledge at the time, yes.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with regard to examination of the remaining items in this case sometime in May of 23?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
It was discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And specifically, there was an item 7-18, which was a gray sweatshirt attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, from that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items, what is it that you were doing and what is it that you were looking for in regard to your examination of the clothing?
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples for that, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that specific item 7-18, the gray sweatshirt, what, if any, observations in general did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as well as across each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
And there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just showing you a series of 6 photographs, and again, asking you to look at those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the photographs I took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll move to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. No objection.
Thank you.
Yes, court is off tomorrow. Wednesday full day, Thursday half day, no court Friday. And from what I'm seeing in chat, half hour lunch today, is that correct?
Wait, half-hour lunch?
I saw some folks saying that in chat. Can anyone confirm? Is that correct?
Listen, man, that's some bullshit.
Thank you very much.
And she's probably keeping them till 4:30, I bet.
I mean, she said she was going to rock and roll. Like she's up.
It's hard to, before I
Ellie's
turn it over, I
ass.
just had one follow-up question. And you had been talking about, or testifying about, sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had
He
mentioned
said
that
shaft,
root
Jerry.
end is typically
I'm
something
going
that
to
would
burn,
attach
I'm
to
going
the
to
scalp,
puncture
is that
my
correct?
eardrums.
Yes, that's correct.
Relax.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, but not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
And so to that point, as far as the root end of the hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where.
Correct, I do not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9789.
Thanks for that, JD.
Ms. Harden, I'm putting up on the screen now what's been marked as exhibit 190. Do you recognize that?
And for that.
Yes, I do.
Holla.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the photograph I took of item 7-18.
Oh my God, we
It is
finally
the
see
exterior front.
Wow.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9790, the next photograph. What's up on the screen is exhibit 191. You recognize that as well, Ms. Harden?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 9791. And do you recognize what's up on the screen now is exhibit 192?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
And lastly, not lastly, for this purpose, photograph 9792. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen is exhibit 193?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9795. Again, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 194?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior front of item 7-18, and it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas of damage.
And the next photograph would be Ms. Gilman 9796. If you could zoom in on that one.
Oh, so they do know how to use evidence markers.
Now, Ms. Harden, what we're
She
looking at
does.
here, that's the white sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas that you labeled, this starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, and goes up to 9, is that
How
correct?
in the world
Yes, that's correct.
Lally think that him getting hit by a Lexus caused all this shit to happen to this hoodie, dude? I don't
Can I
get it.
approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
How is he putting that together? Ugh. Like, it's got to be the plow.
I'm showing you another series of photographs.
Unless, is he trying to say he
Asking
like got
people to
caught
do
up
those
under the
without
car?
permission.
I can't. I don't.
I don't know. Oh,
Sergeant, do you recognize what's
Can't emerge,
depicted in those
DJ.
photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are close-up photos of the areas of damage 1 through 5.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before we begin, Madam Court Reporter, Your Honor, if I may approach just to show the next series of photographs.
Okay.
It's 196 through 205.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9811. With respect to what's up on the screen, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 196?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that is an area of damage that I noted as area 1 in my notes.
Is Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9812, the next one.
I like the pizza slice evidence markers. Oh, a ruler.
Again, Ms.
Oh,
Harden,
look
do
at
you
that,
recognize
Jay.
what's up on
Look at
the
that.
screen
Look
as
at that
Exhibit
for scale.
197?
Wow.
Yes, I do.
It's amazing.
And, with respect to this, what are you doing here?
That is a close-up photo of the same area of damage, area 1.
God, that looks like
That
a
has some
picture.
measurement that you're taking with reference to the size of that damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do that respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments that you examined?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9813. Again, this is area 2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9815. Again, what's up on the screen is Exhibit 200. Recognize this as what now?
That's a photograph of the area 3 that I noted.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9817. Now, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 202, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And is that the number 4 area that you noted on the right arm sleeve of the gray sweatshirt, Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819. What's up on the screen is Exhibit 204. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And again, what is depicted in Exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The photographs that I placed before you while the stenographer was marking the prior exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jury, sort of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas 6 through 11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And may I approach this retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce as the next exhibits. No objection.
And if I may approach the witness just to present with another set.
Okay.
So it's 206 through 217.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Harden, what's contained in these photographs now been marked as exhibits 206 through 217. Those essentially sort of the same close-ups and then a close-up with the measurements that the jury just saw in regard to what you had marked as 1 through 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is just 6 through 11 on that same area in the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the photos that I just placed before you a moment before, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the areas of damage 12 and 13 on the rear of the sweatshirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm on to introduce in a minute. Okay, just place these.
Man, Jay, I don't know who are they putting on to explain to me how that damage was done from a motor vehicle striking.
Dude, that's exactly like they better be able to, they better be able to explain that real well because it's not adding up to me.
It's not the
Your
map.
Honor, with your permission, may I publish
What from the
these,
vehicle?
photographs of the jury?
Yes.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Like,
If I could have photograph 9837.
I've heard this theory that maybe he went under the vehicle and like there's a muffler, the catalytic converter, something under there may have caused it. There's no way.
But if that's like, wouldn't it drag? Wouldn't it like pull them be huge long marks?
Dude, if he's getting hit to the point where he's going flat and the vehicle's driving over him, come on, dude. There has to be damage to the body, to the torso somewhere. That whole head theory, oh, that his head was down, bunk, bunk. That's bullshit. It's not adding up. Like these are the things that I feared about this case from the Commonwealth's perspective, that they're not going to be able to convince me that this is how it happened, which then again plays directly back into the first witness's O'Hara or whatever his name was, the first dude's witness, about how they process this scene. Because there's going to be no way that they're going to be able to put this on in a way that they can reconstruct what may have happened here because of how poorly they process the crime scene, man. I mean, this is all speculation. Like, I mean, you know, Jackson's going to be asking questions. You have no idea, as you sit here today, whether or not those things that you marked with exhibit stickers on the vehicle were pre-existing prior to this date, do you? And she can't answer it any other way than no, I don't. You know what I mean? There's no way that she's going to be able to. I don't know.
Yeah, and that hair on there, that like you said, that's not adding up to me. I was at one little tiny hair just on there. No other hair, just that one little tiny 1/7 of an 1/8 of an inch hair somehow stayed on that.
Was his hair gray? I don't know.
That I don't know the answer to.
I don't know. Maybe that was just like flash making it look like it's gray. I don't know.
Towed during a blizzard that car was in, and that little piece, that little tiny hair, like was it? I don't know,
dude. That vehicle drove like 80 miles. Like it was transported like 80 miles and
right
back and forth all over the place, to Karen's house, to John's house, everywhere. You know, I don't know if it went to Karen's house, but it definitely went back to John's house. It then gets picked up. It's transported to the, the Sally port. It's driving all over the place in a blizzard. How does a hair stick to, I don't know. So the math ain't mathin'. Hey, you need a tow? I'll get you a tow. Take a little green. All right.
And Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
Let me recognize that, Steve.
That's the exterior back of the gray sweatshirt.
And the items marked are the two labeled as 12 and 13. Are they depicted on that?
Yes, they are.
If you could, using a laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to where 12 and 13 are.
Is it possible to zoom in on the numbers? I can't read them from here. So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
And this gentleman, if I could have photograph 9838. Exhibit 219 up on the screen. That's just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the other photographs that I had placed before you when the stenographer was marking those, do you recognize in general terms what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are additional pictures of the sweatshirt in which I've also made some notations of areas that need further testing.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Commonwealth, seeking use in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection.
If I may, I want to just place these before the witness.
It's 222 and 230.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Ms. Harden, before I get to what's now been marked in Exhibit 222 through 230, If I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item. What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the microscope.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends and possibly separation of the weave of the fabric.
Thank you.
Or a cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are you able to tell from your examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now, are you familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this case?
An alternate light source is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye. On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. The ALS did not show any stains in that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that your lab at the State Police Crime Lab is accredited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
And is that sort of sent out to an external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected items and sent it out to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, direction did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it.
I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And what you were directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping, was that at the direction of UC Davis Lab?
Yes, that's correct.
And you performed those functions in conformity with what Ms. Kuhn told you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to those items, did you note, with regard to the clothing items, as far as the gray sweatshirt was concerned, did you note any stains on those areas? On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
So what I'm specifically referring to is the items on the gray sweatshirt, item 7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected for the UC Davis lab, but
Objection
other
leading.
areas of that item. Well, let me actually first turning back to that. So the item that we were
Holy
talking about,
shit,
as far as
objection,
where you
compound
collected stains
question.
from that were sent off to
Objection,
the UC
boring.
Davis lab, which item were they collected from, and where on that item were they collected?
Oh my God, what a question.
I collected 2 swabs from the areas around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize. So I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that was me confusing as far as the questions.
So
Yeah, no
Um,
shit, Lally. It's always
turning
you.
away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab. In addition to that, what if any stains did you observe on that article of clothing, 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what if any testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And are those the same sort of initial testing that screening test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Wow.
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or
Yeah,
were
I
there
think
other
you
items
meet directly
clothing
on
of
your
Mr. O'Keefe's
computer.
that
That's
you
why I never looked
tested
at
with
your
the screening
screen when
test
you're
in the
reading.
lab and a
Yep.
confirmatory test in the lab as well?
Smart.
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Get another tab
Now,
open,
if I
Bob.
could
It's so much
bring your
easier.
attention back to
Dude,
what's
the
now been
tabs
marked as
are-
exhibits
We already have
22 through
7,000.
30. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have photograph 9841. And what's been marked as exhibit 222. Again, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And with reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other item of clothing, similar to the tears or cuts or the damage areas that you observed, were those areas similarly marked with some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you denote those?
For the red-brown stains on this item, I used letters.
Starting with A and then sort of going through it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9842. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red-brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9843. And what's up on the screen, which has been marked as exhibit 224, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red-brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9844. What's up on the screen now is exhibit 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C, and F, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a pulled-out version of that to denote where B and C were located on the sweatshirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now up on the screen is exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little bit on the stickers. And Ms. Harden, if you recognize what's up there on the screen as exhibit 227.
Yes, I do.
And these are two other stains that you noted as far as D and E on the same item.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, with reference to the other photographs that I think you still have before you that I gave you when the stenographer was marking the last batch, do you recognize generally what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt that was told was belonging to John O'Keefe.
And what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the orange T-shirt was concerned in your lab that day?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm welcome to seek to introduce the exhibits. The next exhibits. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can read this.
Exhibits 231 from 241 left.
Thank you. Mr. Lally, we have a few minutes before lunch. Do you intend to display some?
I think maybe,
If you do it quickly, do it now.
um,
If you're not, we'll take a break. Jurors, we're going to take the luncheon break.
She pulled the trigger. She pulled the trigger, Jay.
I want to see counsel.
He's so done with him.
all rise for the court, please.
She didn't even wait for his answer. I mean, I thought she's been fed up with him before, but today is on a whole nother level.
I hope she tells us how long we're going on lunch. I gotta take this guy for a walk. He's like in a deep state.
Well, you're a little behind, so fast forward. Check if.
Oh, all right. Let's very little. Is she still not talking? Okay.
Go back just a couple seconds. Maybe she says. Use the
Is
arrows,
she-
Bob. You use the arrows.
Oh,
You
yeah.
learn the arrows. You
Thanks,
forgot.
Jay.
Right here.
Thanks, Jay. All right, so we'll go right there.
Rise, court stands in recess to 1:30.
1:30, J-Bo.
There you
So
go.
I have 28 minutes.
All
That
right.
ain't long.
You said something that came out like 6.
Oh, I hear a hot mic.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and
You got Jesse'd.
Jesse. Everybody say, hey, Jesse. All right, so should we stay on the stream? What should we do?
I could hold the
What?
fort if you want to go out and take the dog for a walk. I could maybe.
I'll
play.
hang with you. I'm gonna take him for a good one when we're done today. He deserves. Like I was sad to find out that Cameron did not bring him for an excellent walk the whole time I was gone. So he's in a deep state of depression. He's sitting in the chaise next to me, like looking like he hasn't been fed in a year, looking like
He's the saddest dog that's
completely
ever
unloved. Here, I'm going to show you. Look at this guy. If someone were to see this,
So I could hear Sarah McLachlan when the angel. I could hear.
Look at him. Look at him. He's like, oh my God, nobody loves me.
In the arms of an angel. Play.
Yeah, it was great to see you, Carrie. I'm glad that we got to hang. I really am. I got to spend some quality time with Carrie. So that was great. Really great. I don't know about you. And like Carrie gets run around in that place like a rented mule. They have her working and running back and forth. So it's like, as exhausted as I am, I can only imagine where Carrie's at. Because I'm like, it's a lot. It's exhausting.
Yeah, it always amazes me how Carrie could just do everything that she does. She's a badass.
Oh, dude, she's unbelievable.
12K steps a day. That's a lot. That's a lot, Carrie. So when I said that he got Jesse'd, we saw this. I don't know if it was a comedian or something Babe was watching. And for people who watch Jeopardy and don't watch Wheel of Fortune, which is like us, because I'm not really a fan of Wheel of Fortune, they talk about this. A comedian talks about, or someone talked about a TikTok or something. Like if you're watching Jeopardy, but then you don't change the channel quick enough, you get wheeled. You get wheeled into Wheel of Fortune. We keep getting Jesse'd. And now look at Jesse's face. At Bob. Look at how Bob has kept this up here in front of us. Okay, now it's gone. Yes, I agree, Meg P. Carrie Rawson.
Wow, there was so much sniveling while I was off screen. It was hard to. Hey, little thing, I'm electrocanicals to my mom. So hard to handle that. All right, let's see. Yeah. They're paving our street. Cameron's like, how do I get to our house? I'm like, I don't know, dude. Do I look like I have answers to that kind of shit? Sitting here live streaming, girl. I'm like, ask the construction dudes. They'll know. Drive through backyards. It'll be fun. Off-roading. All right. look, dude, I'm never, anybody who thinks I'm sleeping on the live, I'm never sleeping. However, I am taking Jay's advice. I did open a Twitter tab, so I'll just start tweeting. Because that way, when Jay's tweeting, you guys can't tell. Because when I tweet on my phone, I'm looking down. So obviously,
Yeah, that's how I do it.
Eyelids, and you think I'm asleep. I'm a snorer. You'd hear me snoring like violently. My snoring would be like Lally sighing.
Objection.
By the way, so now we still have Lally after. It was not like he was done. Bev was like, "Get out of here, stupid! Go get your shit together." So we're still gonna have more about
Lally. Pull your head out of your ass. Like, I expect your ass to be out of your head by the time you step foot back in this courtroom, sir. Have your questions ready, sir. Yeah, I mean, like, at this point, it's going to be 1:30 when we get back. Lally's probably going to go another 10, 15. Who knows? Actually, you know, she didn't do the testing. She's been a very big witness for the Commonwealth. As a matter of fact, I'd say in terms of physical evidence that they're putting in on this case against Karen Reed, she's been the biggest witnesses they've had thus far. I mean, if you look at it, she's got, she's really gotten the damaged tail light photographs in terms of what she observed. Ultimately, she's getting the hair in. She's getting the broken glass on the bumper in. I'm assuming that she's going, like, I don't know if I missed it, but she's going to be the one, because there's been this claim that there were microscopic pieces of the taillight found on the hoodie. So if he hasn't gotten
to that, gotta be her, right? That's
it's got to be her. So like she did a lot. Like she was the one who really collected a bulk of the evidence from the vehicle, and obviously from John's his clothing. So she's a lot. Wild Child, you got your first free membership. And remember, tomorrow court is off. Jay and I are doing a duel for that one because we are welcoming back the amazing Jack of Never a Truer Word. He's going to do the second half breakdown of Jen McCabe's testimony. And that's where all the good stuff is, kids. That's how long to die in the cold. So, like, how long do we have to wait to get the answer? Was she full of shit? I'm ready tomorrow. So, and that's it. That's at 1 your time, right, Jay?
Right. 1 Eastern. Yep.
So 12 noon my time if you're central. If you're on the West Coast, the left coast, that is 10 a.m. So a reasonable hour for everybody. Y'all can sleep in, take your dogs for walks, do some gardening. If you're an incredibly talented artist, you could do some sketches for us and then bring them on, Viv.
And I have other points that I think, because I think we may have ended on deleted calls last time. So here's the other things that we did not go over that he has timestamped for me. The part where she talks about eavesdropping on Carrie Roberts, when she's talking about like how was she eavesdropping or not. He's got a part about the butt dials. He's got a part about the visit with Proctor's wife, and then the final thing is the house long search. So there should be some, and I had predicted before we did the stream, and I saw it when we did the stream. There are certain moments when you have Jack on and he's analyzing, you're like, oh shit, that's right. That does make, like, where like it's just certain things that, like, whether it's talking in the present, like he always prefaces, he's not telling us, he can't tell sure, but he gives us, like, from his experience and what he analyzes, like, this may not be
strong indicators.
Yeah,
strong indicators of deception. I mean, look, as far as I'm concerned, what he does is just as accurate as a polygraph machine, because that's looking for changes in heart rate. That's got certain indicators. He uses people's words, which to me, like, at different times when they're speaking about the same thing, so he's comparing and contrasting. I think for my money, I think it's the most accurate way to really kind of figure out if somebody's being deceptive, like, more than anything else. I mean, you have people, are there going to be people that are just like absolute phenomenal liars that are just really, really good at lying? Like, he would be able to sniff out me lying in like a half of a second. I'm like the worst liar ever. I catch you. I'm incapable of lying well. So it's like for me, he'd be like, "You're full of shit, dude. You just did this, 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 and this," and they all indicate that you're full of shit. And I'd have to be like, "Oh my God, man, don't ever look at me. Don't watch my lives. Like, don't start evaluating my lives." But yeah, he's amazing. So that's going to be tomorrow. That's going to be great. I'm going to be dropping 5 more gifts off on 5.
I'm going to do it too, because I gave out 5. I'm going to give out 5 too on my channel too.
10 free memberships tomorrow. I mean, free shit's the best, dude. I love free shit. So I want to try to think of some other stories, man. But to Carrie Ross and I've said this a lot of times on lives, the amount of trauma that Carrie has withstood in her life, like, to me, everything that she does is fucking heroic. I don't personally know anyone that has suffered more than she has, like, that I personally know, like, in her life. And for her to be brave enough to come out and share her pain and her trauma with the world is, to me, unbelievable. So I'm a huge supporter of her, and very protective of her. If I ever have people coming at her, they're gonna have a problem with me.
I agree. It's wild to me that people give her shit, and I'm like, what
fucking,
the fuck
like,
is
how
wrong with
clueless
you?
do you have to be, like about life, to come after her? I mean, and if you got beef with me, I'm right here. Anybody out there, you want to come after me, and I see you out there, the people that do that. And I'm right here for you anytime you want to debate it with me. So, y'all can take that to the bank.
Well, speaking of similar stories, what we talked about this morning, for folks who are coming in late, if you didn't hear, there are Raul catch list reported, and it's out there now that apparently this week, folks, if you missed, there's going to be a new indictment on Rex Sherman with at least one person, another person who was killed, who was going to be linked to Rex Sherman. So look out for that, folks. And if you missed it, if you're not, following up on the case, last week they went back. Was it last week or the week before? Went back to his house, got more evidence, and before that they went to these woods, which are about 30 minutes from Gilgo, in Manorville, maybe 30, 40. They went there first, then based on whatever they found there, they go to Rex's house again. They're there for like a week, and now we're getting a new indictment this week, folks. So look out for that.
Dude, we were talking about hidey hole.
Right.
I mean, clearly
there had to be something they missed.
Something. Exactly. And I mean, look, the dude was an architect. I mean, what's to say that he didn't have some kind of intricate hidey hole,
right?
Buried, behind fake walls and shit. Who knows?
That safe that he had, or whatever that thing he had built in his house. I mean, come on.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm anxious for that. Joe, our boy Joe Jackalone, is going to be all over that shit. Gisela snatched him up first, but we'll be sure to have Joe on as well.
Maybe Raul too, because he is great.
100%, dude. Raul's our boy. I mean, Raul was the first one I heard about it from. Like when you had mentioned it, but I'd seen I mean, it's big news, man. It's like it's the thing that you're not hoping for, but also hoping for. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's relating to, one of the victims that we know about, where there's been remains found that their cases have gone unsolved. So that will be phenomenal if they're able to link something to him. So what else? We had a huge meet and greet I put together at kind of the main bar on Saturday night. It was a great event. Carrie was there. Josh Ritter was there. Nice. Joel from STS was there. I had a bunch of my podcast buddies were there, and just a ton of people. And it was really for us to kind of meet up with listeners and supporters and spend time and try to get some quality, talking time, chatting time. And it's a lot of fun, man. That was like a really great part of it, man. And it's frankly, it's my favorite part of it. You know, it's enjoyable to be able to meet people in real life, you know, and kind of put faces to names and, you know, real names to screen names along with a face. So yeah,
I saw you saw Holly Berry.
I did. I was super excited to see Holly Berry. It was amazing. I was like, I kept giving her hugs. I'm like, oh my God, like she's just so supportive of the whole community, you know.
Yeah.
She's like amazing. So yeah, I mean, the only thing that wasn't the bomb was the prices. The prices in that place was like insane, but it's like stepping into like another world because it's all enclosed in kind of like a conservatory type or greenhouse type roofing situation. So it feels exactly like you're outside. It looks like you're outside. I mean, they've got palm trees in there. There's a river it's massive.
That's cool, man. That sounds
Oh,
awesome.
dude, it's like that whole place. It is. It's a city within a city. It really is. It's like unbelievable. And it's so big. It took me. I never really got the lay of the land. Kept getting lost. And like if I was like, if I was still drinking, I would have like spent the entire time lost wandering around that place. Where the fuck am I, man? What the fuck's going on? Is this Delta or is this the you know, I'm like, because it was like, you know, stone cold sober and still getting lost constantly. Like there'd be like little nooks. And when I say little, I mean enormous areas of like the garden conservatory area, which is like huge and beautiful that like you're just discovering things. It's really an incredible property, man.
So who is, let me ask you this, who I saw there was massive lines, I think for Josh Mankiewicz, who is like the line, is it Nancy Grace? Like who is the longest line that people are trying to, other than you, of course, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I had some pretty good lines, to be honest with you, but I had so Vinny and Julie from Court TV had really big lines. And Ashley Banfield, she had a very big line as well. In terms of Mankiewicz and like the Nancy Graces, like they're not out on the floor. So like Court TV will have like an exhibition, and News Nation had an exhibition. They'll bring out their talent. They'll have them sit in a chair, sign pictures for an hour or two. As far as like, but Josh was at the meetup. So Mankiewicz like came into the meetup. Everybody was like, oh, Josh Mankiewicz. It's like, dude, just go on a show like Dateline and talk about crimes. People love you. So like Allie went up to him because Josh is actually the interviewer for our Dateline episode. Like Josh was like,
oh wow,
the one who interviewed me, you know, and like Allie went up to him. She was like, oh, she's like, I'm gonna go see if he remembers us. She goes up, she's like, oh, hey, how you doing? I forget what she said. And she walked back, and she said she was walking away. She's like, yeah, I was thinking he didn't remember me. And he says, oh yeah, and Jeremy got arrested, which like he was the guy that was our local counsel there who got arrested for shit completely not related to the case, like after it. So he clearly remembered. So I gave him big ups for that. Let's see who else was great. Just like everybody's having a good time. I like Mac was obviously giving here like huge hugs to Mac. You know, when we were talking, and she was like the gal who does Mac's and both Joe's like t-shirts. No, like I don't know. Is that who does their t-shirts and shit? Yeah, that's her.
Jan,
so that yeah. So super nice. She had made me a t-shirt. So she came up and she's like, I have a gift for you.
Nice.
And she gave me the t-shirt, and it had my tagline, one of my taglines on, you know, if it wasn't for y'all, I'd just be an old man talking about old cases, like what I say at the end of my serialized pod, which was really cool. And I'm like, I'm all over it. I'm gonna, because it's like no one even knows I have merch available, which I've had for like 6 months. It's on the link tree, but I just don't promote it enough. You know what I mean? So it's like we got some great shirts in there, a lot of taglines, and like I'm just gonna have her take it over because I don't like Bonfire, which is what we use. It's on demand. But I've had people like Lisa, like little shorty, like me, like she ordered something from Australia. It took like 2 months for her to get the shirt, man, which is ridiculous. So yeah, I'm gonna start using her. She says, I got a million ideas. I listen to all your content. I've got so much shit. I was like, cool, sold.
Nice.
So yeah, we'll get those. We'll get some stuff out because it's really, what's really cool, dude, is like being out in public and like seeing people wearing your shit. It's like, it's surreal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, because like if they know you're coming, like if you're there next year, people that have bought your merch are gonna wear it.
Right.
And it's cool to see it, Plus, the repping.
Right.
You gotta love
that's
the
cool.
repping.
That's gotta be a cool feeling.
That's a cool feeling, man. Yeah, like I said, there's gonna be a lot of it that you love, and obviously a bunch of shit that you hate about it, but we'll get you there, buddy. We'll get you there.
Well, you're gonna have to. I won't get approved, so if I do go, I'm gonna have to get like a little.
No, you'll, dude. Are you kidding me? By next September, you'll be like, I worked you hard to get you in, and she was like, because like I've got like the contact. Elise is like the main like booker. Like she's like the direct line. It's like you just avoid the whole application thing. So she was like, yeah, exactly. Like if Carrie and I, especially Carrie, because they owe her. So I mean, she works so hard there. It's like you looked so much better this year in terms of being relaxed though, because they were running you around so much last year. I was like worried about you, like because you just looked exhausted. So this year, I was really happy to see that you looked much happier to me. You just looked happier to me. So it was because it's a lot, man. It really is a lot, especially if you're like
12K steps a day. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's like I was right there with her. I mean, just like walking around, like the kind of the exhibition itself is one thing, but then like going back to your room, like that's a half a mile at least. Like going back and forth to eating, like the eating situation was rough. Like they were understaffed in a lot of the restaurants. The waits were horrific. Like I've seen some people kind of like griping, and it wasn't really about the con though. It was about kind of like the fact that Opryland seemed to be understaffed. They just like you'd look at a restaurant, there'd be like a 40 to 50 minute wait or longer, and you see like 20 empty tables in there, like when nobody's sitting at them, which tells you they're understaffed. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but yeah, next year, Denver, man, it's going to be great. Yeah. I think that we're going to have to make Jay and Silent Bob. Jay and I'll split the proceeds on those, man. Yeah, we definitely got to do that. Definitely got to do that. Let's see what else. I wanted to regale you with stories of CrimeCon that would just make you really, really want to go. I gotta go to CrimeCon. It's amazing.
How many? So let me ask you this: do you have an estimate? Like how many? Like for the people who are on the floor, like are we in the like people who have like you like the table? Are we in the hundreds? Like how many for someone who goes there and walks around? How many would you say approximately?
So they call it, like you used to call it Podcast Row. Now they call it Creator Row because like there were a lot of YouTubers are like, all right, well, we're not a fucking podcast, man. And like, we're all creators. So like this year they actually changed like my lanyard, my like little credential used to say podcaster. Now it says creator, all inclusive for all the creators out there. So I'd say like Creator Row, there were probably about 150, maybe.
Wow.
Maybe, but that's including vendors as well, because they'll have like tons of vendors in there that are selling like law enforcement adjacent products, pepper sprays, tasers. You had canine, like people in there are like doing, canine. I don't know what you'd call it. I guess like they had an actual canine and they're attacking people. So it was like in a controlled environment though. But it's like there's all kinds of shit in there. But in terms of like kind of creators, I'd say, like in the neighborhood of like 100, maybe more, plus with the vendors. So In terms of Emily D. Baker was there, but
I was
she
going to ask,
didn't.
did you meet her? Did you meet her?
I did. Yeah.
Nice.
Her, Ian Runkle the Bailey. He's another law tuber. He was there. Both super nice, but they were not, like in the exhibition hall proper. Like they didn't have a table or anything. Like Emily's huge. So they just had her come and do a speaking engagement. Like I don't think she was up, but she was hanging the whole weekend. You know, I ran into her, like she came to our meetup. She was at the meetup. So yeah, it was great. It was really a lot of fun, but, yes, Malo, I've been thinking I'm way overdue on meetups, especially for pod fans. I've got a lot of Illinois, so I actually do want to do a couple meetups in the Chicagoland area and like probably somewhere, yeah, like maybe up north. I thought it would be cool to do. There's an area in like northern Illinois called Galena that's real beautiful. It's kind of like it's the only portion of Illinois that was not flattened by the glacier. So like, you know, you see the Midwest and it's like just flat farmland, no hills, definitely no mountains, no dales, no nothing. It's like just flat. But up in this one area, you feel like you're not in Illinois anymore. It feels like you're like in West Virginia, you know, or like the Poconos. It's got just like you, except without the mountains. But it's kind of a cool area. So yeah, I definitely would love to do a meetup. I'm going to start doing meetups. I'm going to definitely start doing meetups. But I'll promote those appropriately. And look, if there's people in here that are going to CrimeCon like next year in Denver, like you've got to use our promo codes. It helps. Like if Jay's going, like he's going to get a promo code. It'll probably be like JBN or JBO Nation, something like that. Like mine is Defense. When you buy your tickets, you get a discount of 10%, and it benefits the shows. It lets CrimeCon know that we are literally drawing people to the con. So it's huge for us. It's huge for us. And, you know, because it really goes a long way. Because kind of the way it works is once you get in, you're in. You know what I'm saying? So it's like just getting you in that first time, and then it takes off from there. You know, and like people that have done it for years kind of like drop off. Yeah, Jack, that's awesome. So like anybody, because I'd like to do some regionally. You know, I'm able to kind of like metrics wise see where fans are. I know I've got a pretty big base, obviously, in Illinois, a ton of people from Chicago. So I'd love to do that. Yes, JD, we are absolutely, I never miss True Crime Podcast Festival. Like Laney's a close personal friend of mine. We are definitely 100% going to be there for that. And again, use our promo code for 15%. That's 15% off your ticket if you haven't bought your tickets already. And that is a great festival. It's super ethically driven, victim centric. It's a phenomenal podcast festival. And like all my closest pod friends are there. So if you're in the area, I highly recommend it. It's in mid-July. I want to say it's July 12th, 13th, maybe the 14th. It's right in that area. I know the 13th is one of the dates. I'm not so sure about the sandwiches on the dates, but it's a phenomenal, and it's very reasonably priced. So, but if you use my Defense, just Defense, all caps, promo code, you get 15% off that price as well. So if you're in the hood.
By the way, is it this September, like this upcoming September, you're going to London, or is it like next?
This September, man.
Wow,
like,
dude. When is that? That's like so soon.
I know. It's like, well, I pulled the trigger on like the airline shit. You know, I was trying to like, for once, I was trying to get my stuff way ahead of time. So I wasn't paying like ridiculous money. Cause we're going to bring Scout and Cam. Like we're going to turn it into like a 10-day family trip. I'm only having to work 2 days. And then because I've never been to the UK. I'm super, super excited. I'm asking all my UK friends, subs, listeners for tips, like leading into that. We want to see it all, you know, just keep in mind, we only have like kind of 8 days. You know, I love the history of Europe in general. It's just like I'm super excited about all of it. So I'd want tips from all of our beautiful UK subs, listeners, viewers, all that stuff. Like I will definitely use your tips if you'll float them towards us.
The Mets are actually playing in London this weekend. Like they're having like
they are.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday they're playing in versus the Phillies.
Are they playing a little better for you recently?
No,
or
they're
are they
fucking terrible.
balls?
They're just the worst. They're terrible.
God. Well, they're not the worst. The Sox are the worst. I mean, I feel like I've had zero desire to watch them. So like that.
Oh, speaking of, did you see what happened this weekend though?
No.
With Tommy Pham?
No, I was.
Oh,
I was
dude, it's great.
Stuck in CrimeCon world.
So I'm gonna give a sports for people who don't watch sports. They're gonna. You're still gonna appreciate the story. He's on third base. It's like there's one out, fly to left. It's clear he's gonna get thrown out, but the guy stuns him because the pitcher's up, whatever reason it is. So he gets thrown out at home, and the pitcher for the catcher for the Brewers is one of the Contreras. I don't know which one.
Mm-hmm.
Like he starts like gesturing at him, like he's like giving him shit, like, oh, you're out, whatever. Like, and Tommy, if you know Tommy, like he is jacked. Like I would not. Yeah. But the best part of the story is they interview him afterwards, and he's like, listen, there's a reason I work out. Like I do like I'm here to fuck people up. He literally says that. He's like, I will fuck you up. And then he's like, and that's all I'm going to say about that. And he walks away. Like if I was Contreras, I would be worried that Tommy Pham is going to beat my ass the next time.
Dude, I mean, so he's like he is
a bad man.
He's like literally like in the NHL when they would literally put skates on dudes to be enforcers. Like Bob Probert was that dude. He's like my role is to beat your ass. Like that. Like I am just a brute with skates on, and my goal is to beat your ass. That's what I want to do. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's I think, you know what? I think that's the old that's the Cubs catcher. I think he signed with the Brewers a couple years ago when he was a free agent. Pretty good catcher too. Let's see. All right. So yeah, there looks to be some interest here in a meetup. And the nice thing about meetups, they're free. I'm not trying to have people pay me money to come meet up. But I do expect you to like what I do is quiz everybody on the podcast. Like I have a very lengthy quiz. So bring your number 2 pencils. You're probably going to need a pencil sharpener because there's usually
the Scantron machine.
Yeah, exactly. It's between a 200 and 300 question quiz on both the Garcia and Gacy seasons, and I grade very stringently. So just be warned.
Under 65, you got to go home.
Exactly. No meetup for you. So you're keeping an eye. It looks like we're good so far.
I got it up. Yep, I got it up.
Cool. So what else? What's been going on? How's Ethan? Good. Is he doing better?
Doing good, thank you. Yeah, he's good. He's just got to get the school. He's getting up on finals and regents. Do you guys have regents? New York has regents. They're the dumbest fucking thing in the world. Do you have that? Do you guys have regents exams?
So I don't think so.
Regents is like this thing, and I had it since like when I was going to school. It's like this other test. It's like instead of a final, it's like a standardized New York test, and like they like.
Oh, we have those. I don't think we call them regents, but yes, we have.
So like, fucking annoying. Like they make it like such a big deal, and then you like if you want to go to college outside of New York, it's like, but who fucking cares about your regents score? It's just right. So anyway, he's got his.
The regents it is like for funding. You know what I mean? It's like. At least in Illinois, it's like you have to have a basic level in terms of what your students are learning in terms of math, English, like kind of the main subject matters. And if like you're falling below, it's like it's the whole movie Lean on Me with Morgan Freeman. It's like their school was just at the bottom of the heap, like they were getting no state funding, and like Joe Clark went in there like cracking heads,
right?
In order to get
a great movie, by the way.
Such a great movie. I think I just had Scout watch it like a few months ago. I love that flick. I love that song. I love that song.
He's got that going, and then they're going to be out of school in a couple of weeks. So that's
like Scout's out. Like chick's like chilling. She was under the weather. We actually had a little bit of a Scout scare. She's got pretty bad asthma, and it was yesterday. So we had survived, and we had taken the huge huge risk of leaving Cameron, our 18-year-old, in charge. She's been known to have people over and have
they're back,
little
Bobby
parties.
Ditch.
Woo! All right, let's go.
Just saw her.
All right, let's see what we got. All right, let's get her up. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, she's lecturing already.
She is. She still looks overheated and irritated.
No later than 8 o'clock in the morning, let Madam Court Reporter know how many exhibits you think there are going to be for the day, because you may or may not know, but each sticker, Madam Court Reporter puts the exhibit number, the date, and her initials, and that takes a lot of time. So if we can streamline that, that would be much better. How many more do you expect to have for today?
May we approach just on that?
Okay.
That was me. See how I switched this over there, Jay? You impressed?
Nice. I was just looking to do it, and you did it. I'm impressed,
dude. I'm becoming like just an absolute like tech genius. Aside from all the other horrible blunders, but forget about those. Those are not the droids you're looking for. That was the droid you're looking for right there. This is a very "what have you done for me lately" business. You know what I mean? We have to forget what's past is prologue. This too shall pass, as Coach Dicko once said when he was fired from the Bears. Stood up there like he was a great war general. This too shall pass. It's like the greatest speech of all day. I was like, this guy, what an ego. This too shall pass, Jay. This too shall pass. Wow.
Look at that. I never knew that. I never knew they had look at that. They got little pillows that they sit on. I was not aware they had little pads.
Hey, dude, those benches are rough, bro.
Yeah, I would need that for sure.
Like people bringing their own shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Like they said, look, we're here like 8 hours a day. I can't feel my ass every day. Is it okay if I bring a pillow to sit on? And like the judge is probably, yeah, it is. Little Biddle, you do not need to sell me on the coach. He was an absolute legend. I mean, he's given me the only Super Bowl I've ever seen and probably ever will see. So always be that whole 85 team. I can still name every player, even the backups. But man, I'm ready for football season, bro. Like they just announced the Bears are on Hard Knocks this year. First time. There were only 3 teams left to go, and it was like the Bears, and I forget who the other 2 were. Like the Bears were avoiding it like the plague, but like they got, they've got a kind of a fun, exciting, potentially good team this year, so it should be a good watch. Yes, that is definitely the Super Bowl Shuffle crew. Great thing about the Super Bowl Shuffle, and we're going to sports nerd you out a little bit here, is that came out after they lost their only game of the season to Miami in week 13 and weeks and weeks before the playoffs even started. So talking about some balls.
Oh, that's some ballsy stuff right
That's
there.
some balls. Like that wasn't like after the playoffs, like when they were making it to the Super Bowl. That was like during the season. So that was, you could tell they were feeling it, Jay.
Well, they just remind me a lot of the 86 Mets, where they just did not care. Like the 86 Mets had their own. Everyone hated them. Everyone else in the league hated their guts, but they did not care. Like they had their own music videos,
and the nation loved them. Because they had so many characters.
Yeah,
it's
like the same thing.
Like
exactly.
The country loved them, and all the opponents hated them. It's like the same shit with like the Bears 85 team. Man, it was like terror. Like I play this like there's this clip of Wilbur Marshall, who was one of our outside linebackers, that just fucking destroys this quarterback Hipple from the Detroit Lions, man. Just like he's scrambling out of the pocket.
We can line him up.
Wilbur Marshall coming like a fucking freight train, and like it's still one of the hardest hits I've ever seen, man. It was like blows him apart. I'm surprised his legs and arms were so attached to his body. It's crazy. Oh, Melanie's getting some shit ready. Is that Lally ill-fitting? Like his fucking...
Yeah, I noticed the same thing.
You are unmuted.
His shirt sleeves are too long. Come on, Lally. See, that's a, he's a poor public servant, man. They don't make much money. All right, I'll be right back before we get rolling.
Folks, if you haven't hit that like button, if you could please hit it, greatly appreciated. We are back from lunch. Again, tomorrow is off, but at 1 Eastern, me and Bob will have Jack from Never a
All right,
Truer
could
Word.
we have the witness, please?
I'll shut up now. Tomorrow at 1 Eastern, Pamela. Tomorrow, 1 Eastern, me, Bob, Jack, dual stream.
Yeah, and if y'all are just joining in, if you couldn't catch it this morning, we still have evidence tech, Stady evidence tech on the phone on direct, and Maureen Hartnett is on there. It's been on for quite a while.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hart.
Good afternoon.
So with respect to the photographs that were just marked as exhibits of the orange T-shirt, that was item that was marked as 7-1. Is that correct? I'm sorry, 7-17.
Yes, that's correct.
So similar to how you had marked off areas of either damage or red-brown stains, was that similar to what you did with the gray hooded sweatshirt? Is that similar to what you did with the orange T-shirt as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there were two other clothing items that you examined, being a pair of jeans and a set of sneakers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with reference to the jeans, that was marked as item 7-1, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to the sneakers, that was marked as item 7-4, is that correct?
Each sneaker had its own item number. One was 7-3 and one was 7-4.
And with respect to the evidence as far as the stickers and sort of the denotations that you had made in regard to either damage or red-brown stains, was that similarly done with respect to each of those remaining clothing items as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And as far as with respect to the jeans, showing you a series of 8 photographs, do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs that I took of the pair of jeans.
And what's contained in those photographs, a fair and accurate portrayal of your observations of those jeans when you conducted your examination of them at the lab?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost to seek to introduce and admit exhibits.
All right, and there's no objection, you said, Mr. Jackson, correct?
Thank you.
Jesus, guy didn't even get his shit right during lunch. Come on, Lally.
I was promised.
Bukkake.
What happened?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, publish some of the photographs in the packet from 232 to 241.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9862. Ms. Harnian, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 231?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph I took of item 7-17, the orange t-shirt, and it's the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, 9863. And again, Ms. Harnian, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 232?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of item 7-17.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9867. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on sort of the upper right portion of that with the sticker bar. Now, Ms. Hardy, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 233?
Yes, I do.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to any items that any areas of this shirt that you marked on.
I marked 3 specific red-brown stains using these stickers and letters A, B, and C.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to keep the zoom in, but go to the bottom left of the photograph. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, within this zoomed in portion of Exhibit 233, using a laser pointer to draw the jury's attention, what, if anything, you noticed there?
I noted red-brown stain D, which I marked with the sticker, and D on the bottom right.
Last name, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9873. And Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is now marked as Exhibit 239. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the upper left portion of the photograph. And again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted there.
I noted this specific red-brown stain, and I marked it E.
And Your Honor, similarly, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked now as Exhibit 242 through 249.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9878.
The Matrix. Once again, the Matrix.
Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention of the screen with now marked as Exhibit 242. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph of the exterior front of the jeans with the belt, item 7-1.
So there's the missing belt.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9887. And as you testified before, similarly to the other clothing items that you testified about, did you mark off certain items of interest or areas of interest on this item as well with respect to the jeans?
Yes, I did.
And that's depicted in this photograph.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9888. And if you could just zoom in, Ms. Gilman.
Got some lucky jeans.
Again, Ms. Harden, if
Lucky
you could,
brand.
using the laser pointer
before you direct the jury's attention to those areas that you noticed or that you marked off in respect to this.
I marked off red brown stains A, B, C, D, and E on the front of those jeans.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant, showing you another series of client photographs. You know, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the sneakers, items 7-3 and 7-4.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce the next exhibits.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Harding, with reference to the sneakers and sort of the other clothing items that you received, do you recall how or where or when it was that you received each of those respective clothing items? Or how the lab did, you know?
They were received by the lab from the Norfolk detective unit.
And as far as the sneakers being labeled with two different stickers, do you know why that was?
One of the sneakers was recovered from 34 Fairview Road, and one of the sneakers was recovered from the hospital.
Now, with reference to the photographs that I've just placed before you, have you had a chance to look at those?
These ones here?
Yes,
No.
if you could. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are the fingernail clippings that were submitted for John O'Keefe
And do you know where they were submitted from?
by the Norfolk County Detective Unit.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'll call them up and please introduce the minutes and exit.
Okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with respect to each of those, I'm not seeking to publish those to the jury at this time. So
Okay.
Court officer.
The lights back on, please.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, with respect to those stains on the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans, what, if any, testing was done with respect to those stains?
A screening test was performed on each of the red brown stains on those items. I'm sorry, did you say the sneakers? Could you repeat what items you're speaking of?
With respect to each of those respective clothing items, what, if any, testing was done with regard to any stains you observed on those items?
For the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the jeans, I saw visible red brown stains, which I screened for blood. The majority were also, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood. There was one stain on the orange t-shirt, however, that was too small to perform that confirmatory test. So for that instance, I noted that the stain was quantity limited, and I preserved it after the positive screening test instead of performing a confirmatory test in order to preserve enough material for any DNA analysis. As far as the sneakers, given their dark color, I did not see any visible red-brown stains on the black area of the sneakers, so I used an alternate light source to aid in visualizing any potential blood on those sneakers. With that alternate light source, I tested several stains on the sneakers, one of which screened positive for blood.
Now, with respect to the other clothing items that you were talking about doing the screening test and the confirmatory test for blood, with respect to the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans, what were the results of that screening test and that confirmatory test that you ran with regard to each of those?
The screening test and the confirmatory test were positive.
Now, beyond the stains, did you take any additional samples from those items?
Yes, I did.
And what were those and how was that done?
For each of the items, I picked up any loose trace material, which would be hairs and fibers or apparent hairs and fibers that were adhering to the item. I also did a scraping and swabbing for skin cell collection of the unstained areas. And that involves taking a sterile scalpel and swabbing the areas of the clothing that don't have any visible stains on them, and then taking 2 cotton swabs and swabbing that same area, and then combining those scrapings and swabs for potential DNA analysis. In addition to those, I also took a scraping of each of the materials, and that involves taking the item, using something like a flat metal spatula, and scraping down whatever adhering materials left on the item into a glassine packet.
And as far as those items, once they're collected from the material or from the clothing, what do you do with them from there?
Each of those items is given its own item number. It's a sub-item of the overall larger number used to mark the item, and those are sent to the appropriate units for additional testing.
And as far as preservation is concerned, when it comes to sending something to either the trace unit or the DNA unit, what, if any, steps are taken in regard to preserving those items once they're removed from the clothing and sent off to the other units?
Each of those items would be preserved according to protocol. They are sealed properly, initial and dated with my initials and date. They're entered into our LIMS system, so those sub-items could then be tracked throughout the laboratory, and they're stored in the appropriate storage unit.
Now, at some point, did you also receive items that were labeled as 3-2 and 3-3?
I submitted those when I returned from the original scene.
And what were those, ma'am?
Those are pieces of glass from the bumper and a drinking glass from the crime scene.
Now, did you examine those items?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, examination did you do, and what is it that you were looking for in your examination?
I did a visual examination, and I took photographs, and then I also took a collection from each of the items.
And did you do any testing on those items?
No, I did not.
And what kind of samples did you collect from those items?
Bob
I
is
took
not
potential
sleeping.
skin cell collection using a swab
You
moistened
Godspeed from your
with
computer, Bob.
Well,
sterile water.
problem is I
And
have
as
the
far as
pictures
the
I'm taking,
samples that you took
tweeting
from, as
on my
well as
phone,
the items themselves, what, if anything, did
and I
you do
can't
with reference to those once
send
you're
them
done with your
whatever.
examination?
The swabs were preserved for testing in the DNA unit, and the original items, the apparent pieces of glass and the drinking glass, were preserved for the trace unit.
As far as those preservations were concerned, is that similar to the preservation process you were describing earlier with regard to the clothing items?
Yes, that's correct.
So both Mr. Lally and Ms. Harnett, you have to keep your voices up, or we have to turn the air conditioning on.
Understood, Your Honor.
She's always threatening with the heat.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, Lisa, this is not going to keep you up.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right,
All right.
cross-examination.
Thank you, Your
Here
Honor.
we go.
Bring the crow.
Ms. Hartnett, you responded to Canton Police Department. A lot of your testimony was about what happened in the Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked if you responded to the Canton Police Department on February 2nd, and most of your testimony was predicated on that date, you going over there and doing some visual observations, as well as some removal of items and some other testing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it February 2nd or was it February 1st?
May I check my notes?
I'd appreciate it if you did this.
Everyone who is napping, wake up.
My apologies.
Wake up.
That was my error. It was
Me?
February 1st.
Oh, I'm awake now.
So everything that you testified to, you only went once.
Yes, that's correct.
So everything that you testified to having taken place on February 1st, we should assume it was actually on February 2nd, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sallyport? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so just so you know.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice. You were dispatched at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your recollection, sure. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Yes, I was told on scene that Trooper Proctor was in charge of the investigation.
Now, while you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to just do an overview of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, that was important given the limited information that you had at that time about a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking for anything that would rise to a level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Hence your review and notation of certain scratches on the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Which may or may not have anything to do with the incident, but you noted it anyway, correct?
I did not draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from.
Okay, you just took the words right out of my mouth. My next question, the dent that you noted and photographed, you made no conclusion that that occurred as a result of a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
The scratches, and I'm just going to go through a couple of them. The scratches that you denoted and had photographed, you made no conclusions about that having anything to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
Even the broken taillight, at that point, you made no conclusions or drew no scientific conclusions about that having anything at all to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
You did, however, look for tissue, human tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the car itself. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
In that review, I think you testified that you saw nothing that suggested the transfer of human tissue to the vehicle, correct?
I did not see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were scratches on one of the extremities of John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Were you shown a photograph of those scratches to assist you in your visual review or examination of that vehicle?
Not at that time, no.
To this date, have you seen a photograph of his arm and the injuries to his arm?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I may, if we have it, could I display for the jurors and for Ms. Hartnett Exhibit 19?
Is this the one that's covered a bit? Okay. Yes.
Come on, tiny guy with tiny desk. This is your time to shine, sir. Get it together. Man with tiny desk. What are we doing here?
Tiny desk.
Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of scratches previously, correct?
Yes, I've seen a photo containing
Okay, and
something
that's
similar.
consistent with the photo that you've seen since your visit to the Sally Ward on February 1st, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Was there anything in your, by the way, did you look at all around the vehicle 360 degrees?
Yes, I did.
Did you look toward the top of the vehicle as well as toward the bottom?
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Say
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Understood. Did you examine the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I did look at the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And you know what I mean when I say undercarriage?
Yes.
Could you explain for the jurors what you mean when you use the word undercarriage?
The parts that normally you would have to see by, bending over or laying underneath the car to view what's underneath the vehicle.
That would include the frame and the axle and the drive shaft, transmission, things of that nature.
Yes, I'm not confident in all the terminology of the undercarriage, but yes.
Did you see anything that was suggestive of or consistent with the pattern of injury that you see to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified to make any kind of pattern determination and what would match the injuries on his arm.
So the answer to my question is, as you sit here, you made no observation of anything on the SUV that matched these injuries, correct?
I wouldn't be.
Go ahead and answer that.
I wouldn't be able to testify from memory. I don't have a photograph of the undercarriage, nor did I make any kind of conclusions about that at the time.
Okay, understood. And you didn't take any, I'm sorry, the swabs and samples that you did take variously on the car all came back negative for human tissue, et cetera.
The testing that I did on scene from the various areas of the undercarriage, which I had mentioned before, the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, and the exhaust pipe screened negative for blood.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, can we take this down?
I'm just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. On February 1st, 2002, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cups.
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you, how did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red-brown staining, so you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red-brown stain at the scene.
And you, of course, know as a forensic criminalist that blood stains can contain multiple contributors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know as you sit here which blood stain found at the scene related to which solo cup in the bag, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain, but I was not there.
From the same scene or?
Stain, excuse me. It was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain.
Okay. If they in fact were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing that as you sit here.
That's correct.
And ultimately, once you did take that swab from that single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of that blood evidence?
I left that with the Canton Police Department.
Was there any of the swab, by the way, I should ask this, I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Of those two swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of what who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so therefore, we would not know if there were multiple contributors to those stains or that swab that you took from that single solo cup.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, the remainder of all of that solo cup, as well as all the other 5 solo cups, was retained by Canton Police at the Canton Police Department in the control of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't know who was in control of it once I returned it to the Canton Police Department.
Who did you return it to at the Canton Police Department? Whom, I should say.
I believe I gave it to a Canton police officer. I don't know which officer that was.
Michael Proctor was at the Sally Port at the time that you were doing your examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he not take control of it himself?
Not that I saw. I don't know who took control of them once I was done with my collection.
They have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to some of the damage that you did note on the vehicle, that vehicle looked like it had been driven to a certain degree, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I'm not, if you could clarify the question, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Terrible question. Let me try it again. That vehicle was not a vehicle that had clearly just come off the showroom floor and had not been in use, based on your examination.
I don't think I am qualified to make that kind of decision.
It looked like there was some normal wear and tear on the car.
Other than the specific items that I pointed out earlier, the dent and the scratches, the exterior was in overall good condition. So I can't say specifically if it was driven other. I don't think I can make that conclusion unless you want to rephrase the question.
You couldn't make it the other way either.
That car was in any other condition than it had been owned and driven by somebody, right? Or could you make that conclusion?
I don't think I can make that conclusion.
So it could have been an absolutely brand new, right off the showroom floor car?
I guess I don't have any understanding of what could have happened to it in the showroom. I'm not sure I understand the line of questioning.
Why don't we move along?
Get her head out of her ass. She knows exactly what she's. That's bullshit.
I guess what I'm asking is, did you've done some damage analysis in the past? Obviously, this was not your first rodeo, right?
I don't do damage analysis on vehicles.
Okay.
Wow.
Did this car look like it had?
That did not help her. So this isn't even her ball game. Like, damage analysis is not her shit. Like, this is that questioning that I was talking about during direct that I was talking about Jackson would get into, that she has no idea whether or not that damage to the vehicle pre-existed that night. She couldn't possibly say it unless she's seen that vehicle prior to that night. She has no way to do it. She's speculating. She has no idea to age the damage to that vehicle and to say that it occurred that night. And her acting like she doesn't understand what what he's asking is ridiculous. And Bev let her off the hook.
Reasonably normal wear and tear on it. That's my question.
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay. Ultimately, the right rear taillight housing was removed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you the person, Ms. Hartnett, who actually used the tools to remove that taillight, be it screwdrivers, wrenches, anything else?
No.
Who was that actually did that work?
It was a Canton police officer that had entered the garage, and as I was removing it, he offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point, I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit that you'd been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break, 187 with the court permission.
Okay.
Does that look like the same housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the house, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swapped that taillight housing?
Sure. Is there a way that, can it get zoomed in just a little bit so I can differentiate the silver in the front? I'm having a little trouble.
Is that zoomed in enough or do you need more?
I believe so. Let me, I can start.
Tiny
So I
table
took
guy.
it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
I'm still sitting here blown away by the fact that this woman just admitted on the stand that she
Was it one
does not do
swab?
damage.
Yes, that's correct.
So you swabbed multiple areas with one
Crazy.
swab and then submitted that.
Yes.
So you don't know as you sit here
She's state
where, if
police.
any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from,
No, that's correct.
other than the general housing altogether.
Yes. So then just to finish your previous question, I did, that's what, it's just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the taillight. So the areas I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the taillight was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the taillight.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the taillight, bottom left?
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you swabbed that area as well as other areas on the exterior, like the red upper right.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As you swab that, the DNA test does not differentiate where you swab, just that you swab, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was all one swab, one collection.
Got it. So we can't define whether the DNA was to the upper right, on the outside of the lens, or some other place that you pointed to.
That's correct.
And of course, you're familiar with touch DNA, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Touch an item, walk away, sweaty palms. Good likelihood I just left some DNA on the podium, correct?
Yes, you can transfer skin cells by touching an item.
Thank you. We can take that down with the court's permission. Sure.
Say, for instance, if
You also
it had
indicated
bonked
that
on
you
the
collected
head,
glass.
I imagine that would keep
from the
a
rear
little
bumper.
DNA on that
Miss-
area of the
Ms.
tail
Reed's
light,
Lexus,
right?
correct?
Somewhere.
Yes, I have it as a parent class, but yes.
As a parent class, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Is that
May I look at, may I refer to my notes?
with the court's permission?
Yes.
I'm just unfamiliar with the lettering A through E. I don't believe I have that in my notes. If you could refer to the
Is it,
document that you have.
is it possible that, and this is just ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individual pieces A through E? You did not?
That's possible. I did not label them A through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. As a matter of fact, you labeled it as quantity 1, correct? On an evidence submission form?
In the LIN system, that's correct. Each item is, that quantity value is only used for specific things. So when I submit something as one item, it doesn't matter how many pieces it actually is. It's just, I'm submitting it as one item.
So in other words, one group.
That's correct.
But it's so we're clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are crystal clear. In that group, under 3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
I don't have the exact number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
Did you not annotate that somewhere, that you recovered 5 pieces?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page, so I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay, well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching, let's catch. The person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted to try to be accurate.
I'm the one that initially, excuse me, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct. And the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay, let's take a look at that photo. With the court's permission, this is exhibit 168. Can we show that, display that? And if we could, Mr. Bates, with the court's permission, can we zoom in on the area a little bit bigger than that? Capture all of the zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Did we, or it's February 1st now? We agreed it's February 1st. My apologies. Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay, and can you, I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to a piece?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So that's the largest of the pieces, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in, stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I do not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact, they were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay. And do you know, just in your experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Do you know where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general area.
How far would you say that is from Canton?
I don't know, maybe a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure.
Do your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination?
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the incident in question took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, the vehicle had to have been driven by definition from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
I was informed that the car was recovered in Dighton.
And ultimately either driven back or towed back, one of the ways, some way it ended up back in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Dighton is, how far would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Again, I'm really guessing. I would say maybe a half an hour.
30 miles?
Potentially. I don't know exactly. I was never in Dighton.
Okay, so according to your notes, the glass pieces that we're looking at on the back of this bumper would have traveled, let's call it for round figures, about 60 miles in a blizzard before you saw it.
I don't know when the glass pieces were ended up on the bumper, so I couldn't say.
And of course, you knew that on February 1st, you knew a few days earlier, on the 29th, there had been a pretty significant snowstorm here in Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, I did have that information.
And that blizzard included high winds, freezing rain, snow, all the good stuff with a blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the exact weather conditions of the blizzard.
But irrespective, after all of that, whatever that was, you saw these 5 pieces just sitting perched on the top of the bumper, not embedded in any way, correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered those with little bitty tweezers, correct?
Yes.
We can take this down with the court's permission. You testified on direct examination that you also found a hair on that rear panel, the quarter panel of the car, correct?
Yes, at the time of the scene, I noted it was an apparent hair, correct.
And the apparent hair, and I'll try to use that same word, I keep forgetting, you'll correct me. That apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but on a vertical portion of the quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find the hair, or was that hair pointed out to you by somebody else?
I believe I located the hair.
How exactly was that hair secured to that vertical panel, if you can explain that?
It didn't appear to be secured in any way. It was just on that quarter panel.
Okay, so it wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued?
No.
Wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever. It was just perched on that vertical panel of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And for you to remove it, and by the way, you found this at the same time that you found the general time, that you found the glass pieces as well.
That's correct.
So that hair potentially would have had to make that same 60-mile round trip in the same blizzard.
At the time, I don't know when that hair was deposited on the vehicle.
Right. And it didn't take you much to remove that hair, correct?
I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
Not that I recall.
I'd like to take a look at that hair if we can. I know you've seen it just a few minutes ago. I want to look at it one more time. With the court's permission, these are exhibits 165 and 173. If we could start with 165 and publish those.
Okay.
Does that look like a close-up view of, actually, is that this one? Yeah. Can we pull that out? Your Honor, may I do this a different way?
All right.
This is actually, with the court's permission, okay, I'll get to that in a second. I want to try to. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bob, while you were taking a snoozle, the awesome Shiraz, you got 10 memberships from Shiraz.
What? God, I love her.
She's awesome.
God, I love her. Did you throw it up on the screen to celebrate her awesomeness?
Very briefly.
There you go.
Yep.
Could you take a look at
Thank
those
you so
four
much.
photographs and tell me if you recognize
Yes.
the first two to be exhibits 165 and 173? They're not marked on there, but what you earlier looked at.
Okay.
Do those appear to be those two exhibits that you earlier saw?
Yes, I don't know what numbers they were, but I do remember seeing these photos earlier.
Fair enough. And then the second two photos, do those appear to be zoomed photos of the same two photographs?
Yes, they do.
With the court's permission, I would ask that the zoomed photos be marked as next in order.
Is there any objections to Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Can I approach?
Yes.
It's way easier since I quit drinking, Donna.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, we're looking at what's previously been marked as 165. Does that appear to be a photo of the hair?
Would it be possible just to zoom in on that,
Absolutely.
the
This is not
sticker?
an eye contest.
And just a little bit, I'm just trying to read the letter on the white marker. Yes, so that, correct.
So that hair looks, as we're looking at it, you will agree, that hair looks like almost like a backward C, correct? In other words, it looks like it's more vertical than flat in that photograph, correct?
I would agree, it looks like a C on the side of the car.
Where is it?
Go to exhibit 173.
I think it's right to the right of that sticker.
So I wish
I think.
you could
And
see
this is the
this
same
thing right here.
hair
Oh, now I see,
photograph
you
a
see it.
second time,
Can't see my
correct?
pointer on there.
If we could, again, just zoom in on that sticker.
See, down there it looks different.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hartnett, does it look to you like between the first and the second photograph?
Yes, it moved.
That hair has moved.
Yes,
Yes.
looks completely different.
Absolutely.
It's no longer an inverted C, but a C.
Just say yes, lady. I mean, come on.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I see the two ends, which may have been may still be making contact with the vehicle. I can't make that determination based on this photo.
Fair enough. So that was sort of my next question. I'll just dovetail it this way. Did it appear to you that the hair, which is curled, was making contact with the vehicle on the top point and the bottom point?
I would say from this photo, I honestly can't tell if those two ends are coming off the vehicle or touching the vehicle. I just can't make that determination.
But you would agree that that hair was somewhat precariously perched on that vertical quarter panel, correct?
Objection.
I want to sustain the objection, ask it differently.
Yeah.
Mr. Bates, we'll finish with that. With the court's permission, we can take that down. If you take a look at the zoomed photos that have just been marked as 259 and 260 respectively, can you take a look at those side by side, and when you're finished, I'd like to ask you a question or two about those.
Okay.
Does it look from your perspective, seeing those photos side by side, that the hair appears to have gently moved just a little bit between the two photos?
I just don't think I can make that determination. They're
so
taken from
full of
different angles.
shit, lady.
I just don't know. I can see that they
don't?
have a
The
curl in
rest
both,
of
but I
us
don't know
know.
which
Hey, did that
ends
hair
are making
move?
contact or if the ends are coming off the vehicle.
Sure, look like it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come on, man. See, this is the kind of shit they're pulling that I can't trust anything they're saying. Everyone that has eyeballs can see between those two pictures, the hair is in a different condition than it was in both pictures. It moved, which goes exactly to the point. How did it survive 80 miles
There's one more
driving
I'd
in a
like to take a
blizzard
quick look
stuck
at
on the car?
and ask you a couple of
Why they
questions.
don't want to
about
answer the
court's
question?
permission. Exhibit 195, which is a shirt.
Okay.
Man, that's so irritating.
Speaking about moving things, why don't you guys, if you haven't, move your mouse to the like button.
Depicted in this photograph.
You like that, Bob?
Yes, I do.
And you saw this just a few minutes ago on direct examination as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You indicated that you took two swabs from
Cheers.
the quote area around damage numbers 1 through 9 of the gray sweatshirt, end quote, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, can you describe for the jurors how you took those swabs, and were they of all 9 or a select number of the 9? How did you do that?
I moistened 2 cotton swabs with sterile water, and then I took those 2 swabs. May I use the pointer to just show?
Of course.
And I vigorously swabbed around. I don't know if it's
Show us
There
on
you
the pizza slices.
this entire area. So every area of damage, I swabbed around all of it using the same 2 swabs. So it was one collection from all those areas.
One collection on swab 1 and one collection on swab 2. You just repeated the process.
No, I took them exactly at the same time. So I held the 2 swabs together.
Oh.
And as I'm swabbing, I'm rotating the swabs to make sure that all the exterior of the swab is coming into contact with that material in order to collect equal samples, or at least attempt to collect equal samples on each swab.
Okay, we can take that. Thank you. And you indicated that this was the first time that you had done swabbing specifically for the purpose of trying to find either canine DNA or animal.
That's correct.
Had you been trained at the time that you took the swabs, had you been trained or received any training or any teaching about the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA?
No,
Do you know what keratinized tissue is?
no.
Did you photograph exactly where any of those swabs were taken, or just notate it in your notes?
I notated in my notes that overall photo is the photo that I used to describe the sample that I collected.
And I think it probably goes without saying, you didn't videotape your swabbing technique on that shirt either, correct?
That's correct.
You did include a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from T-shirt 717 and shirt 718, correct?
I performed a debris collection on each of those items. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or done some debris collection, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that the debris was from shirt 717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
And with the court's permission.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange t-shirt,
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
the long sleeve gray shirt.
All right. So you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You took scrapings from both shirts. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically other than the two shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever? And
If I was able to pick out a hair or a fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris,
That's correct.
and there was no videotape of the debris collected?
Correct.
Okay. When you received item 717 and item 718, that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Yes. If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that. That's a photograph. I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contained it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contained the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. I could ask that be marked as next in order.
Any objections to Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Is it 261?
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back was already there when you received it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it notes that these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that
Of course.
for the date.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, it
Can I
didn't.
display
So you got an answer.
My
Right, I think-
apologies. The date on there is January 29th, 2022.
So I don't have to walk back and forth, may I?
Yes.
Okay, does that look like what you're looking at? Exhibit 261?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Let's see if I can stand out of the way. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected together and bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right is January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay. You have no way of knowing as you sit here the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
Yes, they're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry.
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Thank you. We can take this down, Your Honor. Thank you. The debris that you ultimately got from the shirt or shirts, you don't know if that debris may have been in the bag and the shirts picked up the debris in the bag or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Because they were housed together.
Yes,
stored together.
That's correct.
Were you aware before you began your analysis on either one of those shirts that those shirts had been found at the bottom of an ambulance, on the floor of an ambulance at one point?
I don't have any knowledge of where the clothing, what condition the clothing in was before I got it.
Okay, and that probably answers my next question, but just for the record, you don't have any knowledge personally as you sit here that either one of the shirts or both of them were floor of a hospital room as well.
I have no information about where the shirts were.
One of the things that you did indicate was, in your direct examination, was how important it is to maintain sanitary conditions with evidence to avoid contamination, correct?
That's correct.
For instance, you wouldn't want to take the swabs that you so carefully utilized to swab an item of evidence and then, oops, drop it on the floor. You would have to discard that item and then start over, correct?
If a swab is dropped on the floor, we don't discard it. We would preserve it, but that would be a note that we would have to put in our file, and that, yes, that swab would not be tested any further.
Right, because of the possibility of cross-contamination.
Correct.
And at least according to the evidence bag, those two shirts were in the custody and control of which trooper before you got them?
Trooper Proctor collected the evidence according to the bag.
Thank you. Ultimately, Ms. Hartnett, every single piece of taillight material and clothing that you've described in your testimony today on direct and cross-examination, all of that evidence was presented to you or to the lab at one time in one bundle on March 14th, 2022, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Which portion was in the lab before March 14th?
The taillight that I collected from the vehicle was submitted prior to that, as well as any other items that I took from the vehicle.
Okay, that was a great answer and my mistake. I knew that and I forgot. So the taillight housing you took on the first?
Correct.
Okay. Every other item other than the taillight housing itself, which you took personal possession of, all the taillight fragments, all the clothing, orange shirt, gray shirt, jeans, shoes, everything was all submitted in one fell swoop on March 14th, 2022. Is that right?
No.
What else am I incorrect about?
So I just wanted to clear anything that was collected from the vehicle, as well as the swabs from the red Solo cups and the drinking glass that I was presented with at Canton PD was submitted by me on February 1st. The other items, the clothing items were submitted together. And then there was another submission that had the fingernails and the known blood standards. So there were several submissions. So I'm hesitant to lump it all into one because it did happen on different dates.
Okay, fair enough. Can we agree that the earliest submission, with the exception of the stuff that you actually took with you from the salad bar, the taillight material, whatever swabs you took, I'm sorry, the taillight housing and whatever swabs you took, all of the other material that was submitted to the lab, all of the other evidence, the earliest date anything was submitted was March 14th, 2022.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another look at my submission forms just to clarify.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think I have it. It's a
Okay.
two-page document, if I can show Mr. Lally. Is that a copy of your submission form?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could familiarize yourself with that for just a quick second.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, may I approach one more time now? I have one more document I'm going to ask you to take a glance at.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document, the second document that I just handed?
This is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with court permission, I'd like to mark the first document's name again. I want to get it right.
It's the evidence submission form for submission 7.
Evidence submission form for submission 7, 2-page document, if I can have that next in order. And then the
Chain of custody. My apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes to both.
So the objection sustained unless you want to convince me otherwise.
I'll have a mark for ID for the time being. That's fine. If that's okay with the court.
Yes. You've got a lot of your Post-its on the other one. Do you want to take it off?
I was going to actually ask if I think it helped with this.
Okay.
Go a lot faster with those Post-its
The
on.
witness, I guess. Go back to the witness with those.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as VV, that's the log. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on page, for instance, page 11, where a tab is.
Yep.
That shows that that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th on page, notated on page 12.
What item are you referring to?
It's a plastic piece.
Yes, correct.
Page 13, another plastic piece.
Yes, submitted on March 14th.
And page 14, another plastic piece.
Yes, that's correct.
Page 15, another plastic piece.
Correct.
And page 17.
Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
And then if you turn to the next page, page 18, that's the orange T-shirt. It shows its submission date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's that date?
March 14th.
And then on page, the bottom, very bottom of page 20, going into page 21, there's another item, the gray T-shirt or gray sweatshirt.
Yes, that was also submitted on March 14th.
Okay, thank you. I may approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we need those. They're marked for identification.
I'm not sure if I'm going to use it one more time.
Put them up on the bench and you can grab them.
Of course, ma'am.
Yes.
Ms. Hartnett, before you received all of the items that we've talked about and all the items that you've testified about, with the exception of the items that you physically took with you from the Sally Court, everything else that you've testified to was submitted to you on March 14th or after, correct?
That's correct.
And all submitted by Trooper Proctor, correct?
I know they were all submitted by the Norfolk County Detective Unit. I don't know the specific officer that necessarily dropped them off at the lab.
Can you answer the question based on the log information that you have and the chain of custody that's in front of you? Can you answer the question whether Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored the taillight lens material and the clothing in the same place or in the same bag before you received it?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Based on the log information that you have, in other words, the chain of custody that's in front of you, that you can absolutely look at and determine where things were and who had them, can you tell us whether or not Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored any of the taillight material and the clothing in the same place or even in the same bag?
No, I don't have any information to how the evidence was treated before it was received in the lab.
In fact, that's because there is no chain of custody for that data. I'm sorry, for those items. There's no data for those items predating March 14th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't personally have any chain of custody information about those items we just went over predating March 14th, do you?
I personally do not have any data that would indicate where those items of evidence were prior to them being accepted into the lab.
And one of the reasons why you have such detailed chain of custody protocols is to maintain control over where items go and how they're handled and by whom, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just a couple. The vehicle that you observed, the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port of the Camp Police Station, that was in generally overall good condition, other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs that you took from the taillight housing that you then later submitted to DNA, that was a taillight housing that you took from the Camden Police Station, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You logged that into the lab?
Yes, I did.
You took those swabbings and then you packaged them and you sent them to the DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And all of those swabbings were taken from the exterior area of that taillight assembly, is that correct?
Yes.
The objection sustained is to the form.
With regard to those swabbings that you took from the taillight housing, where on the taillight housing did you take them?
I took them from what would have been the exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact. So I did not collect from any of the interior portions of the taillight that would have been protected by the exterior plastic piece.
Now, at the time that you were looking at the vehicle in the Sally Port of the Camden Police Station, do you recall what the temperature was inside the garage?
No, I don't have that information.
Was the temperature the same inside the garage as it was outside of the garage? If you know, was it heated at all?
I don't know if it was heated.
As far as the vehicle itself was concerned, when you saw it in the garage, did you see any sort of frozen snow or ice or anything like that on the exterior of the vehicle?
Not to my recollection, no.
I have nothing further on.
On that limited bit,
One follow-up question.
You're muted, Bob.
May I approach?
yes.
One question only, Mr. Jackson, or I want to turn off the air conditioning.
If you take one more look at that, what's been marked for identification is you. That's the evidence submission form, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Who signed that form?
Objection.
Proctor.
So the objection sustained unless you want to see me at sidebar.
I'll ask it a different way. Whose name is on the bottom of the form?
Objection.
It's the same question. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up to sidebar?
Yes, Rob.
May I have that, please, Ms. Hartnett?
So, Bob, what do you think the objection? I know we have to guess, but like, why can't she just say what the name is on the thing?
either lack of foundation, lack of authentication, or it has something to do. It could be the feds. I don't know. Like I'm assuming it was Proctor that had signed it.
Yeah, that's what I was. He keeps trying to make that point.
Right, but she can't testify as to what Proctor's like when he switched it to whose name is it. That's different than saying because like I don't have the ability to get on the stand unless I've seen your signature prior to. Like saying I've seen Jay's signature many times and I can say that appears to be his signature. I can't do it if I don't have that background, but I don't know what the objection.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because when he switched it to just what does the name say, not necessarily indicating that it's his signature per se, but that it reads as his name. I don't know, but I mean, it could like the way that she was sustaining the objection. It almost seems like it was federal. I don't know.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, you are all set. Thank you.
All right, so we've got a couple of questions that I wanted to address that a lot of people are asking about.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Let's see, is it?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Ashley Valaire to the stand.
Bukaki.
Bukaki,
Not Bukaki.
where are you? Bukaki, where are you? So real quick, saw a couple of different comments about typically when the state's case in chief, almost in every single case ever, there's a motion for a directed finding, meaning that we are arguing as the defense, the state should not meet their burden during their case in chief. That'll definitely happen. I can't guess as to what's going to happen until we see all the evidence. I can see the judge dismissing the second degree murder based on what I've seen. I think that
Mr. Lally, would you remove
stand, but I can see that going away.
And if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work, where did you go to school for that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry and cell biology from University of California, San Diego.
All right.
And following your receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
And once you received that master's, where did you go to work after that?
I worked at the Broad Institute for about 6 months before getting a job at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
As far as your work at the Broad Institute, that's located in Cambridge, is that correct?
Correct.
Easy.
And what type of work did you do at the Broad Institute?
I worked for the Center for the Development of Therapeutics Department, doing quality control checks on compounds that they think could have potential to be therapeutic drugs.
And so you went to work for the Mass State Police Crime Lab or the MSPCL in early 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you first went to work for the MSPCL, what unit were you initially assigned?
The Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Is that the unit that you still currently work in?
It is.
And so you started with the lab as a forensic scientist one, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what sort of steps or what kind of training did you go through in order to go from being a forensic scientist one to being a forensic scientist two that you are?
A forensic scientist one is the initial job that you're hired as. After you've been at the lab for a year and once you're qualified and signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist too.
Now, within the trace unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what types of things you're looking at or what types of analysis that you do with regard to working in the trace unit specifically?
What I do or what the unit does?
First, as far as in general terms, what is a unit?
The unit has a lot of disciplines. So there's fire debris examination, explosives examination, serial number restoration, gunshot residue analysis, fibers, paint, glass, physical match, trace recovery.
And specific to yourself, what is it that you do within the trace?
I do gunshot residue analysis, trace recovery, and physical match analysis.
And as far as each of those respective categories, are those are the things that you've done essentially your time there, especially as a forensic scientist too?
Yes.
Now, with regard to
Jay, did you catch your name?
the physical match component that you were talking about?
No, I did not.
Can you explain to the jury, just again in general terms, sort of what goes
Can we
into
go back
that,
real
or
quick and just catch your name
what are you
and
looking
title?
at? What are you doing in regards to
Someone's got
analysis?
to know in the chat. Does no one know?
I
in the
mean,
chat?
Physical match.
Like
Excuse
people
me.
are saying Ashley,
Physical match
but no
analysis
title.
is
Oh,
looking
Dizzy
at
has it on the ticker already.
two or more
Oh,
items that have
good girl.
broken or irregular
Good work.
edges, and seeing if they
You're the best.
fit together like a sort of like a jigsaw puzzle.
And when you're doing those examination of various items with respect to that, what types of instruments are you using, or what types of ways are you looking at these from an instrumental perspective?
It's mostly the stereo zoom microscope, which is a microscope that's mounted on a stand, so that it can look at larger objects and not just slides like in science class.
Now, over the course of your work with the lab, you're familiar with the lab is accredited, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's accredited by an organization known as ANAP.
Correct.
And with respect to that accreditation, what if any testing or what if any examinations or continuing education do you have to undergo in order for that accreditation, either for yourself or for the lab itself?
As part of the accreditation, analysts that are signed up to do casework do proficiency tests every year.
And have you done proficiency testing over the course of your 5 years with the lab?
I have.
And specifically, what types of areas have you taken proficiency testing in?
I've taken proficiency tests in gunshot residue analysis and physical match cases.
So with respect to sort of each of the various areas of work that you do within the lab, is that correct?
Except for trace recovery, but yes.
And with respect to each of those, as far as the proficiency testing was concerned, you've successfully completed each of those?
I have.
Now, if I could turn your attention to, at some point over the course of your work within the trace unit in the lab, did you become involved with the lab case number 22-02184?
I did.
And there's a name that's associated with that lab number as well, is that correct?
A name?
A name as far as a suspect or a defendant or something like that?
Yes.
And whose name is that?
Karen Reed.
And as far as your work within the trace unit, how is it that you came to be involved, or what piece of analysis did you become initially involved in with respect to Ms. Reed's case?
I was assigned to do physical match analysis on, well, many different items.
Before we get to the physical match, was there something, what if anything were you asked to do with regard to some clothing items associated with the John O'Keefe?
I believe I later received debris that was collected from those clothing items.
And so debris specifically, do you recall which clothing items you received debris from?
I do not without looking at my notes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may the witness look at her notes?
Yes, go right ahead.
She's a forensic scientist, I believe, folks. Or at least someone put that in the chat. I hope they're right.
And did you remember refreshed as to which items of clothing you looked at?
Yes, so it was, well, I didn't look at clothing. I just received the debris that was already packaged. So it was labeled as coming from jeans, boxer shorts, sneakers, a gray long sleeve shirt, and an orange t-shirt.
Now, with respect to each of those items had a lab sort of label number associated with it, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the larger piece of clothing would have been labeled 7- something, and then the debris from that clothing would have been labeled 7- same thing, point, whatever? Does that sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And so with the specific reference to item 7-18.18, that was debris from an orange t-shirt, is that correct?
Yes,
And specifically, I'm sorry, debris from an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
correct.
And from your analysis of that debris, what if any examination did you do of that debris that was provided to you within the tracer?
So each of these items was packaged in a fold. And so I opened up the fold and looked at the items under the stereo zoom microscope and documented it with photos.
And as far as that item 7-18.18, what if anything did you observe as far as contained within the debris from that item specifically?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There was apparent dirt debris, many black, gray, blue, and orange apparent fibers, several pieces of red apparent plastic, several apparent hairs, one piece of green material, and one piece of clear apparent plastic.
And the clear apparent plastic, what if any measurements did you conduct with reference to that?
It measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch.
Now, from your analysis of those items, what if anything, do you know where within the lab they went following your analysis there?
I believe another analyst in the trace unit then looked at those items.
And that would be are you familiar with another person who works in the trace unit named Christina Hanley?
I am.
And so what, if any, training does Ms. Hanley have that you do not have in order to conduct that sort of further analysis?
So Christina Hanley is the trace supervisor, and she is signed off to do casework in fibers, miscellaneous paint, glass. You see the other trace disciplines that I am not.
So essentially, those items contained within that debris were something that you examined microscopically, made observations of, took measurements, and then they went to Ms. Hanley?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned a variety of plastic items that you examined, correct?
Of the initial items that I looked at?
Yes.
Yes.
And what were those, generally speaking, what were those initial items that you looked at?
There were many different items containing that I believe were recovered from an address, but I would have to look at my notes to.
Go ahead.
She's so nervous.
So they were all labeled as recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And what types of items were they specifically that you had received?
So it was many pieces of apparent plastic and apparent glass and one drinking straw.
And those items were generally labeled as items 7-5 through 7-19. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And with reference to the process in general terms of when you receive these items, can you explain to the jury sort of your process and what you did and what you looked at as you went through each of these respective items?
Sure. So for beginning a physical match case, you always look at the questioned items first, which are the ones that you don't know where it came from. Like here, they're labeled as coming from the road, so you don't know where their actual source of origin is. And so what we'll do is we'll scan that item into my custody. And then I will document the packaging with photographs. And then I'll open that item and then document that item as it is. And if there are multiple pieces, each piece will get a designator like piece A, piece B, piece C. All this gets documented, written down in my notes and in photographs. If any of those pieces look like they could possibly fit together, then I will look under the stereo zoom and see if they do in fact fit together, and document it if they do. And then once I've finished documenting that, I'll repackage it in the original packaging. And then if there are multiple items, like in this case there were, then once that first item is sealed up, then I'll clean my bench and then I'll open the second item and do the same thing until all of the items have been documented.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of the physical process of what you did in this case with respect to these items, as far as how were you looking at them sort of physically, what did you do with those items?
So like I said, I opened up each of these items individually, took photos, took notes, looked at them under the stereo zoom microscope, and then looked at my photos after I had looked at all of them. They'd all been packaged in their original packaging. And I looked at the photographs to see if any of those pieces could possibly fit together. And then once I looked at the photos and saw that it looked like there were possible physical match fits among those questioned items, then I opened up those items and looked to see if they, like in real life versus just on photos, see if they could have a potential physical match. And then if it looked like it did, then I brought them together and looked at that in the stereo zoom to confirm if there was a physical match.
May I approach?
Yes.
Display, I'm showing you a series of 9 photographs. Just ask you to look at those and help me finish. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Item 7-5.
And is that how it was presented to you or shown to you as far as the evidence bag that you opened and the items that were contained within?
I mean, this is just a picture of the seal, not the entire bag, but yes.
Okay. Now, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce the minutes of the next exhibits. No objection.
Janetti on cross.
Objection. Oh, I'm on direct. Sorry.
So it's 262 through 270. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs to the jury, please?
Okay.
Next gentleman, if I could have photograph 1905. Next player, what's up on the screen is photograph 1905, which has now been marked as exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the evidence back that you were presented with regard to items labeled as 7-5?
That's the seal on it. Yes.
Now, just in general terms, as far as this process.
Thanks, Erica. Thank
fitting
you.
the puzzle pieces together. How long and how laborious a process did that entail?
In this case specifically,
Yes.
there were many items to look at, so it did take quite a bit of time.
And if I can have photograph 1908. And do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 263?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that you have from item 7-5?
Those are the 3 pieces in item 7-5.
So 3 pieces from that were all red, apparent plastic pieces from that same item. Is that correct? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. Showing you another 7 photographs. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The seal and then the items from item 7-6.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed when you were doing your analysis in the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibits. Okay.
If you guys had to guess, what number witness do you think this is? I just saw a journalist tweet what number witness this is. If you had to guess, what number witness is this? How many to date? If you know the answer, don't spoil it. But if you're guessing, guess. More than 37. Ooh, Michelle. Michelle, did you know the answer, Michelle? 53.
If it's 271 through 277.
53 witnesses, guys. If you
And
can
Your Honor,
believe
the court's
that.
mission, if I could publish some of those photographs to the jury this time.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have photograph 1921.
"53 witnesses, and I still have no fucking clue how they're trying to say this happened." I'm still guessing. 53 witnesses, and I'm still trying to guess how they're trying to say this happened. 53. 53.
What did I miss?
I just saw someone journalist tweet out that this is the 53rd witness, Bob.
Oh, well, what I
as far
didn't
as-
miss is the state proving how she did this.
That's what I just said. 53 witnesses, and I still have no clue how they're trying to say this happened.
I'll rotate that. So, Mr. Leader, what's up on the screen, as it's, that's photograph 1921, exhibit 271. That is the evidence bag box that contains the items in reference to lab item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
Robbie J.
And with reference to that, as far as the labeling is concerned, these are items that were submitted by the state police, correct? As far as you know.
Yes.
And from the labeling that's exhibited in labeling that's being shown in Exhibit 271, that actually has an indication of who the submitting agency is and the date that the item was collected, correct?
Presumably, I don't know because that's not our lab's labeling system.
It's fair to say, as far as your observation of these evidence bags as you were opening them or boxes as you were opening them, they had different dates on them, some of them, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1924. And again, what's up?
Oh, Erica Dolan, $20 holla. Thank you so much. Thanks for your coverage. I love y'all. We love you back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Didn't catch it if Jay already thanked you.
I did, but it's good to have us both thank.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 272. These were the items that were marked within that box or that bag of item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
It appears 2 pieces of clear plastic, correct?
Apparent plastic, yes.
Bottom piece. That bottom piece is giving me protractor that I didn't know how to use in high school.
I was always afraid like a sociopath would stab me with that super pointy like projectile thing sticking out of it. I once had a kid in, I think I was a freshman in high school, stab me in the leg with his pencil.
Oh no.
Dude, total PTSD from that shit. Fucking lead broke off in my leg. I'm like, oh my god.
Did you have to like go to the hospital and like get it?
I went to the nurse and she's like, oh, you'll live. I'm like,
oh no, this was what year was this? They didn't care. They're like, get out of here. Why are you here?
So this is like 84. So yeah,
yeah,
like, rub some dirt on that shit. You're fine.
Why are you even here?
Right, exactly. These days, it'd be a federal investigation. The guy would be in prison. That dude was fucking weird. Now that I start remembering that guy, he did some weird shit, man. Can't remember his name. I'd like to look him up to see if he's in prison for being a murderer. Ashley, if only I could remember. Fries, they are, in fact, the delicious wasabi and soy. Blue Diamond almonds. That's right, Blue Diamond. Give Jay and I some sponsorship.
Yeah, and do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The item 7-8.
And again, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the lab with reference to item 7-8.
Yes.
Come up to introduce them there today. Okay.
I mean, I think, Bob, there's one thing we influence is when we start talking about certain foods, people then order those foods. Like we would be
Dude,
a great.
Are you fucking kidding me, man? Like they're like that's coming because when we get the chat going on some food shit. I mean, watch the almond talk start now.
I bet you after we talked about Entenmann's, everyone was going and getting Entenmann's the other day.
Oh my god! I was like, I wanted the crumble. The crumble cinnamon
donuts.
So bad. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, radishes.
I love the wasabi. Yeah, the radishes. I love the wasabi soy and the new one that they brought out. I love it. First time I tried one was the elotes. I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. And then like 5 almonds, and I'm like, oh my god, it's delicious. And they really nailed the flavor of the elotes. Really good. Have you tried those yet, Jay? The elotes?
No, I have
really
not.
tasty.
I'm more of a cash
before? Sweet corn?
No.
What?
I don't like corn. I don't like corn.
Oh my fucking
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos to the jury as well?
We're not even friends anymore.
I'm familiar with regard.
Corn.
I don't like corn.
It's like your body. It comes out. It's like your body doesn't even use it.
Dude, listen.
What, if any, difference was there
I'm
between?
gonna pause this for 1 second. I'm gonna you need to try some sweet corn, fresh picked, fucking just like slathered in butter.
No, I don't like it. I don't like corn.
Oh,
Get
what
corn
the
out of my
fuck,
fucking
dude?
face. Get that
Jeez
shit out of my face.
Christ.
Get corn out.
What's wrong with you, man?
A lot, Bob.
I'd rather
You
listen to
all-
Lally than your shit right now.
Wow, that was
Sorry, what, can you repeat the question?
Exactly.
Were they all sort of uniform as to their color, as to their size, as to their shape, or what, if any, differences did you know between?
Between the items that we've already published, or just all of them? And
all of them in general.
So some of the pieces were clear apparent plastic, some were clear apparent glass, some of them were red apparent plastic, some of them were silver colored apparent plastic.
And as far as the size of these pieces of plastic or glass that you had received, how would you describe sort of their physical size, shape, things of that nature?
Some of them were very small, and some of them were larger. I can't tell you the dimensions without looking at my notes.
And you took measurements with respect to each of the pieces that you analyzed, each of the pieces that you examined, and each of the pieces that you ultimately tried to find a match for, correct?
Correct.
I'm Gen X for the record.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931.
We are the best. Gen X is the best.
Pamela Holtzman's asked, did I fall out of a high chair on my head? Very good chance. Very good chance, Pamela. Very good chance.
Likelihood high.
Item 7-8.
Yes.
Jack, I'm going to really rack my brain to remember that guy's name. He did two really fucking weird things. The other one was so weird, I don't feel like I can say it.
This exhibit up on the screen, number 79, you recognize that.
Never forget it, though.
Collectively sort of labeled as item 7-8.
I do.
And so from a variety of those different pieces that are depicted up on the screen, exhibits 279, each of them would have been respectively labeled as far as, say, 7-8.1 or 7-8 point something else. Is that fair to say?
So the laboratory numbering system where it goes 7-8.1, that's if you take like a subsample. So if I had collected like debris or something out of this item, that would then be labeled 7-8.1 because it's a new entry in our limb system. These are just
Adam, they're delicious.
The different pieces in 7-8. In my notes, I gave them labels such as piece A, piece B, piece C, all the way down to, however many there were.
Wait, who just said corn is not even
letters? Is that correct?
Correct.
C-Dub fucking put you on blast. That's what just happened
corn?
there.
That's not eating corn.
But luckily T-Dub is your partner in crime, the other person on the planet
T-Dub.
that doesn't like corn.
Solidarity, T-Dub.
Just a little bit in on that.
No, Ricky, I will burn your deck down if you try to bring that shit to me at your house.
Let's pick it up on the
Maya
screen.
loves corn.
This exhibit
Dan,
do you recognize that?
Who knows?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that was submitted within this as far as 7-8?
I do like popcorn.
Analysis, right?
It was. There's actually two pieces in that. There's the large one in the middle, and there's a very small one up in the corner.
Yeah, what is that? Looks like the top to a container or something.
It does. It looks like it kind of looks like a Tupperware container.
Yeah, Tupperware.
All the shit like broke off. Like, so what is she doing? Is she confirming that it's a fucking taillight? Like, she's not she's not DNA, right?
Well, I assume she's the microscopic lady, right? Isn't that what we're gonna get into? I don't know. The last lady didn't.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on, J-Bo.
Me either.
All right. I was 15. Oh, Karen, looking stern.
So you skipped. Are they on break now? Is that what happened?
Oh.
You gotta use the arrows, Bob. You were using the arrows, or you stopped using the arrows.
Sorry, J-Bo, I forgot. How about the arrows?
It's because you're elotes.
Elotes. I need Shans to tell me what that is. That like a St. Christopher medal, or like what is that? What's that necklace she has on? Tell Shans I need her to do work.
Babe, Bob wants to know what kind of necklace Karen has on. She said usually she has on a saint necklace.
Okay.
She says St. Christopher or something. She's not sure.
I nailed it.
You
And
did know.
I know shit about saints, so that's sent for like Saint Stephen. Saint Stephen with the rose in and out of the garden he go. Oh, sorry. Got to do a little dead there, Jay. Oh, Afton knows. Afton knows. Sweet corn, dude. Like Illinois, sweet corn capital of the world. I lived so close to, like, I'm surrounded by farms. So every August when they harvest the corn, man, there's like 2 or 3 farmers that pop up these little stands selling their shit right out the field, bro. Whoo, man. I'm telling you, I could turn you. I mean, the one thing is you don't digest it, so you can literally see the corn in your poops.
I know.
I mean, you got that going for you on your argument.
See, what I would prefer around me, what I have, I'm sure you probably have to, but like a nice apple tree place, like off the side, we have those fresh apples. Oh, that's the best.
Dude, we've got a ton of
right off the trees.
Yeah, we've got a bunch. We go apple picking typically every fall. We've got a bunch of them. They're great. Yeah, somebody brought up the Cosmic Crunch. That's my new favorite apple.
I gotta try that. I gotta try.
Oh, dude, it was like when Apple Crisp kind of like came out, and you you hit those.
The Honey Crisp, I like the Honey Crisp.
Those, yeah, dude, those were like,
those are good.
Oh my god. Let's see what we got. So clearly a sidebar. Lengthy one.
Big smile from Karen coming out of that.
Oh,
I think it's a break, right? Was it not a break? I think they said the jury.
Oh,
they were standing.
They were dismissing the jury, so
yeah, there's definitely a break. Someone just left.
Courtrooms, people are empty, so people must have gone out to smoke cigs. It's true. It is. It is a filler in a lot of foods. And in America here, they use well, at least they used to use high fructose corn syrup in everything.
I'm pretty sure they still do.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird though. Usually when they go on break, they just cue the ceiling fan. Like she says, like a short break.
I don't know. I mean, they took a really quick lunch, so I mean, Jackson was definitely up at the bench arguing something, you know. I feel like during the lunch break, Lally got his little tuft under control a little bit. He must have had some hair jelly back in the office. You know, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna put a little hair jelly on my tuft, get that little guy under control today. I mean, in Lally's defense, it's a small fucking desk to be like sorting through a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
He's got like a very small area there. Boy, Karen's doing some serious yapping back there. Look at her. She seems in high speed. Oh,
they're yucking it up.
I can see Judge Bev looking at, like, just peering at Karen.
They're
What's
yucking it up
funny
over there.
Karen. I think they actually are, Todd. They do some. They're super hard though. Like, you ever had corn nuts, Jay? I imagine that might be something you've never tried.
No, I've never had.
Those are some fucking teeth breaking. That's a teeth breaking snack right there. Those will break your teeth. Oh my God, Samantha Lee hates popcorn.
I like that.
I mean, everyone loves popcorn. Till you get one of those things, one of the little kernel sheaths like stuck way back in your throat. That's not fun, Jay.
No.
That's not fun. You get the whole Larry David pubic hair on the back of your throat thing, trying to get it out, man, you know.
That's such a good episode.
Oh my God.
You are unmuted.
Joe
I was
Jackson
on the plane yesterday, dude, and like it was the last 20 minutes. So like I was on United and I got on the app. I watched season 6, the Bat Mitzvah episode.
Nice.
which is the one where he had to go see a gastroenterologist, and he didn't want to tell the woman, the nurse, what was wrong, so he told her that he had stuck a gerbil up his ass 2 days prior. And then Michael McKean comes in when he's acting like he's disabled because he saw a dude across the hall who's going to take the office space. And Michael McKean is like, oh, that's what you know, because he saw the guy moving into the theater who cut in front of the whole lot.
Again, you're on.
Right? Yes. Yes.
So good. What a great episode. What a great show.
Well, dude, Joe Jackson just tweeted something. I didn't even think about this with the news about Rex Shearman. Think about the fact that Ace has got a Peacock crew following her around right now, and now they're about to announce. That didn't even occur to me. Like that, whatever they're releasing is going to be something else.
You recognize those, ma'am?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-10.
May I, bro?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce you as the next. Oh, there.
So I thought editor Danielle was going into like a Bubba from Forrest Gump situation. Shrimp Creole, shrimp burger.
Again, you're on a course mission. If I could publish that to third.
Okay.
Coming if I could have photo 1952. And Ms. Blair, what's picking up on the screen is that
What I'm trying to say.
the bag of box that contains item 7-10.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1955. Again, what's up on the screen is that the item that was contained within that evidence.
Yes.
Can I approach the witness again, John?
Yes.
I've got a fun story about my great grandfather, Leonard Mata. He could take a cob of corn and he could eat a single row all the way across, one by one. As you can imagine, Jay, it took him a long time to eat the corn on the cob. I am dying to go to the Sphere. Okay, have you seen any of the videos with
I was
the
just
dead?
from the dead. Those clips are
Dude,
insane.
Mind blowing.
Insane.
So they added 6 more shows. There's a couple in August. I'd love to try to get out there and get.
I heard they're super expensive. I've never looked, but I heard they're. I can only imagine.
I peeped them. Like I think there was some like first, like not secondary market, but first market tickets for sale. They were like, you know, the Dead and Co is not cheap to begin with, but they weren't like crazy. Man, I got to get in there though.
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yeah.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The packaging that item 7-9 and 7-19 came in.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of those items when you receive them at your station and within the trace unit?
It is.
That's all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Almost
Tip, Carly.
introduce in the mid as the next. Okay.
Apple Crisp was a cereal. I remember Cookie Crisp. I don't remember Apple Crisp. What about Apple Jacks? They're outstanding cereal. Jay, as a young lad, did you eat a lot of sugar cereal?
I was not allowed. My mom got me like Cheerios, Rice Krispies.
Oh man,
like corn. Well, not corn. But I was like not allowed. Those were not allowed in my house.
So when my parents were married up until I was 5, I could have all the sugar bomb cereal I wanted. When my parents got divorced and I moved in with my dad when I was 12, it was fucking cornflakes.
Yeah,
that's it.
Wheaties, like all that shit.
Oh no, dude. Like
just
my
cornflakes?
fridge was corn. So I had cornflakes, a half a gallon of D milk, a bottle of mustard, and 3 packages of Carl Budding meats. That was our fridge my entire high school life. So yeah, there you go. Another inside peek. The life of Bob.
No, Lamam, I never had shredded read actually.
Oh my god! Like the older you get, the more appealing it becomes. It's weird. It's kind of like eating a Brillo pad.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 296 through 309 for the verdict?
Yes.
Gilman, if I can have photograph 1958.
Randy Marsh, what is this grilled confetti corn?
Again, Ms. Blair,
Never heard
on
of
the screen, that's the evidence bag or box that contains those items that she was testifying about, 7-9 and 7-19.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1962.
Holy shit, dude.
Ms. Blair, now what's been depicted up on the screen and been marked as exhibit 297. Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just for
Good God.
Now, contained within this are three clear pieces of glass or plastic, if you know.
I'd have to look at my notes to see what I wrote them as.
My other question, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may.
Yes, go ahead, look at your notes.
And after referring to your notes, what type of material is that?
3 pieces of apparent plastic.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could slow down. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we can all agree burnt popcorn is ass.
The item that's contained above those 3 pieces of apparent clear plastic, what is that?
That is item 7-19. That is a black straw.
And,
Oh,
Ms.
a
Gilman, if I could
cocktail.
have photograph 1964. And what's up on the screen next to Blair now, and it's been done as exhibit 299. Is that essentially the straw next to a ruler with its measurements? Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with reference to the photographs that I asked you to look at before, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos I took of item 7-11.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-11, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your analysis in reference to this case?
It is.
You're on Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. Okay.
Okay.
Love that.
What's up, Kiefer?
Jay, I have to assume that you hate mushrooms. I'm going to go ahead and guess that.
Yes. You are correct, sir.
Yeah, there's like mushroom hunting that goes on in Illinois that is, whew, man, if you
I've
love
seen
mushrooms.
TikToks of like people who do that. And like there's some of them that go for like a lot of money, right?
Yeah. Well, they're real. There's certain types that are really hard to find. They only come up for like a couple weeks a year, and they're delicious.
All right, I got some people who agree with the mushroom hating, so I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, Allie hates mushrooms. Hates them. Like, but do you hate the flavor or just the texture? Like Allie likes the flavor of mushrooms, but hates the texture.
Both.
Wow. Suck, man.
I do very much. I'm the worst.
Worst.
You'll get no argument from me.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1979. Again, next Blair, what's up on the screen is that the bag, evidence bag that contains item 7-11.
Oh, no
Yes.
way. Love Mountain Jam. It's a great festival.
If I could have 1982.
Randy, is Warren Hayes still, is that still his
And again,
baby, or
it was depicted
oh,
up on the
concept.
screen on exhibit 311. Is that the items, or the pieces of plastic that were contained within the aforementioned evidence bag and abuse exhibit item 7-11?
Yes.
Corn pops are fire. I love those too.
Now, with regard to the photographs that I just placed before you before, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Photos of item 7-14.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-14, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your examination in this case?
It is.
Thank you. Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in minutes of exhibit.
The grands coming through with the good cereals. Love it. Wait, what? You keep your, wait, MJ, you keep your cereal, your boxes of cereal in your fridge? Interesting. The freshness, that's solid move.
325,
Katie, that's a huge question. That is a huge question.
At least
I mean, right, got to give us a genre. Like Jay and I will do shit all day on that.
Yeah.
Mr. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2009. So if I could draw your attention up to the screen just for a moment, what's now been marked as exhibit 325. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Oh my God, Jay, this is the piece of evidence I've been waiting for the entire trial. Fuck, man. Ay, ay, ay.
Again, Mr. Blair, what's up on the screen is that the item that was contained, labeled as item 7-14 in that.
I'm sorry, I need all of please.
No doubt, Brooklyn.
What's depicted on the screen
Seasonal
is that,
shit. Count Chocula, Frankenberry,
Boo
Blueberry.
Exhibits,
What was the
labeled
one
as item
with
7-14.
fruit?
Yes.
Fruit one. Somebody know it.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Were you able to review the bulk of those photographs that I just placed before you?
Yes.
And do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
Angel.
The photos of item 7-12.
Good old charcoal.
Excuse me, ask those to be marked.
You're gonna eat your fucking charcoal and you're gonna love it.
Okay.
Fruity Pebbles are fire too. Still love those. Scarlett loves Fruity Pebbles.
Brian is a big fan of Fruity Pebbles.
They're fantastic. So while she's sorting through yet more pictures, I invented, you know, I invent shit all the time. So about 20 years ago, I came up with the invention. I thought it would be a great idea because I always loved the milk from sweet cereals. So I thought it'd be great to just put it out there and market like Fruity Pebble flavored milk, Cinnamon Toast Crunch milk, like all the classic milks that you get. And then, of course, I didn't invent it because I didn't like follow through with it. And I saw they started doing it. I don't know if it's a off or it was a big bud.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
It's 328.
She said court genre, by the way, Bob. I don't know if you saw that.
What?
For the movie, she said court
if I could
genre.
have a photograph 2015.
I'll type it. Start with the verdict right here.
She said she loved the verdict. She said she loved the verdict.
Oh, did she watch it after I recommended it?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Those, the evidence pack that contain the items labeled as 7-12.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2018. Ms. Valera, directing your attention up to the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 329. Those are the items that were labeled collectively as 7-12 that were contained within that evidence back prior exhibit.
Yes.
As far as those photographs that I presented to you a moment ago, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos of item 7-13.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained or labeled as item 7-13?
It is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth, seek to introduce the minutes and that's it. Okay.
Civil action.
Oh,
See, here,
dude.
here.
Don't let the fact that John Travolta's in it throw you off. It's fucking great. It's a great movie.
Here's something I was thinking for court: Inherit the Wind, To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, you're going
of course,
old school.
A Few Good Men, of course. 12 Angry
12
Men.
Angry Men. Definitely. Yeah, Civil Action's better than all those, in my opinion. And I love those. I mean, even like To Kill a Mockingbird, obviously I love it. Hence the name Scout. Phenomenal. And it holds up. It holds up. You know, due to the fact it's in black and white. Like trying to get my kids to watch a black and white movies like extracting wisdom teeth. Like, shit's more vivid in black and white. I don't know what it is. I like when they make modern movies in black and white. Pops.
It's 343 through 351.
Thank you.
Like Schindler's List.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1997.
Spielberg knows. He knows.
And Ms. Blair, what's depicted on the screen in that photograph, which now been marked as exhibit.
Oh, good. Another evidence bag, Jay.
Large piece of plastic. Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph.
Where you
Oh, boy. That was for you, Lally.
And Ms. Blair, directing your attention to the screen, those are the items contained within that exhibit tag from prior exhibits, collectively labeled by the.
See, are you asking why they would or would not have
Yes.
stipulated?
As far as the photographs that I had placed before you, haven't you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's
Sorry,
depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos of
Jackson
item
United can
7-15.
answer that.
And what's
I don't know.
contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in items?
To be honest, though, my dad, his theory was never stipulate to jack shit at trial. Make him prove every goddamn thing. So, I mean, maybe Yannetti and Jackson have the same approach. But like Allison and I would always stipulate to like bank records. It's like no one needs to sit through like authenticating bank records, man. It's like you want to lose a jury. That's the way to do it.
Right.
Like this is horrible. This is like this is incredibly like I'll talk about cereal all day, all over Lally's shit. Talk over him. People can be angry with me. I don't care. This is boring. Boring.
Item 7-15.
It is.
Okay, hold on one second. Madam Court Reporter. Yeah.
Love a mushroom, hate a mushroom, love a mushroom, hate a mushroom. See, it's 50-50. I'm way behind in the chat, Jay. I'm back up at mushroom talk. I'm a good 15
You're
minutes.
always behind the chat.
Yeah, I like to read them all. I love all our people. I like to see what everybody has to say. There are no small comments, Jay. Only small YouTubers.
I like that.
Yeah. Exactly. The morale is exactly what I was talking about. Oh, I just figured out I could use the arrow on my keyboard to scroll through the fucking chat, Jay. It only took me a month and a half to figure that out, buddy. Like I have my little magic keyboard that I finally got,
Thank you.
Go ahead and type up here like a giant douchebag.
Nice.
Mr. Lally, those are the last exhibits we'll be doing today.
Understood, thank you.
Oh, Bev is like, it's enough, dude.
Photograph 2072.
I
I
mean,
guess they're gonna be
she's
done at
with us.
4 then.
Bev is aligned with us.
She had it with him. I've never seen her so
Where if I
upset with
direct
him.
your attention to the screen,
I'm surprised she hasn't called a
recognize
sidebar.
this as the evidence bag that contains.
Jackson, you know, can you stipulate to this shit, please? Are you gonna make her like authenticate
I do.
the evidence bag?
And,
Clearly, the sweet girl from California is not like fucking fixing the case. She ain't the one. If there is one, she ain't it.
What's up on the screen are those the items that were collectively identified by the lab as item 7-15 from that evidence bag contained in the prior.
Yes.
Yes. Mushrooms are so divisive. I've seen marriages end over mushrooms. Tragic.
Now,
Facts.
as far as
Mushrooms
your
are a fun guy.
analysis was concerned with regard to each of these items, and we'll get to that a little bit, I think, the next time. But with regard to the labels that you assigned to them as far as letters of the alphabet, A through whatever letter that you went, when you were conducting your sort of physical match analysis, how was that shown on a particular piece, or did you label those pieces, or how were you able to sort of quantify that?
The pieces that were large enough to, I printed out labels from a label maker with the lab number, the item number, and then the piece that the letter that I assigned it, so ABC, and my initials, and those are on the pieces.
And then as far as those pieces were concerned, if you were able to find some consistency between, say, piece A and piece B, and you were able to sort of fit them together, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize that sort of physical method?
Within the same item, if there were two pieces that fit together, I documented that with photos, wrote it down in my notes, and then if it was within the same item, I held it together with tape and then repackaged it still together as a single piece.
And as far as these consistencies or matches
You got
that
a
you were
house
examining
full
or
of-
looking for, was that solely
gotta
within
eat fruity
piece
pebbles
to
like
piece,
in
or
2 minutes
at some
or
point did you
shit.
also look at sort of a larger piece as far as a housing unit for a tailor?
For this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And with regard to the pieces that you had sort of put together, what, if anything, were you able to do with regard to some of those pieces and the tail light housing, item 3-1?
From those items that we just saw, I was able to piece one larger piece with many of those pieces all fit together into one piece that I then called piece 1. There were some other pieces that also fit together among those question ones that I called pieces 2, piece 3, piece 4, and piece 5. Piece 1 was a physical match with item 3-1, the taillight.
Your Honor, I think that may.
Okay.
What the fuck is she talking about? What are we doing?
Mixed Delia.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been asleep the whole time. What have you seen here? It's just been my
Jurors, so we don't meet tomorrow, we'll meet Wednesday, and we'll go a full day Wednesday with an abbreviated lunch and sometime between 4 and 4:30. So please do not discuss this case with anyone, don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read
She got
anything
sick of
about the
Lally's
case,
shit.
please disregard it.
Like, get your
I know
shit
we took
together,
a long
dude.
time today
We're
with
not doing
getting
this again
exhibits
tomorrow.
before you, but it's a very important part of the case, and it does just take some time, so we appreciate your patience. All right, we'll see you on Wednesday.
I could have sworn last week she's like, all right, we'll start staying a little bit
You
later
are
so we can get,
muted.
and then today it's like 3:55. We're out of here, guys.
switch into like full days. Did she say we have court tomorrow or no court? No court, right? She
No court
confirmed that?
tomorrow, Wednesday.
Okay. Oh, Randy went with the keto friendly magic spoon cereal, huh? The fucking shit's like $17 a box. I'm like, that shit, is it really made with magic? Is that why it's so expensive? Like, they're putting less shit in it. What makes them like think they can charge more for it? Bullshit.
So I was just talking to Mix Valera about whether I needed to call Lawrence Court for her or not. So you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. You don't need me for anything until Wednesday? We'll see you Wednesday.
All rise.
All right. Let me get it off before old Jesse pops on.
We'll get Webered again. Jesse'd.
Boop. Look at that.
There he
Stop
is.
it right before he said words. All right, man. A lot of shit came in today. I mean, like, aside from the last witness, which was pretty dry, but as Judge Bev kind of ended it there, like, I talk about it all the time. It's a necessary evil in trials. They got to get this shit in. She's got to lay the foundation. She's got to authenticate shit. That's the process. So, once they get it all into evidence, they'll start talking about it. So I think that you're right. I think that she's got to be the naked eye, microscopic shit in his shirt woman, right? I mean,
it's got to be. I would assume. What else would she be here for? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that'll be. The firm. Like, here's my as an attorney, I've got a love-hate relationship with Grisham. Like, his shit's so far-fetched, like that kind of shit would never actually happen. But then, like, he's still, like, The Firm was his first hit because his first book, like, before he was well known, was probably the most authentic kind of like legal book that he has written. And it really is kind of a throwback. I can't even remember the name of it. It's been so fucking long since I read it, but it sniffs a lot of To Kill a Mockingbird. It's got that vibe, Southern, black male has committed the crime. He obviously didn't do it. That kind of fight. Shawshank and Primal Fear. Now, Meg, you're not calling Shawshank a courtroom drama, are you? It's definitely not that. I mean, we have poor Andy Dufresne in there for like the first 4 minutes, and then that's the last you ever see of a courtroom in that. I mean, that's my favorite movie. Believe me, I'm definitely not talking shit about Shawshank, but I wouldn't quantify that as a legal movie. Wrongful conviction for certain, but legal, like kind of a courtroom drama. No. What else is there? Primal Fear is fucking great. That was great. Did you ever heard the story about how he got that role?
No.
Ed Norton, like when he went to go read for that. Like, have you seen Primal Fear with Richard Gere, Edward Norton, like the priest?
I don't think I have.
Shut up. Are you serious? You watch that tonight. You'll thank me later. It's basically this priest gets murdered or killed, and they like Ed Norton for it. Richard Gere's his attorney, and like his character has this stutter. And so Ed Norton, I think it was his first role. I'm pretty certain it was. When he went in to read for it, like he like when he was speaking before he even started reading for the role, he pretended that he had a stutter. So like they're like, oh my God, this guy's perfect for it. And seems like he's a great actor. So he landed the role, obviously, and that really was a springboard to his career. Oh my God, Rupert, the Darren Aronofsky shit. Talk about that's some heavy shit. Like I really like his stuff, but it's like that's not easy viewing. You're not going to sit there on a Saturday wanting to be in a good mood watching some kind of Aronofsky movie. It's some super dark shit, man. Let's see what else we got. Just Mercy. Yes, I've seen it. I've done both. Read the book.
People already telling me there's a twist. Now I'm not fucking watching it. Now I am not. Now everyone's telling me.
Did they tell you what the twist was?
First of all,
I agree that no one should even tell you there's a twist. The mere mention that there is a twist has you anticipating the twist, so it does ruin it.
You've all ruined it
You
for
guys
me.
fucking blew it. Thanks. Now
How
Jay's not
dare
gonna watch
you
it.
spoil alert for a movie that's been out for 30 years?
Jesus, you guys really blew it. I mean, Ed Norton, like, what was his one, like Citizen X, or what was it where he's the skinhead?
American, yes,
American History X.
Yeah,
yes. That was great, man. That was great. What's up, Mandy? Made it late, kid. You missed all the action. So, all right, let's quit talking movies and snacks. Talk a little of this.
Let's remind the folks. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, do that first.
I was just gonna say tomorrow there's no court, but we are gonna be dual streaming live with Jack Part 2 of Jen McCabe's analysis of her testimony. So you don't want to miss that. 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Yes, I'm so looking forward to it. If you guys were wise enough to have checked out the first batch, you'll know that we still have the tastiest bit of her testimony coming up for Jack to analyze. So be there or be square, man, because that's going to be a banger. It's going to be a good one for sure. I'm really looking forward to it. And that again is 1 p.m. Eastern, right, Jay?
Yes, 1 p.m. Eastern. Yep.
All right. And then what else we got? Just a reminder, Jay and I are flipping the script a little bit since it's a short court week. We like to be even Steven with each other. So we're going to be over in his neighborhood on Wednesday for the trial. So make sure y'all hit your notifications for that. On the way out today, do us both a favor, hit that like button. Really helps it get us out there. I saw at one point we broke 900, which was phenomenal because Jay and I are like we're not doing the Twitter thing anymore. So we gave those people a chance, all the Twitter fights, the X's, whatever you want to call them, to come and join the party. And I'm certain we got some of them, but ultimately Lally beat us both over the head with the concept that we were fucking up. So we
Hashtag Lally was right.
Yeah, Lally was right. Lally was right. So yeah, we're just doing this exclusively on our YouTubes, but just hit your notification for Wednesday over at Jay's house. And you guys are amazing. Once again, best chat in the land, Jay.
Best mods in chat. We can't thank you guys enough.
Oh my God, our mods are like next level. Like I'd put our mods up against any mods of the game, man.
Facts.
And that's facts.
Facts.
So, and everyone who was so incredibly generous today, we're always beyond thankful to you guys. And for those of you that were at CrimeCon, I think I was able to really, really prove that point to you, how much it means to us. So many family hugs, Jay. It was unbelievable. And I'm just so grateful. And I know you are too, man. It's
big time.
It's everything. It's everything.
Yeah.
So all right, man. I think that there was kind of close it out. What was your overall, aside from the last boring hour and change? We got some shit come in. I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to think of this. I know a lot of people are listen, and clear continued. They're going to just destroy this investigation. It's very clear that they're going to destroy. To me again, that the part where they just left the crime scene just by itself for hours is just a massive hole of reasonable doubt, in my opinion. But if you are on the fence, if you are on the side that she is absolutely guilty, what did they get out today? That they found the shoe, they found the pieces there. I know there's going to be people saying, "Oh, well, they planted it. They found the belt." I know it was a big thing out there that where's the belt? Well, the belt was in the picture, but I just think that the
belt was a non-starter for me anyway. That didn't do shit for me. I get where people were going with it. That it was all part of this nefarious shit. Where's his belt? Did they take his belt off and choke him out with that was never a thing for me anyway. So that didn't move the needle one way or the other. The fact that it was there, I found it mildly interesting that the shoe was recovered. We heard a lot about that shoe being missing. We had the hashtag going, "Where's the shoe?" Now we know the shoe is there. It didn't appear to me, the issue with the shoe to me is going to be, it clearly appeared to be buried in some snow, right? So, but we know that plows were going. The question is, I don't know if who was questioning. I can't remember if it was United or Jackson for that witness with the shoe. Did we determine at what point that shoe was found? It seemed like it was found in the evening, right? Like, how the fuck did people miss his shoe?
Well, they didn't find it until they got there. The second, yeah, they didn't find it initially. So
right. So how do you miss the guy's fucking shoe by the curb?
I guess, like you said, it
Like,
was it under the snow and the thing.
There wasn't enough snow at that point. There was like
right.
2 inches, 3. Like, you're gonna see the dude's shoe,
Right.
and you're gonna realize when you're looking at the body, well, he's missing a shoe. Should we look around for the shoe? Like, we know they were going around with the fucking leaf blower. How did they miss the shoe? Like, those are the things that bug the shit out of me about this case, that, like, you don't want to think conspiracy because it seems crazy. And then they're missing things like a 10.5 size Nike shoe that's like on the curb or leaning against the curb.
Right.
That, you know, they were there in the morning for hours, and they just don't see it. I don't know.
Right. And then there's that point that you brought up, like that I missed it out, but that there's guys that they're not really accounted for that were doing part of the investigation that he didn't even know who they were. That one witness, there were like 3 guys that he didn't know who they were. So that was pretty interesting to find out.
Yeah. So Sonia had asked me to throw this one up. The 2 minutes of missing video was at 12:30. Shouldn't they have the video of McCabe driving past with Colin at 12:15 p.m.? She said yes, they should. I mean, that's always been one of the defense's things, that there's video missing from not only businesses and governmental buildings, but there's ring videos from neighbors' houses that are missing.
Not that one, Bob.
Oh,
she
which
says
one?
Not that one.
Which one? Oh, not that
the one with the hook. The one with the hook. She's saying.
Oh, yeah, I like this one too. Any butchers or hunters at BA's, maybe he dragged John O'Keefe by the arm with a butcher's hook. They know about DNA transfer, might explain pig DNA scratches and holes. It's definitely a possibility. I don't know. I mean, like, we know Chris Albert owns a pizza joint. I don't know if they're doing any butchering in there. Most of them seem like they're cops in there. And I think Matt McCabe is in finance or something like that, or marketing or some shit. I don't remember hearing anybody being a butcher. So I don't know that that's going to have any legs, but I don't know. What do I know? I don't know any of these people. I mean, maybe they have like butcher, like it's a hobby. I like to butcher the meat. I buy me a cow every season. I butcher it down in the basement and I fill the deep freeze with it. Feeds me all, one of those guys. I know some people like that.
I mean, I with all the respect, the butcher's hook thing seems a little. I mean, I know there's the pig DNA, but I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
So
look,
I
mean,
like dragging him out of the basement with a hook. What's the? I'm confused.
Well, I think the
this.
concept is like they don't want to leave any DNA of their own on him by carrying him, so they use some kind of.
So they're grabbing him with a hook and pulling him out of.
It seems like it would really dig in.
I mean, I don't know.
It seemed that'd be deep. That'd be deep. I was talking to Scarlett the other day. Like, if we gotta, like, we were walking around our pond out here in our subdivision, and there's people always fishing, and there was a couple kids out there fishing. She's like, "Oh, that guy's hook almost got my face." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "My God!" I'm like, "That would have been a nightmare. We had to go to the hospital, have that thing removed. Like, those hooks, once they get their hooks in you, you're done. It's not good. It's not fun." So I don't know. I don't know, Sonia. It's like, I kind of buy the potential for a dog snack or a pig ear. I literally buy Nanook pig ears every time we go to the butcher. They have like a big weird barrel full of poor pig's ears that have been cut off, those poor things. And he loves them quite a bit. He finds them to be delicious, Jay.
Well, that would make more sense if you want to see like that the dog who had just had a big ear and then bit. I mean, that would make more sense. But I guess,
Yeah, but I mean, it could be as simple as bacon. Like, John had like a bacon cheeseburger, and like, just decided not to use his napkin and wiped his mouth. I've been there. Right. I mean, not since I'm an adult, but I've certainly wiped my face on my shirt. Like on a hot, sweaty day. You ever do this move? That one, get the sweat off your face.
Yes, I'm a big sweater. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, you gotta use your shit sometimes. So I mean, there's a lot of reasons why there could be pig DNA, but I mean, I'm assuming all this shit's gonna get probed. So yeah, I mean, a lot of evidence came in, a lot of evidence that we've been hearing about. We've gotten some answers. You know, we know the shoe's not missing. We know the belt's not missing. Does that help prove anything to me? No, it doesn't. Either way,
No.
proves nothing to me. And as you aptly noted, the one thing that I think is just crystal fucking clear is they butchered the shit out of this investigation. You know, and if they end up losing this case and Karen Reed, in fact, did hit him, they have no one to blame but themselves. And I'm talking about law enforcement. You know, it's just, this is not how you handle a crime scene. It wasn't handled like a crime scene. It was handled like they didn't know that anything criminal had taken place. They let the thing go like unsecured, unwatched, like no one's there. You know, people had unfettered access to it, including people who lived in that home, including Proctor. I mean, those are the things the defense now has the ability to argue because law enforcement didn't do the job properly. Had law enforcement done the job properly, they cordoned it off. They had it as an active crime scene. You know, like Jackson and Yannetti aren't going to have all that wiggle room to suggest certain things to the jury, and now they do. So,
you know,
which only
again,
feeds the fire. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like I pointed out, like this is the 53rd witness we have on the stand, and I still have no fucking clue what they're saying, how this happened, how a car. I know he probably explained it in his opening, but I fell asleep because he's so boring. But how are they like, and like just like our chat is similar, and our chat is kind of like what is the jury thinking right now? They've been there for 53 witnesses. How many days have they been there now? And like, especially at the end of the day, like they're like, what the fuck? Can someone tell me what happened here? Please give me something other than so far these witnesses that have talked about the house, talked about the party. You know, we started to get stuff, but I just,
dude, I'm with you like 100%. I mean, we're coming up on XX 20, day 20 of the trial, which has been the state's case in chief the whole time. And, you know, the needle has not been moved. I've been promising, you know, we're going to start seeing the evidence, which we are. However, we're not seeing the connections. We're not seeing the proof, you know, and look, I mean, we know that what's going to happen here is it seems to me that they're going to have to rely on their medical examiners who weren't there and had, you know, easily or like they're suggestible in terms of this is what our theory of what happened to this person is when they're standing in there watching the autopsy, you know, and it's like you're going to have the defense with their MEs saying the opposite shit. You know, it's like there's got to be black box shit. The only thing that's going to prove anything to me, like definitively, is the black box shit from the Lexus. And you and I keep talking about the fact, you as a former adjuster, I do not believe that any company would make some black box shit in a vehicle that does not start registering thing until 25 miles an hour. That's absurd. It's absurd. I mean, if that's true, I'm highly disappointed in all car makers, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
It's a high-end Lexus.
I mean, fuck, dude, for real. So, all right, you guys rule. Yes. Every single day, you guys bring it to the chat. You're the best. We always brag on Twitter how we have the best chat in the land, and you never, ever disappoint. So we're eternally grateful for that, as well as your continued generosity and coming to hang with us and spread the word. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your parents. You know, let's get this thing. We think we stand for as many choices as y'all have out there. Everyone, and I mean everyone, is covering this case. You know, lawyers, non-lawyers, everybody and their mothers covering this case. So we're eternally grateful to you for coming to us. And we hope that we give you all the content that you guys are looking for. So we love you guys, and we will see you tomorrow at 1 Eastern, 12 noon. Y'all take care. And just remember, without y'all, we're just two old bastards talking about brand new, spanking new case, hot off the presses case. We love you guys.
Love you guys. Thank you, everybody.